Yeah, good evening, viewers. It has been a long time since I began this show. Yeah, today I want us to look at what happened in Homa Bay and in West Pokot. On one hand, I saw Baba launching Ndhiwa Medical Training College. And in West Pokot, one William Samoei Ruto was on the normal campaign trail of bottom up, promising goodies after he's elected 2022. You're welcome. Let's have a conversation of the ongoing campaigns. Who is getting it right and who is not getting it right. We also will focus on the rhetoric that is going on, whether it is helpful or the normal political rhetoric that doesn't add value to the voter. On the other hand, the rallying call for Azimio has been people to turn out in large numbers and vote, not vote, register to vote. I'm sharing the link for people to join the conversation. So one link I've shared on WhatsApp, another link I've shared through the comment section. So if you're ready for that, you can join in. If you are not able to join, you can also put up with us through the comment section. We always encourage that your comments should be worth reading, should be worthy displaying. Don't come here with abusive language. It is your democratic right to say what you want to say, but it's also good to say things that add value and enrich the conversation. We may have a problem with the political class, but how about us, the citizens? We may have a problem with violence that happens in rallies, but how about the violence that happens in social media? So if we can moderate our own language, then we enjoy the conversation. So thank you for those who have already signed in. You can tell us where you are following us from, whether in Kenya, Diaspora, Bungoma, Kakamega. Let's know whether wewe ni Azimio, wewe ni UDA. This is a political channel and we don't mind understanding your political stand. At some point also the moderators have been accused that they fall in one political side. I don't think there's a problem when us choosing which political side to support, only that we need to give each and every person a fair chance. Yes, even the president himself votes and he votes for a particular candidate. So you're welcome. Let me just bring on the screen those who have already joined. We have Mr. Wangira. My friend, welcome, Wangira. How are you?
I'm doing fine, my brother.
I've seen you, Omar. How are you, Omar?
Niko salama.
I've seen anaitwa Haki ama Haki, how are you? Nimeona mwenzangu anaitwa Brian Elliot. How are you, Brian Elliot? Are you a Mutongo?
I'm fine.
Are you a Mutongo, Brian Elliot?
No, I'm not. I'm not a Mtungu. I'm
a Mutongo name.
Yes.
Okay, let's have our mic mute. Austin, your mic is already bringing some echoes. Let me see. It can't be mute, so I will put you at the background. You adjust it, your mic, before I link you in this conversation. Yeah, so guys, you have watched the rallies, the campaigns are on. The temperatures are rising, but we intend to moderate them. The rhetoric is there as usual. Accusation, counter accusations. We had in West Pokot, we knew Professor Nyangapur. The party will be reduced to a village party. So what is your take? We were told that village party should not, people should not join the village party, but should join the national party. It's the normal rhetoric we have been having. So let's have your take. Wangira, what do you say?
I'm sorry, I can't hear him.
I also can't hear anything. I thought I'm the one having a problem.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
My characteristics, and one of them.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You can hear me now? Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I was saying that these are very interesting times in the Kenyan political scene. And we are seeing a very disparate Dr. William Samoei Ruto. The guy seems to have been pushed to the wall. And his mathematics seems not to be working out for him. So he has been left with only one thing, to keep on castigating his own opponents. Today in West Pokot, we saw what came out of his speech, as you call it, as you call it, rhetorics. His speech in West Pokot was full of rhetorics, fronting himself as if he's the angel, and the rest of the guys are the devil. That's what I have to say for the opening remark.
Thank you, Wangira. On the other side of Homa Bay, hujatuambia kitu. You didn't see anything?
Oh, in Homa Bay. In Homa Bay, I saw something. Oh, Baba this time is working so hard to ensure that he doesn't lose even a single vote. You know, he's coming out as a very organized person, a very organized mobilizer for his campaign, in trying to ensure that every vote in this 2022 election will be cast and will count.
Are you hearing me? Someone is asking me in the comment section what is wrong with your internet. I don't know if I'm audible. Someone is asking me about my internet in the comment section. Are people hearing me?
Yes. Tunakusikia.
So let's have Omar. How are you, Omar?
Mimi niko vizuri.
The rest let's mute.
Vizuri. Siasa inakuwa hot cake between Asla na between Azimio. Ukiangalia siasa ya Kenya tukianza kuanzia 2007, siasa ya Kenya inakuwa iko tricky sana, na siasa kuna kuluzi na kuna kupata, si wote watapata. Na tukianza kuzungumza kuhusu Deputy President William Ruto, alianza campaign 4 years ago, kuanza kutangatanga, kuanza kuambia watu bottom up, kuanza kuambia watu mambo ya record. Hata mimi nashangaa hiyo record akisema sijui kama kuna record yote ni ku
Boss, is it your background that we are hearing noise? Omar.
Kuna sauti inatoka, sijui nani anaongea.
If you have not mute, I will put you in the background. So it's only you who is unmute, so I don't know where the background is coming from.
Okay, niendelee.
Yeah.
Okay. Tulikuwa tukizungumza mambo ya William Ruto. Kudanganya wa Kenya, kuzunguka huku na huku, yeye ndio ataweza kubadilisha, kukuja kudharau ule yuko naye kwa power sahi. Kumdharau, yani amemdharau sana. Na mimi najiuliza, kudharau rais yuko sahi. Unafikiri huyu rais yuko sahi vile umemdharau hiyo 4 years? Atamtrust kweli? Trust ya Uhuru Kenyatta sahi imeisha kabisa kwa DP. Na Uhuru Kenyatta hataondoka kama aja block ile kitu anataka. Alimdharau, sasa yeye ni ile pata potea. Yeye afeel vile alikuwa akimdharau hiyo miaka 4. Hii kitu ilishapangwa na tayari tunaona kuna wafuasi wa DP upande ya Mombasa Coast region wameanza kubadilika. Wale walikuwa UDA wameanza kuingia Azimio. Yani ukiangalia ground tayari saa hii, kila ikikucha, kila ikienda masiku, kuna watu wanabadilika ground, wale wafuasi wa DP. Hii inaonyesha
si hata wafuasi wa Azimio pia wanabadilika ama? Niliona Njoko akijoin UDA ama alikuwa bado ni Hustler Nation?
Unajua UDA, tukiangalia katika UDA wale walianza kukua UDA kuanzia kitambo wanabadilika. Okay, sasa hivi kuna ile kubadilika, kuruka huku kuruka hata ile sasa watu watakuja kuona, hatujakataa, vyama zote zitaanza kuruka wakati watu watafanya nomination. Hapo ndio itakuwa moto. Kuruka ni kawaida, lakini ukiangalia siasa ya deputy president vile anazungumza, ni mtu anazungumza na hasira, kwa sababu ameona already vile alikuwa anatarajia, si vile huyu mzee sasa ameshaanza siasa, kwa sababu mzee kesho I think atakuwa Mau huko ni Narok, atakuwa kampeni yake,
Amesema hiyo yes ni kwamba leo anaweza kucheka.
If you're not maintaining your mic mute, I will still put you at the background. So the moment I put you here, it's not a license for you to unmute your mic unless you are the one speaking. So kindly let's remain it's
Sawa.
Yeah, the echoes are too much. Okay, proceed, Omar.
Sasa ile siasa sasa hivi vile inaenda, upande ingine naangalia DP ameona si vile alikuwa anafikiria hii siasa. Vile mzee ameanza siasa imeanza kukua hadi kwake, alafu ile pia anajiharibia pia kuanza kutoa matusi. Jana katika siasa ya Ukambani anatusi Kalonzo waziwazi, anatusi ni kama anatusi kiongozi ya Wakamba, anamwambia ati nywele nyeupe. Yani hii heshima imeonekana kwa DP, kuna kudharau watu wengine. Na leo pia imeonyesha madharau ile anasema kuhusu village party. Hii village party amesahau, itakuja kumbwaga baadaye, kwa sababu ukiangalia election ilipita, dependent party, hizi party ndogo ndogo ilichukua viti nyingi sana, hata ugavana I think ilichukua, MCA zilichukua Sasa sidharau hizi party ndogo ndogo. Hizi party ndogo ndogo ni dangerous, na ule mtu alifikiria akapanga na akampatia akili, amefaulu, ni Raila Amolo. Hiyo kusema party zote ziingie muungano, hata kama zile party ziko mashinari, party ndogo ziungane ikuwe kitu kimoja. Huyu mzee Raila Odinga alitumia akili hapo, na ule mtu alianza kumwambia mambo ya Azimio, kumpangia hiyo tactic hiyo, alifaulu. Hii kudharau party hizi ndogo ndogo DP itakuja kumletea shida, hizo party itakuja kumlemea kabisa. Hiyo tu nilikuwa nasema.
Okay, I think I will ask you a question in the next second round. Let's move. Let's have Elliot.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening.
Thank you. I'm just glad for the invite. Ni kusukuma tu hii maneno ya baba William Ruto is not worthy for any office whatsoever in this country of Kenya. Kama saa hii unaona anazunguka huku na kule, ameachia vijana wake kazi, wanatuharibia hapa kazi na kujibrag all here, anakimbia huku na kule. Sasa like my brother Omar alikuwa anaongea mambo ya huku huku Ukambani, vile jamaa alienda huko jana, anaanza kutusi huyu jamaa Ukambani. So I just urge you all of us tujaribu kuweka effort kabisa kwa shughuli zetu, tujaribu ku make sure that tumeseal places zote William Ruto anaweza tumia kupata umaarufu. Najua anajaribu sana, anajaribu hata Amaluya huko kwetu Western, anajaribu kuconvince watu like Musalia. Musalia Mudavadi was a very good person while working with Baba, because Musalia angekubali Raila achukue serikali, angekuwa mtu wetu mzuri sana wa finance kwa hii serikali ya Kenya. Na ambapo hii serikali ya Kenya the next 5 years hatuhitaji mtu yule anakuja na kutuambia mambo ya miundo msingi, mambo ya barabara, mambo ya nini. Sai I think we are enough. Mambo ya barabara ziko enough. Now sai we need to focus on the economy. Uchumi ya Kenya tujaribu kuibalance. Irudi pale sasa ilikuwa chini. Sasa iko juu sana bana. I'm wondering our next generation itakaje, hata wachana na next generation. Sisi vijana, when will we have 1 billion in our account? Inatuchukua muda sana, ambapo wengine hata watakufa kabla hata waguze hiyo bilioni 1. So tujaribu tu ku work hard, tuelezee vijana wajaribu kushika kura, tupitishe Baba. Serikali at least tukue, the next generation ijaribu kuenjoy, turudishe Kenya mahali yafaa ikue. I think that's all for today.
Okay, thank you for your opening remarks. Let's have Erasto. How are you?
I'm okay.
Erasto, add some volume. Yeah, give us your opening remarks on the 2 rallies, Homa Bay and West Pokot.
Unanipata?
Yeah, proceed kindly.
Oh, thank you so much for the opportunity. Nimepata kuingia hapa for the first time. Mimi yangu ni kusema kwamba hii kampeni vile inaendelea mzuri, it is very clear kwamba we have the 2 horses race. Hiyo iko very clear kwa kila mtu anaweza ona. Na unapoangalia siasa vile Baba anacheza siasa yake na mpangilio yake yote ni tofauti sana ukilinganisha na miaka ingine yenye imepita. Ukiangalia wakati huu tuko na Baba ambaye ni tofauti sana kulingana na mpangilio ya siasa yake. For the first time tangu aanze kuombea kiti cha urais, naweza sema kwamba for the first time kampeni yake iko well funded. Alafu kampeni yake iko very much organized. Ukijaribu kuangalia ukikombea na miaka ingine yenye imepita. Kwa kampeni yenye imekuwa saidi za Homabay na Mbita na Homabay na Ndhiwa, ukijaribu kuangalia mzuri ilikuwa imepangwa mzuri. Kwa vile Baba alitoa speech yake alafu akaalika watu wengine ndio wapate kuattack Ruto. Hakutaka ionekane wazi kwamba yeye ndiye anamuattack direct, lakini anapeana nafasi kwa foot soldiers wake kupata hiyo opportunity ya kuattack Ruto. Kwa sababu ukiangalia of late Ruto is very bitter, na unapoangalia siasa yake anajaribu kila wakati kujaribu kupaint Raila Odinga kama mtu wa violence, mtu wa kurusha mawe. Mnaona hiyo lugha yake yenye anapenda kutumia most of the time. So Raila Odinga amekuwa keen sana, hataki kuingia kwa hiyo mtego. That is why most of the time anajaribu kutumia lugha yenye iko nzuri, yenye itaonekana wazi kwamba anamuattack direct. Hata kama anajaribu kutafuta, hata kama kuna njia ya kumuattack, anamuattack kwa ile njia nyingine yule yenye itafanya Ruto asipate kitu ya kuingilia kwamba huyu mtu ni ako violence. Kwa vile tangu ile rally ya Electoral, tangu waongee ile mambo ya madoadoa, imefanya Ruto amekuwa na wasiwasi nyingi sana. Sasa anajaribu kutafuta mbinu ya shut off hiyo tag ya violence kutoka kwa kambi yake, kwa vile sasa ilionekana wazi kwamba yeye ni mtu mwenye angekataza Luntuli katika ile mkutano wakati aliongea hiyo mambo ya madoa, lakini sasa ilibidi baadaye akuje ku apologize wakati aliona kwamba alingoja mpaka akaona reaction ya wananchi imekuwa mbaya, ndio akakuja ku apologize on behalf of that senator. Kwa hivyo Ruto anajaribu mbinu zote kujaribu kupaint Raila Odinga kuwa mtu mwenye ako violent. That is why most of the time ukiona mikutano yake ya juzi na hiyo siku ingine, alienda kwa bedrock ya Raila Odinga, akaenda Embakasi, akaenda Kibera. Anajaribu kutafuta ile kitu ya kuonyesha, ya kupaint Raila Odinga kwa violent. That is why ameenda mpaka anaweza organize, yeye mwenyewe anaweza organize violence against himself. Hata anaweza tumia pesa zake kulipa vijana wakuja walete promotion hapo kidogo kidogo, ndio ajaribu, ndio apate kupaint Raila Odinga kwa violence. Lakini hiyo haitawezekana. Ukijaribu kuangalia mzuri saa hii, imeonekana wazi kwamba yeye ndiye ako violent na anajaribu kutumia mbinu zake zote kujaribu kupaint huyu mwingine kwamba yeye ndiye ako violent. Kwa hivyo kampeni vile itaendelea, tutaona Raila Odinga akiwa tofauti sana. Ukijaribu kumwangalia na miaka ingine, Raila Odinga is being redefined at the moment, is being rebacked at the moment. Atakuwa mtu ambaye ni tofauti sana na yule ambao mwenye tulikuwa tumejua. Ikivi kampeni inapokuwa inaendelea, tutamwona kama mtu ambaye ni mnyenyekevu, ambaye ako na agenda yenye very clear, na tena
Erastus, the challenge we are having is you are speaking and listening to yourself. Close other channels you are using in your house. You don't speak and listen to yourself.
Unajua nimeingia hapa mara ya kwanza. That's why lakini nafikiri nitazoea.
You come down kindly. Yeah, just sorry for that. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of echo. Ibada, you are next. Although you always need to be off until you are asked to talk. I've realized your gadget has, I don't know what is the connection challenge. It's having an echo when you put on. Okay, can you proceed? Let me mute mine. So, unmute before you talk.
Yes, I've done so. Are you getting me? Hello? You are getting me?
Proceed. Yeah, proceed.
Okay.
Yeah, proceed.
Okay, my opinion is this. Nimefuatilia mikutano zote za Ruto pande ile ya Pokot, nimefuatilia za Gwas pande zile za Homa Bay. Kila mtu analaumu mwenzake. Raila anasema ataendelea mikutano zile kazi za Uhuru aliyoanza. Pande ya Uhuru kuna maneno ya KEMSA, Raila anasema ataendelesha hiyo mambo ya KEMSA. Fisadi utaendelea pande yake. Ruto the other side anasema mtu ule anarusha mawe, na lazima lawama ikuweko, kwa sababu vile ninaona hakuna mtu anapeana mambo straight vile inafaa kuwa. Maana nikimfuatilia Gwas anasema ataendelesha maneno ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta is dirty. Mambo ya KEMSA Mnajua hiyo. Ataendeleshaje mambo ya KEMSA, ugonjwa huo? Awachane na hiyo, alete tu mambo yake straight, Agwambo tumsikie poa. Jambo la pili, Ruto anasema mambo ya mawe. Tulikuwa pale Jakaranda, tuliona kweli, tulikuwa na watu wetu.
Jambo la pili,
yeah,
I think Raila's Nini's angered on administrative continuity. Says that all the projects they need to continue. You also need to know that he's ruling Mount Kenya for the first time. He must assure them that it's going to. So when
okay. Is maybe wale mambo ya Mount Kenya hapo kidogo kuna question mark, maana sisi wote ni wa Kenya na tunajuana. Hapo lazima confirmation ya tujui, sababu mtu ako peke yake kwa debe na hii lugha tunaielewa. Hapo kuna mmoja anadanganywa. Hapo sisi hatuko. Sisi tuliko tu ni kwamba Agwambo alete marafiki zake wa zamani. Hapo tuko na sure bet. Bila hiyo hakuna kitu hapo. Nikirudi kwa ule jamaa Hasla ule.
How comes hao marafiki wake wa zamani they have never given him president?
Kwa nauliza nini kumefanyikaje wamemkataa? Ni nini imefanyika?
No, we are
tactic alitumia wakati. Okay, so do you think the other side will give him?
No, okay, it may not, but you have to change the strategy. You cannot be doing the same thing unless you are mad.
Don't you see? Is he sure of getting the other people supporting him? That's the question also.
I'm saying he's trying. The first time when he tried Musalia as the running mate, the second time he trusted Alonso. So you can't just be trying one person.
So he's trying on the other side to see what will happen. Is that what you're telling me?
Everybody is eyeing Mount Kenya, including even Oka, because it's a rich voting block. You cannot ignore it. Everybody, including William Ruto, he cannot change the direction. He knows it's a rich voting block. And around here, they are not going for president. Everybody is interested in that rich voting.
But the behavior hasn't changed, my friend. Just understand that. We know that. So the behavior is one, and the behavior is that, and you know it.
No behavior changes overnight.
I don't think so. Maybe from other side, I can accept. Maybe what they are saying might be true, but to me, I still have a question mark because that's not a sure bet. It's not a sure bet. So Agwambo has work to do. Nirudi kwa Hasla. Hasla, mtu wake aliongea kule Eldoret, Lunturi, somebody called Lunturi. He said madoadoa within kwa chama. Lakini siasa ni kupindua mambo. I heard it. Tuzikwe na mandoandoa ngwanjama. Hiyo kitu nilisikia. Kiswahili ndio ngumu. Ile Kiswahili ni ngumu, watu wakuelewa. Tuzingwe na mandoandoa ngwanjama. That's what he said. Ile hapo haikusikiwa vizuri, lakini what I know, Hasla has a problem because he doesn't want hizi chama ndogo ndogo. So if Agwambo capitalizes on that, he might make it. Hizo vyama ndogo. And also he should not rule out the Oka people because the Oka people are coming and they will force a rerun. And a rerun there might even somebody like Ruto come in. Because the Oka people, the way I see behaving, watalete maneno. Thank you, brother. That's my submission anyway.
Okay, thank you. I think we will ask question in the second round. Let's proceed in the second round.
Okay,
I don't know why my mic and yours are mute.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why this.
You are still talking to me?
Yeah, just mute. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, let's have Worth. Naitwa Worth what? Wortrich. How are you, Wortrich? Is Wortrich there? Okay, let's have Betty Ezekiel. Wortrich seems not to hear us. He's in darkness. I don't know whether he's there or not. Betty, how are you? I'm told I'm not clear. Kuna mtu ananisikia?
Yes, we can hear you.
Betty ametoka, and then Austin. Let's have Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Wekesa. And how are you, the panelists? I hope everyone is okay.
You can proceed.
Oh, thank you very much. I just want to get back to Mr. Ibadan. Before I say something, I want to get back to Mr. Ibadan. I heard him saying that maybe Raila Odinga has a lot to do, maybe as compared to Ruto. I don't know the hypothesis behind it, but there is something that I want to clarify to Mr. Naitwa Center, Badan Center. We are still not sure of maybe how the outcome of election will. Neither we can't project that so and so has won. But as usual, the teams, when players in the field, you must be sure of your team. You know, maybe through your analysis, you can be sure of your team. I want Mr. Ibadan to get back. You know, the two candidates. I know there's one thing that you hate, and that is as far as history is concerned. History is what you might hate most, but it always speaks, and we have to believe in history because whoever knows where he comes from must know where he is and must know where he's going. So, you know, with the history of Raila Odinga, with the ground, Raila Odinga always has the ground, and it is upon the candidate contesting with Raila Odinga who must has a lot to do. For instance, I must assure you that Ruto still has a... Nani asikii chochote?
We start talking, I can't.
Woodrich, mute your mic. You are called. You are not responding. Woodrich. Because Woodrich to mute.
Woodrich, if you can't hear, and then you can get out and then come back. Maybe there is a problem with you, but we can hear you. So I don't know what's the problem.
Okay, I cannot get
Woodrich to mute. Okay. So I was explaining this to Ibadan, that it is Ruto who has a lot of work to do. Ruto is contesting for the first time for presidency. Even during the reign of Moi, the former President Moi, before he died, he could had something to say about Raila. Mwai Kibaki has something to say about Raila. Currently, President Uhuru Kenyatta has something to say about Raila. But even the Wananchi, we have nothing to say about Ruto. So if it is about the ground and about who has much to do or less, I assure you that the deputy, Ruto, has a lot of work to do. And believe me on that, because Raila has been in the journey, but Ruto has never been in the journey. So the game, how they are going to play the game, they know themselves. But for Raila, it might be too easy than before this time. Let me rest my case there. Wekesa, for today, I don't know why I should I should talk much about
thank you. Huh?
Thank you. Wanted to? Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to say one thing about Raila in Homa Bay. And maybe Ruto in West
Homa Bay, then in West Pokot, quickly.
But it has nothing much. Raila was in a funeral. And you know, Homa Bay is also home. He has to say hi for his people and maybe launch one or two things. That's home. But for Ruto, as usual, he was in West Pokot just to campaign for Raila, you know. That is my language. Ruto always campaign for Raila because that is their agenda. So much less, I have nothing to say. Thank you, Mr. Wekesa.
Do you think West Pokot deserve a right to have their political party, or they should be called a village party?
No, Wekesa, the language of a village party, the language of a, okay, I see him, Mr. Muga wants to say.
Muga, do you come from West Pokot? I see you want to answer that.
Yes, that's where I do come from.
Okay, the rest let's mute.
Me, what I can say. This is the first. I'm in this group, and I really thank you. For the evening. Me, I'm from West Pokot.
Guys, allow me to go. Thank you.
Jubilee, in the Jubilee, ndani. And we really supporting the president. But as time goes by, Lonyangapuo is called what? Our spanner boy right now. And that word which Mr. Ruto said, that is the spanner boy, I think it is quite ambiguous. I think it should give everybody an opportunity to express themselves. And kila mtu akona right ya kuchagua chama ambacho anakitaka kuegemea. I think sisi kama watu, mimi as an individual from West Pokot, I think something has to be, Ruto should change his tactic, the way he's addressing this the issue of politics. I think the advisors should really advise him well, so that he's able to penetrate deeply. It's not just like, I think he's trying to use that euphoria of, by that time he was with Uhuru Kenyatta, that move, but currently there's a wave. Things are changing. It's not the way people were before. So I think that's what I can say.
Okay. Although what I'm seeing Ruto doing is inaitwa mirror image politics. Mirror image is you copy paste. When he saw Raila going to Nyanza to consolidate all the votes, bringing the courier on board, the next day he goes to West Pokot to consolidate all the votes. That's what he's doing. He's just doing mirror image politics, where whatever your opponent does, you want to do it. But the challenge is he wants to copy paste, but he doesn't copy paste the strategy, because Raila is reaching one-on-one plenary meeting, talking to people that matter. But for him now, instead of going to West Pokot and getting Lonyangapu and talking to him and saying, my brother, we can walk the journey together, he goes and assembles people on a mountain and hits them from a mountain. It doesn't work that way. You need to talk to people, even when you think they disagree with you. Okay, let's have Jared. No, I think.
Yeah, thank
Charles,
you.
before Jared, Charles, had you talked?
Hello.
Charles.
Yes,
Charles.
sir. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, your mic now is okay. Can you proceed? Let's have Charles, and then we go to Jared. Then we go to Alex, and go to Bernard, in that order. Charles, proceed. Yeah, we had 2 rallies to do, Homa Bay and
hello, everybody.
Charles, it seems you are hanging. Okay. Charles has issue with network. Let's we will come back to him. Let's have Jared. Jared, and then LX.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Regarding the 2 meetings at West Pokot and Homa Bay. Hello? Can you hear me?
You are clear, proceed.
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly. It appears your reception is slow, but you just proceed.
I think he's trying to listen to himself. He should mute the YouTube and just concentrate on the studio.
Yeah, don't listen to yourself. Kindly come to us directly. We can hear you. Mute whatever you are listening to. Come to us directly.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that it was a background. Okay. Yeah, so I was saying is the 2 meetings are, I believe that there has to be a logistics. I don't think that I div a little bit about the copy and the paste, because you have to do a local logistics for holding a meeting. One thing I agree with, I think Wekesa is the one who was saying, is that these people have 2 different approaches. Their strategies. Raila is trying to get the local leadership together to come to Asmio, and Ruto seems to see that if you are not with him, he want to go direct to the people. And one mistake I think those advising the deputy president are doing is that no matter who, a leader is a leader. Okay, so I've seen a consistency that anywhere he goes and somebody, either the governor is not agreeing with him, he will start insulting that leader. I think that is diminishing even those people, because we are trying to persuade the same people. Whether you go direct to the people, those are the same people for the governor. So when you start insulting the governor who is elected by people of whichever area he goes, I think is not a gain, is a ruse. And I hope he will realize that he can go direct. Let's say if he's not going with Karonzo, we have seen in Meru, we have seen in West Pokot, if he's not going with these governors or the leaders from there, he can go and talk to the people directly and leave alone the leaders, because these are the same people who loves Ruto are the same people who might love Onyangapol or these other places which he has gone through. We should not underestimate Ruto per se, because of the former governor of Nairobi.
We are losing you. I don't know
think
what's
that is the other systems. You're losing
we are
me?
losing you.
Okay, just a second. I can. What about now?
Yeah, proceed.
Hello?
You're okay now. Proceed.
Hello?
You're okay. Proceed.
You can hear me?
Yes, proceed.
You can hear me now? Okay.
We're
Yeah,
hearing
I'm
you.
finishing. I don't want to take all the time. But so there are some people who have defied this.
I think we will release you first. You fix your gadget before we continue.
Yeah.
We are not getting anything. Let's have Alex.
Okay.
Austin, habari yako Austin?
Busuri sana na.
Yeah.
You have been here now that I give you chance to talk. You go behind the curtain.
No, I'm not ready. I don't know why you are hijacking me. I'm listening.
Okay, me, I was following the order in which people entered, so I can tell you if you are not ready.
Yeah, let me talk later. Habari ya Bernard?
Iko poa. Namna gani?
Nzuri sana. Mimi nangoja niongee baadaye.
Haya basi, subiri hapo, tutarejea kwako.
Bernard, before I give you a chance to talk, let me present because I know that. Can I mute? Kuna mtu ako na echo. I don't know who is that.
It's taken care of. Go ahead.
Okay, now. Yeah, I just want to say that, okay, I watched partly on what happened in Homa Bay. I saw Raila accompanied with CS Sicily Karaoke. They launched a KMTC at Ndhiwa. There was, so I think partly he showed he's into development before he went on to mobilize the team on the ground. We are getting more impressed with the plenary meetings that seek to consolidate people on the ground, seek also to give people an audience, because this idea of going to a place and assuming that people are waiting for you to tell them what they need to do are the mistakes that our deputy president is making. And that's why he has assumed that even people in Pokot don't need a small party. They need a very big party, so he has to go there and lecture to them. Perhaps if he went there and listened to them, they would have told them that as much as some of us may support you, we think we also need to have our own vehicle in which we can air our views, or in which we can negotiate for our opportunities. But for him, he just thinks that the solution to Kenya is having a very big party. So wherever you see a small party, and small is actually perception kind of view. Because me, I normally say when we talk about balanced diet, it does not mean that 10% carbohydrate, 10% proteins, 10% vitamins, When we talk about balanced diet, the largest quantity of balanced diet is carbohydrate. And then there's protein. And then the smallest quantities are vitamins and minerals. However, we call it a balanced diet. So what am I saying? There are parties, they may look small because they are constructed by maybe the small community of origin. But however, each community, when we talk about Kenya, is 42 tribes. It doesn't matter how big is your tribe. It's just called a tribe. Whether it is El Molos and maybe total of you can be 2,000, as long as you've qualified to be a tribe, you are a tribe. So as long as you have qualified to be a party, you are a party and you need your rights protected. And the rights of a party to exist are protected by the Constitution. It is not subject to the people who see and feel and perceive. And I've seen this debate recur on this channel quite most of the time. And there are people who say that there are those we call village party. All these parties have village origin. It's only that some come from a place where, let's say that community is huge and evenly spread. And so we can say that they look national. But to say the truth, Jubilee is Mount Kenya dominated. ODM is Nyanza dominated. Even when we have other areas, the greatest voice comes from where? So even Lonyangapo, when he comes up with a party, he should not be belittled just because maybe West Pokot has never been in the forefront to champion for space and say they also have a seat on the national cake. So they need to be given a space to chart their own political course. If they are able to manage and convince other Kenyans to join that party, so be it. But even if they have one or two Wekezas inside, it cannot be a tribal party. It cannot even be a village party because no village party can be registered. So they need to be given space to operate. Those cascading these parties and calling them village parties, they began in small parties. Ask yourself, how big was UDM? UDM, if you go even the history of parliament, maybe they never had more than 2 MPs. So those who are up there should not cascade, should not remove the ladder for others to climb. If you began with 1 MP and you have come up to that level, you are now a deputy president, allow others also to begin with 1 or 2 MPs. One day they will reach where you reached. You were not born in a national party. You are born in somewhere, even without a party. And then you joined one small party, and then you grew politically. Allow each and every person to grow politically. Let them fight for their space in the political arena. I also say that plenary meetings are sending the right message, because they are in plenary meetings. Kuna mtu ameachilia, kuna echo inakuja. So in plenary meetings, we have seen most of the time Baba is seated down and writing notes. And for me, I say that the approach of Raila to these rallies and meetings is more of bottom up than the crusaders of bottom up, because he calls and collects views from the ground. He allows people to talk, and then he sits down and writes. Now you are getting the views from the bottom, and now you echo them and then you strengthen them. The opposite is someone who is championing for bottom up, and he comes with ideas from Nairobi. And he doesn't listen to people on the ground. Si tumefanya hivi, si tumefanya hivi, si tunataka national party. Have they told you they want a national party? Have they told you we want UDA? Go and listen to them. If that is what you are championing for is called bottom up, go and listen to them. Who has listened to the clip of Pastor Kuria? Pastor Kuria was making something like a joke, but when you listen to that clip very well, he was asking, so who brought us to at the bottom when you are telling us we need to move from bottom to up? So first of all, who brought us down? Were we born down? So if there is people who have pushed us down, we need to ask, why did they push us down? So they cannot just say we are bringing you up, then someone else will come and put us down, and then another one. You know, sometimes politics is creating monsters and destroying them. Someone comes and builds a monster, and tomorrow another one comes and destroys it. And we call them heroes. They create problems and solve them, and we call them heroes. I want to leave it there. I think I'll come in another session. This is just the introductory session. Bernard, make your opening remarks.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa, and greetings to everybody who is on the panel and on the comment section. I'm happy to be part and parcel of the discussions today. And from the look of things, there is the race is on, and those players are in for a great bruise battle, ensuring that they safeguard the votes they need. There is somebody called Duke Getera. How do I join the video conversation? There is a link being shared by Mtembei TV on the comment section. You click on it and allow StreamYard, the app that we are using, to have full control over your camera and audio. Then you find yourself in the studio. In case you click and you get the notification that the studio is full, you keep trying until you get in, because the studio can only hold 10 people at a time. But when somebody drops in, you can get a chance to get in. The show is extensive. It lasts for almost 8 hours. So if you miss the first hour, come back the second hour or the third hour, you will get a chance to air what is on your heart concerning this great nation. Well, Raila in Homa Bay, things are building up well, I believe. From the moves that Azimio is taking, is giving solid ground that can be believed and can be trusted. We can see the formation of a serious, reliable, strong government that has strong grassroots support, as opposed to what William Ruto is doing, because William Ruto still has that KANU mentality of going to particular places and come with solution, come with maendeleo, come with bring development, bring this advancement, bring this advancement. He's yet to appreciate the fact that devolution as a system of governance seeks to empower the people on the ground so that the people can come up with their homegrown solution to their own problems. He still has that Kanu handovers of carrying packages into various places and distributing them and calling it hiyo ni maendeleo. Now for him to be weaned from that, and that's why I keep saying he needs some time to grow, he needs some time to mature, and I don't know why one can be a politician who is operating in a political party and he doesn't want an existence of other political parties. It doesn't make sense. William Ruto needs to come to terms that we are in a multi-party state, and in a multi-party state, every party has space to express themselves regardless of their sizes. And the unity of Kenya is built around the flag of Kenya and the emblem of Kenya. It is not built around any political party. We don't have to join UDA to be united. You don't have to join ODM for us to be united. We are united as Kenyans first, then our unity does not require us to renounce or reject our political parties. So what the DP is suggesting, it's unheard of, in my opinion. It is unimaginable, and I think he's living in the past, and he doesn't realize that. If he really wants to be part and parcel of the current Kenya, then he needs to mature up, become more secure, understand that you can only lead among leaders. You can't lead among followers, okay? The purpose of leadership is to raise leaders, not to maintain followers. William Ruto seemed to be hell-bent to get followers everywhere he goes. And when he finds any person who is a leader in a particular region, he wants to knock their head down so that they succumb and submit to his leadership, then turn them into followers. That is not the Kenya we are looking for. The Kenya we are looking for is where everybody's a leader in their capacity. And when you come to a particular locality, acknowledge the leaders in the place, let the leaders in the place lead you in the place, empower them to lead the people. Don't go and take leadership from them and do everything for them. And then later on, you now say, they are UDA, kazi ni kazi. I will say the way Patriot says this, kama kazi ni kazi, chama ni chama, okay? So kiwe kidogo, kiwe kikubwa, kiwe cha kitaifa, kiwe cha kijiji, chama ni chama, kwa sababu kazi ni kazi. Hauwezi kudharau vyama vingine ili hali wewe unasema eti unajenga cha kwako. Iki chama ambacho unakijenga kina nafasi Kenya, na kile kingine ambacho kimesajiliwa na wengine, hicho pia kina nini? Kina nafasi Kenya. Na hii Kenya ni kubwa kutoshea vyama vingi na kutoshea Wakenya wote. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja mahala popote ulipo, usitishwe na madai yanayosambazwa na makamu wa rais William Ruto kwenda sehemu tofauti na kuanza kuingilia viongozi wa hiyo sehemu kwa sababu eti hawakubaliani naye. We don't have to agree with William Ruto to be Kenyans. Underline that. The only person we need to agree with to live in harmony in this country is God, okay? Our agreement with God helps us agree with one another. But we can't exalt somebody to a place of God that you have to agree with him or go to hell. You have to support him or go to hell. You have to follow him or go to hell. That is not the Kenya we want. We left that Kenya in the 90s and we are not going back there. So let William Ruto style up and understand hiyo enzi ya uongozi kama huo imeisha, imepitwa na wakati. Na kama vile huwa anasema wajinga waliisha Kenya, basi huo ukweli unatumika kwake. Wajinga waliisha Kenya. Hatuwezi kurudi mahali tulikuwa. Kila mmoja aachwe na nafasi yake. Na vyama vyote vitafanya nini? Vitashindana. chama ambacho kitapata wabunge wengi kitaongoza bunge, lakini usizuie chama eti ni cha kijiji, eti kinagawa watu. Hakuna. I come from Western Kenya. Tuko na vyama chungu nzima. Tuko na Ford Kenya, tuko na New Ford Kenya, sasa imekuwa DAP, tuko na Amani, lakini bado sisi ni watu wa nyumba ya mlembe. Okay? Na mlembe means peace. We are still greeting each other. In fact, in our place, greeting is not greeting until it's a handshake. Okay? And so we are not divided because there are political parties among us. It is all a lie to say that if there is a political party in a region, that political party is dividing Kenya. It is not dividing Kenya. The person dividing Kenya is the one who is preaching class war. He's inciting people against the current leadership, inciting people against the future leadership, inciting people against the style of operation, and then he turns around and claims to be the solution to the problem. You can't create a problem and expect to be the solver of the same problem. So let William Ruto come out clear what he wants for this country, but from where I sit and my judgment, he's not fit for president, he's not ready, and I'm not sure he wants to be president. From the word go, not from yesterday, from the word go, when he launched out his presidential bid, I have never taken him serious because he has never taken himself serious. Of all the people who have advantage of becoming president, William Ruto had a head start. He had the people who control State House controller, he's still alive, who controlled State House during Moi's day. Sally Kosgei is there, Henry Kosgei is there. All those people are coming from his backyard. He never used their experience on how to become president. How do you throw away that amount of experience and you want to become president? It doesn't make sense. When we were in school, the oldest teachers were more experienced in coaching you on how to handle exam because they have been in this for long. They can help you pass the exam easier than the teachers on training. How do you throw away the experienced teachers and want to use teachers in training to train you on how to pass an exam? William Ruto is a disappointment to the leadership of this country. I stand there. Let me drop it there. I will say something I don't want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that candid submission. Just to respond to Kiprono Tankus, kindly, we have shared the link. You can join the discussion. When you say the discussion is biased, what if on 9th August, the vote will be biased? One person gets 15 million votes and another one gets 1 million votes. Will you complain and say the vote is biased? If you're not representing your camp, my friend, and you're just commenting in the comment section, sauri yako. If you want your camp to win, come here quickly. The moment we open the station, you should be the first person to comment here. Join the studio. But if you sit back and expect, these are the people who expect the lotteries to win when they have never participated. So how do you win? So how do you expect William Ruto to win here bonga points when his followers are chickening out and they are standing very far? Kindly come. I'm sharing the link 3 times and we want to hear you. We want to also, we also don't like the discussion being one-sided. If we have William Ruto supporters, kindly march in the studio. We need you like yesterday. Musiokope. Sawa. Let's move forward. Even in football, if one team doesn't show up, the other team is declared the winner. They don't suspend the game. So we are proceeding until you guys come and challenge. Murunga, how are you?
Fine, very fine, very fine.
Yes.
How are you?
Are you having blue wave or yellow things?
Blue wave.
Okay. You see, I even don't know, but someone will think I admitted you because you are blue. I mean, I don't know where you belong. So make your submission.
I'm Azimio member.
Yeah,
and I don't pretend. And I don't pretend. And anything in yellow around me, these days, it's just like a curse.
Okay,
I even
proceed.
get sick. I'm even afraid my brother Austin is in yellow. So he had to hide himself. Because I was almost, my eyes alone can bombard him. Now, I was following the Homa Bay and West Pokot rallies. I continue seeing one guy who is unpresidential, a guy who is fighting himself, thinking that winning presidency, as my brother puts it, Mr. Joram Wangira, good evening, as he puts it, ati huyu mtu anajitakia makuu. I'm telling you this, William Ruto is preparing this country for chaos. And if we don't watch out, everyone else will actually be in a state of war. We need to stop him, and I don't know why the state, that is the interior ministry, is not really cautioning him about that. Because in an election, one goes into an election knowingly that you either win or lose. But here we have a man who is determined to win an election that is already losing. And knowing very well that this election, this time around, it is Baba organizing the election. And we cannot organize an election that we're going to lose. This one must very clear to them that we are moving forward, we are ready for the victory, and that the whole country is united in Azimio, and we are headed for this victory as a country, not as a divided country. Hata hiyo North Rift, hata Sugoi, najua we have, as Joram put it yesterday, we have silent voters who don't talk, who will not tell you what will happen, who will not attend rallies, but there are those voters that will determine who wins the election. And these are the voters, including myself. I will not attend the rallies, but of course, recently I attended one, just because I wanted to be seen around the Azimio, that I am also in the Azimio, to confirm my presence. Today, I've listened to the DP talking about small parties, telling Lonyang Paul that he's come up with a tribal party, that he wants to divide the country. And when you look at it, the person who is dividing the country through his sentiments is the DP himself. Yeye mwenyewe amemap regions, ukiona ya kwamba anajiita kingpin wa Central. And I've told you guys before that UDA party is going to be, I'm sorry to say this, itakuwa chama ya North Rift. Na South Rift unajua itakuwa na chama yao. Unajua ukiona mashinani party is as popular as UDA. Na UDA claims to be having members across the country with only one single MP, and the single MP for Kiamba is not coming back. We are anaenda nyumbani, because you cannot vote in someone who cannot legislate. You cannot vote in someone just because huyo mtu hawezi tunga sheria yoyote. And I think that what Ruto wants in the parliament is people that he calls and tells them fanyeni namna hii. Nani anataka kuchagua kiongozi ambaye atasukuma kama kondoo? Hakuna mtu anataka kiongozi ambaye hana usemi. And look at his candidates. Look at the candidates for UDA in Nairobi. The people he's fronting. Start with this bimbo called she's Karen Nyamu. Karen Nyamu. We have another. Fine. I withdraw this. I withdraw that. But of course, as I withdraw it, that is exactly the reflection of what it is. The deputy president sees it comfortable presenting the likes of Karen Nyamu. The other one is called this gospel con, or the called Margaret Wanjiru, and there is the other one. Now look at the lineup in Nairobi, and you want to tell us we have representatives for Nairobi. So assuming those are the people being voted in to represent UDA in Nairobi, what do you expect? A yes, no answer. No one to legislate, no one to really give direction. So we should not go by what is presenting to us. We should ignore and actually dismiss UDA in totality and ensure we have a proper representation from grassroots to presidency. And that's what we are saying. We must support the president. We must give this country the best. And the best starts with Raila Odinga and ends with that leader at the community level that is representing Azimio. And you know, us in Azimio, we are true to the cause. Tunataka uwakilishi ambao ni wa kuweza kuendelesha nchi yetu. Hatutaki mtu yeyote tu mwenye anataka. Unajua kuna wakati tulifanya makosa na hatutaki kurudia makosa tena. You know, when you start voting in through a euphoria, then you can even vote in anything. Hata kitu yote imevalia suti na tai ni kiongozi tu, na mtachagua yeye na atakuwa tu kiongozi tu. And that's what we are seeing. Wait and see the people that are going to be voted in. And I will take, for example, a county like Uasin Gishu. In the next election, what you will see is total mess. Hapo ndio utapata NCPV itauzwa, hii magala yetu itapotea, na hakuna kitu tutabaki nayo, na wale hata wenyewe wale wanachagua hao viongozi wataanza kulia. Vile wengine saa hii wanaanza vile wengine walikuwa na complain. I will take an example of Kirinyaga County, ambayo watu walikunywa sumu Kirinyaga wakifikiria sisi watu wa sehemu zingine ati watu wa Bondo watakufa kwa sababu ya ile sumu na kunywa Kirinyaga. Haiwezekani. Saa hii kesi yao walipoenda kwa impeachment na wakaanza kulia, wanataka Raila Odinga wasaidie ili Anne Waiguru aende nyumbani. What have they done in turn? Wamerudi pale. As we said before, politics brings out the worst in the society at times, but that is exactly what is happening in Kirinyaga. Hawa watu wa Kirinyaga hawa watumike kama mfano kwa county zingine na pia region zingine, because if you vote in the worst leadership, then expect the results to be the same. Hawezi chagua mtu ambaye anatumia rasilimali ya county vibaya and then unatarajia mambo yawe mazuri huko kwingine. Hapana, lazima tuweze kuhakikisha kwamba tunapata uongozi thabiti kuanzia mwanzo hadi mwisho. Na upande wa Azimio sisi tumejipanga, we have the best and we are going to go by that. We have the best and leading by the president, a president candidate. Na hata nomination ambazo zinakuja tumejipanga, we are going to have the best. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Murunga, for your contribution. We appreciate. Thank you so much. For the interest of gender balance, we'll give Selina the priority. She should make her submission first, and then the rest tutafuata. Asante sana. Selina, karibu.
Asante sana. Actually niko kwa barabara lakini nitaongea. I hope siwasumbui. Otherwise mkutano ya leo niliona His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga akiwa Homa Bay, no Migori, whatever, and then Ruto akiwa West Pokot. Nilisema jana mkutano ya baba imepangwa. You know, si yeye anaenda kupanga watu ya mahali ameenda mkutano, anapata viongozi ya hiyo eneo wamekaa chini na wanangojea baba. My brother Ruto, yeye ndiye MCA, yeye ndiye MP, yeye ndiye women rep, yeye ndiye MP, yeye ndiye governor, yeye ndiye president. Akiwa West Pokot amepata West Pokot brother yake mdogo ako na chama. Kitu yenye Ruto angefanya ni kuambia governor ya West Pokot wafanye kazi pamoja. What is so difficult for Ruto to agree in the small party? So if you go to West Pokot, kwa sababu ni challenging, you want to fight the people there, and then you are telling people Raila is fighting people. No, Ruto has to tell us the truth. You are fighting Isaac, you go to Eldoret, you fight this member of parliament, now you are going to Pokot, where the Pokots are being killed. The Marakwets and Pokot are killing each other. Kazi gani Ruto amefanya kama deputy kwenda kuokoa the brothers? You want to be the president of the Kenya. Why can't you start from your own? Ukitaka kukua kiongozi, anzia nyumbani. And nyumbani is the Marakwet, nyumbani is the West Pokot, the people that they are killing each other now. So before he can even go to ask you for vote, we want the deputy president amwambie raisi ama Kenyans, because he's the second in command. We want him to tell the people to stop fighting, and then he can ask you for vote. So for me, I think Ruto, wacha achipange polepole, is a leader. He will come back in 2027 or 2032. But for now, wacha baba aitwe baba. Raila has tried like 4 times. This is the time. I don't know whether it's number 12, but I know it's not among the top. Ya pili, nilisikia Ngilu akiongea, and then as a mother nataka kusema hivi, kama wamama wanaenda siasa, wanaambia wanaume, kama kuna mwanaume anacheka akisikia ikisemwa ati umesimama. How can you compare your father with a young man telling us that this man knows how to? That is not leadership. Actually, ile watu wanasikia matusi ya hiyo wamama, as a mother we are very sorry. Nataka kuomba msamaha kwa wamama ya Kenya, ya kwamba yes, hata mzee ya miaka 100 akiweza kufika hapo atasaa mtoto. Ni sisi wamama tukifika 50-60 tumemaliza mambo ya kusaa, but mwanaume he can go even up to 90, even 100 na mtoto atoke. So hatutaki kusikia wamama wanaenda kutuambia Aisha Juma anatuambia vile anajua kushungusha kiuno. The other one is coming to say again in front of the president, hata kama we ni chokoo kiasi gani, huwezi kuja kusema mbele ya watu. So nataka kuomba msamaha kwa wamama ya Kenya, niwaambie that is wrong, na wamama wajue hata ukiolewa na mzee ya 100 years na aweze kuweza atatoa mtoto. Asante sana.
Thank you, Selina. I appreciate your contribution. Let us keep the conversation going. Na ni muhimu, naamini katika uongozi lazima heshima idumu. And respect begins by your person. There are things that your mind can think that your mouth should refuse to say because of the discipline, the self-control. We seem to be losing that and use politics as an excuse of bad manners. We shouldn't let that happen to us. Naomba sasa tuende kwa huyu Barak. Sijui Mkururu hapa unaenda vipi, lakini nafikiria Barak amekuwa hapa sana. Alafu Abdullahi ndo tuende kwa mzee Jakindube. Barak Odongo, hali vipi?
Aliko salama huku Lang'ata, tuko salama. Habari ya kila mtu?
Tuko poa. Mchango wako wa leo.
Asante kwa nafasi. Kiswahili inakuanga gumu kidogo, lakini leo nitajaribu.
No. You don't have to use Swahili, just express yourself.
Okay.
Kiswahili hata changu ni cha kusalimia.
Okay. Asante. Ya kwanza, nashukuru watu wa panel, nashukuru sana. Nimekuja hasa kuelewa. I wanted just to come and learn from my elders and people who knows politics better than me, and I'm happy for this group. Second, our panel should know that youth are in our constitution are vulnerable. So you should give us some space before you hand over for others. And today, as a vijana of Azimio, you see I have my voter. I registered today, and now we are ready with the bullet to fire in coming election. Just to dive in and why I'm asking myself why are UDA people are not always here. One, these people they have already say their points. Like in UDA, you can't express a whole story. It's like a fixed topic. You can't expand on it. You can't reduce on it because even the head of UDA, now I can narrate all things he can say, and I can predict whatever he can say in a particular forum. So it doesn't have any ideas, more ideas to put on. So that's why they are not here. They will come here to just throw us words and beat around the bush. To dive in the topic today, I always stay within topic. First one, Azimio event and UDA event. The difference between these two, I see in Azimio, we have a project-based event where Raila went and launched some projects and also is listening to people of whatever people want in ground. But in UDA, I don't see any project. I don't see any consultation about projects coming. I don't see people sitting down and having a conversation moving forward. So that's one. The second one, I think Baba is creating more friends. Like in Korea, you saw yesterday, he invited but the PS, yes, he said that he will work with the PS together, and that's creating more friends, and it will help him to get more votes in Korea. since you know that Kuria has been Baba has not gained ground in Kuria, but now that they have representative from the Kuria leadership, I think this time we'll get a good votes. The third one, in these events, we see Raila Amolo Odinga portraying leadership like in a company, like I work in a company. Now the head of that company can't come and do the thing I'm doing here. You can only guide, but you can't take charge in everything that I'm doing. Like it shows leadership and in whatever you are doing. But in UDA, I don't see any program that's being followed, any people given platform in because like Ruto is taking care of everything. Like it's the MC, it's the one inviting people, it's the one organizing for events. Like my mom, I had her say, like there's no they don't give platform to in that place. So I will ask them now to follow these three things, because these three things, our master Baba are really going well with them, and we really wish him well. Tomorrow we shall be in Narok, and I wish him all the best. Thank you so much. I think I have 10 minutes, but my time I will give.
Who gave you 10 minutes, Barack? It's okay. Thank you for your submission. And I'm glad for your articulation. We look forward to interacting more. Now, hold on, and mute your mic, please. Everybody mute your mic. Thank you. There was a request for a poll. Kwamba hii serikali yao ya Jubilee na Uhuru Kenyatta imetuangamiza kabisa. Kuna walimu wanatoka huko Tiati wamekuja kutuua na kuchukua mali yetu. Tunapata na umaskini, na tunataka tuseme ile serikali yenye tunaenda kuchagua next ni serikali yenye italinda mali yetu na maisha yetu. Leo tumekuwa na viongozi kina Murkomen. Hivi jana yote wamekaa hapa wakiungoja, lakini wametoroka, wamepanda ndege. Kuna barabara hapa inatoka Biretu mpaka huko Kapeni, haina lami. Hao viongozi wenye wanakuja na ndege hapa, nataka tuambie nyumbani 2022. Tangu leo tumeamua tunaenda azimio la umoja. Sawa. Kama kuna mwenye anaanza hapo mzao neno. Okay, thank you for that. I believe that's Wekesa. We'll revisit that. I was making an announcement. The poll has been set up on YouTube, Tembei TV. If you want to participate into the poll, there was a demand by the people in the comments that they want to vote between Raila and Ruto, who carries the day by the close of the show. So if you want to participate in it, you go to the YouTube channel. There we have live on Facebook and YouTube at the same time. So you go to the YouTube section and you will be able to vote for whoever you prefer as your president come August. So go and exercise your democratic right now as you vote on that particular channel. Fortunately, there you will not need to produce your voter's card. But if you have not yet gotten your voter's card, please, kesho asubuhi, wake up at the polling station. Make sure that you get your voter's card And if you have not ascertained, like since 2017, you have not seen IEBC, IEBC has not seen you, please go and check whether IEBC still recognizes that you are existing. You may have been put on the list of the people that got lost or died or disappeared. So please ensure that you do what is just by ensuring that you are a bona fide voter. Now there is nimeona Pato Asil TV kuna msukumo hapa anasema mimi sioni Pato. Pato, mbona watu wanasema sikuoni?
Niko area.
Uko area, karibu area.
Yes,
So
I've been following.
Tutakuja kwako na kuna majamaa ambao walikutangulia, naomba waseme kitu kwanza, alafu tutakuja kwako. Tegea papo hapo. Thank you very much. Now kuna watu wawili hapa, kuna Abdul upo? Abdul, sauti yako tusikii?
Ya, nipo.
Ehe. Haya, mchango wako mbio tusonge mbele.
Thank you, moderator. And good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Yeah. The panel, I'm greeting you. And if I delve in our subject today, I don't like to waste time. I support Raila Amolo Odinga and the Azimio for that matter. And our presidential candidate, Mr. Raila Amolo Odinga, today was in Homa Bay and actually commissioning water project and other projects. It was opening.
Abdul, just one moment, please. One moment. Let me respond to this question because it's important. Then you will share. Can someone change from one place to another? They were to give people chances instead of traveling. Yes, there is a chance at if you go to the polling station. I think you are still allowed to change your polling station, but there is a process to it. Just make sure that it is done in good time, because you can if the time is not sufficient, jipange tu kutravel uende kupiga kura. Lakini kama unataka kuhamia, tuseme uko one polling station, you want to go to another, the transfer window is still open. It is still open. Go and go to the polling station, see the IBC officers. They will assist you on how to transfer from one polling place to another. That window is still open. Thank you. Abdul, you can now continue.
Yes, I was saying today our presidential candidate was in Homa Bay, commissioning water project and opening a school, KMTC there. And it's clear the Kenyan people have a very simple task in 2022. It's only the choices are two. It's only between a thief in quote and a statesman. Raila Amolo Odinga is a statesman. We can see what he has done for this country. He has been in this arena of politics and for so long, and he has so many positive achievements in this political arena. And if I come to the other candidate, he has several dark experiences. And if you can remember, when he started in his political life, he started his political life in a very, a bad way. He started fresh from university. He delved in politics, he was handpicked by Moi to form YK92. He was among the YK92, and he was, I mean, he started his politics, you know, in a bad arena, the Moi era, and he was harassing the opposition. He was staging goons, or he was organizing the youth against the opposition. And for that matter, and to my opinion and many other Kenyans, he don't deserve the presidency. If I again come to Raila Amolo Odinga, he fought for democracy, modern day democracy, and he initiated so many reforms in this country. In 2005, you can in 2010, you can remember he brought the 2010 constitution, which we can now brag about, that we have a good constitution that is ruling this country. And the other achievements of Raila Amolo Odinga is he's the father of devolution in this country, and you can clearly see how devolution has transformed this country. Devolution has transformed this country, although there are many challenges that the governors are not performing. They are not, yeah, those challenges. But who can we trust to I mean, deal with those governors? I mean, who can strengthen the devolution now? And he, you know, you can remember he was strengthening devolution in BBI, in the BBI document. He was strengthening it, but there is a person who was, I mean, and he opposed the 2010 constitution. He opposed the devolution, terming that the new constitution was not. The new constitution will bring more harm to Kenyans. And now he's the same person telling us that the constitution is very good, and now that it doesn't need some reforms in the constitution. You know, that person is not genuine. He's not. He's a hypocrite, if I may use that word, although it may be heavy, but it's clear that this person is a hypocrite. And the other topic I want to talk about is, although I'm a bit going out of the topic, but if you may allow me, was the deputy president is more uncomfortable with political parties in this country. He always you always paint the other political parties in this country as quote, the village parties or tribal parties. If I had the chance to ask Deputy President some questions, how did he start UDA? UDA, they told us was it PDR, or that changed to, yeah. If you may recall, was that party a national party? What I mean, let me put it this way: did it start? I mean, as a national party? How did it start? When that party was being formed, was it formed and as a national party? It was formed by someone from somewhere, and he transformed it to be, and then they hijacked it. They formed UDA. You know, it started from the beginning. You know, with one member, two members, up to now the members they are. You know, it started as from the scratch. So terming other political parties, tribal or village parties, I think is not a good way, a good picture. And in my own in my own view, I think the deputy president will want to bring back the era, the dark era of Moi, the one party or authoritative regime. He wants only one party to dominate the politics of this country. He wants UDA to be the only party that, and it's very surprising to hear that deputy president is telling his allies who have who head political parties to actually fold their parties and join UDA. For what reason? There is coalition making. Everybody has in his own interest in his own, I mean, his own party, and parties have ideologies. If your party you have an ideology, it's different from the ideology of another party. So simply, the deputy president is a dictator in that matter, and you can as well borrow some pictures from his own rallies, because in his own rallies he's authoritative because he's the MC and as well as the chief guest. He's the chief guest and he's the MC in his own rallies. You can see the deputy president. You can see the deputy president commanding. Yeah, somebody come and talk. Somebody come and talk. Somebody come and talk. You know, that's not how it should work. You should have his MC who actually invite somebody to talk. But when you take the matter in your hand and go and invite other leaders, you know, it's somehow it doesn't depict a good picture. The other thing is corruption.
Conclude, please.
Yes.
Make your conclusion.
Yeah, my conclusion. Yeah, I want to check my conclusion, and I urge you know Kenyans, we are making our own rules. We are delving ourselves in those dirty holes. We are digging our own holes, our own graves. I mean, yeah, because you can clearly see William Ruto, the deputy president, has failed in whatever capacity he has held. For example, he was a minister for agriculture. Like as Patrice Chepkoni will put, walikula. No, the deputy president has failed in the Department of Agriculture in the Grand Coalition government. He failed as a minister for higher education, and now when he became the deputy president of this country, and the 5 years of the Jubilee government, the first 5 years of Jubilee government, you know what happened. You can clearly remember the corruption, the level of corruption that was happening there, because he was the commander. He was commanding the government. He held hostage the Jubilee government. Even Uhuru was not. He was actually the de facto leader, the de facto president, for that matter. And in the second term, is the person who is campaigning 24 hours and 7 days of the week. Is now is moving around the country like a madman. You will see him today in Muranga, the other day in Elgeyo Marakwet, the other day somewhere else. You know, then he doesn't have that responsibility. He has that responsibility to lead this country as a deputy president, but he opted to campaign for himself and leave the country in the he left his responsibilities actually, and my conclusion is that person should not be voted in. He is a wolf in highness. He's a wolf is a hyena in a sheep's skin. I mean, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Abdul. We appreciate your contribution, your observations, and your counsel to the Kenyan people. I believe they are hearing, and I just remind you, if you want to participate in the poll that is running right now, is on YouTube channel, not on Facebook. You switch to the YouTube channel Mtembei TV, and you'll be able to participate into the poll, whether you are voting in Raila for presidency or William Ruto come August. And we want also to know your opinion, because the opinion polls are flying out there. People are pulling in their own direction. But mbivu na mbichi inakwenda kujulikana muda usiokuwa mrefu. So naomba hivi kabla tumlete mzee Jakindu Bey, P Power has been here on and off. I think I should give you priority. Make your submission in the shortest time possible so that tulete mzee wetu aongee. P Power, it's your turn. Unmute first.
Habari ya jioni kila mtu.
Salama, namna gani huko?
Niko salama. It is a bit cold, I think, in Nairobi in January. That is unprecedented, yes. So my contribution perhaps would be on the nature of politics generally between the two, particularly Ruto and Raila. What I like with one, or what I like or what I don't like, or in terms of their politics. Generally, politics is about predictability or the inability not to be predictable, which I think Raila has mastered quite well. So he packaged, if you've noticed with his campaigns, he's packaged specific messages for specific regions. When he went to Thika, he had a message for the people of Thika, so that what he was telling them would actually resonate with the problems that they are experiencing every day. Because industries indeed have been closing down in Thika. So when he tells them that when he's elected, he'll seek to revive those industries, then they understand, because those are problems that those are challenges that they have every day. The same happens when he went to Kuria. So it tackles specific challenges that these people face. So is unpredictable. He has a message for each and every region. The second one on Ruto, I think Ruto is main undoing right now is become so predictable in a sense. I can remember when he went to Jacaranda, some people are saying, let families take their children out on that day because the abuses that will be hurled on that day. So it is known that wherever he goes, one way or another, somebody will be abused. So today, when he was in Machakos, it didn't take long before Kalonzo received his fair share of abuses with regards to his receding hair. So I think to that end, it doesn't augur well, especially with the people, when you abuse one of their leaders, especially a person of the caliber of Kalonzo. And this, I think, comes as a way for him to force these people to make a particular decision, either to force them to run individually and fail to support Raila Odinga, or to force them to come to his aid, or to make it blunt, to join him in his quest for the presidency. Why am I saying that is panicked? Today, when he was in Machakos, he spoke about having NHIF for people free by December, that he'll be elected, and by December, people will have free access of NHIF. that shows he panicked. Is panicking, and he's realized that Raila's Baba Care agenda that he has for the country is actually selling, and it's reasonable. It's something that is sound. It's something that can be implemented. Nobody can lie to us that when somebody is elected in August, and then by December he'll ensure, because at that time I don't think whether he'll have been sworn in. By December, you will have ensured that people who are not covered by NHIF will have been covered. That's a lie. That government would pay for them. That's a lie. That cannot happen. So I think that was a way to counter what Raila has been proposing with regards to Baba Care. Another thing I wanted to speak about was is bottom-up economics. Today, when he was in Machakos, if you listened very carefully, I think Mudama is the first person who spoke about this, that bottom-up economics is working quite well in the US, which is not true. So I think that was a way of introducing or trying to sell the bottom-up economics. But Ruto, when he went there, he stated the correct thing, that it was actually trickle-down economics, which is totally different, because trickle-down economics is aimed at giving tax cuts to the rich so that it can trickle, whatever remains can trickle to the poor. So you start from up, coming down, rather than down, going up. So that shows Ruto himself does not believe in his bottom-up economics. So he's either changing tactic, because it is a total failure. The bottom-up economics is explaining it is just a theory without the substance. So I think to that end, I can see there's a bit of panic in their camp, and they're clinging on whatever they can. And as campaign goes, I only urge us and everybody else in all corners that we register and vote. We register for votes. And I would like to congratulate my brother Odongo, who showed us his card. I know it is an emotional moment. So that's a good thing. If we can push others to come out, register, it would be really nice for us. And then on August, we come out and we vote for the correct leaders. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pipawa. We appreciate your generous contribution to this channel. We thank you for your observation. I believe Kenyans are listening and taking notes. Now, naomba tumsikilize Pato due to public demand, alafu ndio mzee akuje. Pato, maoni yako tafadhali, chunga muda.
Hello guys. Yes, I'm glad for... Yes, poa sana.
Karibu.
Yes, wacha ni washukuru wote wenye wamechangia kwa mada la leo. Mada ni Ruto kuwa West Pokot na Raila kuwa pande wa Homa Bay. Na wacha niseme hivi, we are happy today because vinara wetu wawili, the two farasis, kila mmoja alikuwa kwa stronghold yake, na hao wawili pia they have a way of doing their businesses. Kila mmoja wao ako na style ya kufanya siasa zake, ako na style ya kuongea, ako na style ya kupatia ujumbe wa Kenya, because kuwin roho ya mtu mpaka akuja kupigia kura inategemea vile unachipanga kuongea, inategemea agenda zako, and for a fact the two principal, Raila Odinga and William Ruto, who is the front runner in the coming election, we cannot run away to say the truth that they are the people wenye kama the forthcoming election kama hawatakubali kushindwa, it will be another problem. William Ruto, he has the followers. Raila Odinga, he has the followers. So in this show, let all of us admit that it is the two strong forces in Kenya. Now we cannot run away from that. The other side of the game, William Ruto is trying to build a party from a dust, from a scratch. Raila Odinga, he has a stable party, which is ODM, inside Azimio. So, saizi, while you are castigating William Ruto about his idea of not supporting the village party or the.
I have a question for Pato.
No, don't ask me question.
No question now. No question now.
Thank you, moderator, for protecting me.
Hold on, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, moderator, because
I'll give you a chance to ask, not now. Pato,
thank you, moderator, because thank you, moderator. My point clear. I first congratulate the Raila Odinga supporters, because I'm seeing them. They are now terming the attendance which has been made early this month, like the side of William Ruto. We were the first people to term those entrances, and we disassociate ourselves fully. We want to bring Kenya to be one. I want to tell you people, we, the supporters of William Ruto, believe in bottom-up approach. At this time or point, we are not gathering in one place. We are doing our roadside rallies, which is our style of winning the Kenya heart and the Kenya votes. You people who are supporters of Raila Odinga, you just concentrate in your strategy. As from the other side of UDA, we are well organized, and we have our advisors which are on the ground. And the ground, we are listening to the ground. We want even the primary pupil, those small kids, to know our candidates, because we are doing our campaign next to their door. So don't worry about our strategy. You just concentrate with your strategy. But we want to compete on agenda based. We want to compete on manifesto. So at this time of point, don't concentrate so much on the vile tutafanya mkutano, vile watu wengi wamekuja mkutano yetu. In fact, tuliwaonyesha pale Eldoret, tunaweza hold a big rally. So it was just tulikuwa tuna test ground. Otherwise, we are coming and we have a plan, and we don't want to share our plan in this platform. You just wait, keep tuned, be following our page, so that you know what we are doing to the great people of Kenya, and you know how our influence is. In let me say again, in the coming weeks, in fact wajafungua campaign ijafunguliwa Kenya mzima. That's why the other side tunasikiza hata wao hawajaanza campaign. So hata sisi hatujaanza campaign. Hii tunasalimia tu watu, si campaign. Hii ni kuformalize tuna wananchi. Tunaambia William Ruto atakuja kufanya campaign, a serious campaign. Tutakuwa tukihold rallies ama tukihold event in a centralized place, which is tunasikia, tuko na masikio chenye mnasema mnatusaidia. So hii ujumbe imefikia deputy president, imefikia campaign team ya deputy president. You people, you are criticizing us positively, and that is a good way of doing politics. We are matured, na nawashukuru sana, nawatolea kofia yenye haiko hata hapa. So you continue strategizing for us, utupangie vile tutafanya mkutano pale mbele. Na William Ruto pia tunaambia William Ruto, sababu I'm the strong supporter of William Ruto, hii matusi uko naye utapunguza tu kidogo, sababu hawa jamaa mimi naona wanakubali wewe utaweza kuwa president ya hii Kenya, na wanakupenda. That's why wanakupatia free advice. Anakuambia William Ruto, ukimaliza kufanya roadside rallies, pia ujue kuna another strategy yenye tutakuja kufanya rally kwa kiwanja, which is Raila Odinga is doing now. Pia Raila Odinga akimaliza hiyo ya kiwanja, akuja afuate William Ruto pale afanye roadside rallies, of which najua wako na hiyo mpango pia. So in this platform, nataka kuambia kwamba these two great people, Raila Odinga and William Ruto, we people in this platform ndio tunachangia kwa ile kampeni yao, na tunawasaidia sana, sababu we criticize objectively chenye wamefanya pale Homa Bay na chenye wamefanya pale West Pokot. Tunalete kwa hii platform na tunaambia chenye watafanya kesho. So you know, these people are following us, you know, even in this Mutembei TV wanajua chenye mnasema, na pia wandani wa Raila Odinga anasikia chenye nasema. So mi kwa saizi naweza sema saizi farasi ni wawili.
Wacha tukuulize maswali bana.
Ngoja Alex. Okay, Pato. Natumai uko tayari sasa kujibu maswali.
Si ya kuongelea William Ruto, lakini sababu wako na chance, we have a chance again kuonyesha William Ruto.
Pato, nataka nafasi ya ujibu maswali, sio uendelee na agenda.
Lakini mnanikalia sana bwana. Unajua mimi ni peke yangu bwana.
Sio kukalia, tumekupatia muda, lakini kuna swali umeulizwa na Rono. Mna testiaje ground kwa stronghold yenu?
No, hata maneno ya Rono, hata tumeuliza swali kwanza hapa.
Alex, ngoja kwanza. Ukaulizwa hapa na Peter Kiura anasema, have you been greeting people for 8 years? So respond to that before Alex asks his question.
Okay. By the way, Kenya politics is a continuous thing. Pale tulipo kama ulikuwa unaona tulikuwa tunasalimia watu for the last 8 years. It is within the constitution that William Ruto lazima amfikie Mkenya, asikize Mkenya, amrudishie hata shukrani ya kura yenye walipata kwa Jubilee regime. So hii yote saa hizi hatujaanza campaign. By the way, salamu yetu haitaisha, ni kama ile amluya. So you just relax, sababu bado utaona salamu mingi. Tutakuja mpaka village yako.
Sasa ni salamu, campaign bado. Ama
mtachanganya salamu na campaign? Campaign bado.
Okay. Sawa, thank you. Alex?
Pato. Yamune.
Achamege.
Okay, baada ya Salamu Pato, I don't know if you lack credibility or you lack coherency. Umesema kwanza kuwa muko na agenda na vitu zenu hautaki kutuambia. Ukarudi ukasema lakini kwa sasa mnafanya hii alafu mtarudi kufanya ya Raila. What does that mean? Kitu ya pili, Pato, right here in this platform, we argued with you for more than 10 minutes. Uliposema kuwa UDA is the biggest party in East Africa and also in Africa. Today you are saying kuwa sio kama sisi nyinyi ODM mulianza kitambo, sisi tumeanza from chini sana, sasa ndio tuna develop chama. Pato, can you be coherent on what you say and tell us what your party is? Ona ametoroka. Bernard.
Sio kutoroka, tafadhali. Msipeleke mbio hivyo. Anaweza kuwa amerushwa na network, atarudi tu.
But Bernard, huyu jamaa alisema hapa, na nakumbuka ukimuuliza, ukampeleka pole pole, pako ukamuuliza mko na wabunge wangapi, mko na officers ngapi, akasema it's the biggest party in East Africa and Africa. Leo he has totally disregarded what he said.
That is UDA for you.
Okay, ni vizuri ameenda, ningemkoroga leo sana. Kuna vitu nyingi amesema huko ambao nitaka nimkoroge, but no, hapana, wacha tu save hiyo time, Stone PK aongee.
Aya, subiri kidogo, nataka tushare hii kwanza kabla tuendelee. Okay.
Na mnaniambia ati mimi naitwa Mankush wa kulia. Mimi sikulia ninaliaga. Mimi nataka bottom up. Mimi nataka bottom up sana. Lakini mimi nauliza swali, nani alipeleka bottom down kwanza? Nani alipeleka bottom down? Ndio sasa bottom uende up. Si bottom, nyinyi mlipeleka bottom down. Sasa kama mnakuja kutuambia tena mlete bottom up. Amkuwa mnajua bottom inaenda down. Sasa mmekuja na strategy mpya. Ati bottom iende up. Sasa mimi nauliza hata yule mwingine atakuja si atarudisha bottom down. Alafu akuja na strategy ya bottom up. Na mimi sina ubaya na mtu, lakini is kasetani kadogo kanafikiria bottom iko down ya nani alipeleka down ndio mpeleke up. Munijibu swali niwape kura.
Hiyo swali ilijibiwa na Junet Kuria.
Okay. Thank you, Alex, for a reference of the answer. Now let's go straight to Jakindube.
Asante sana Wekesa, amjambo.
Hatujambo, karibu.
Mimi namjibu huyo jamaa kwamba mtu alitupeleka down ni Ruto wakati alianzisha ile mambo ya ile ilikuwa inaitwa Jirongo 500 wao na Jirongo. Hata saa zingine nikiona kina Jirongo eti wanakuja na Ruto eti wanataka kuwa president wana mipango na Kenya, na wao ndio walikuwa watu wa kwanza kutupeleka huko down kwa zile pesa walikuwa wanatumia kwa kuharibu zile pesa zetu ambazo zilikuwa kwa NSSF. Hawa watu ndio tunasahii wa Kenya mnafurahia ati bottom up. Mimi nasema saa zingine tuko kuna kitu mbaya na sisi wa Kenya. Inafaa tuwe pamoja tuzungumze Hii upuzi tuache. Nafurahia kabisa ile mkutano ambao ilikuweko leo kwa upande wa Homa Bay. Hata bwana Ruto kule alikuwa, lakini kitu ambacho inanishangaza ni kwamba kama umeenda kwa mtu huko ni kwao na kina yule governor, sasa kwa nini anasema hizo party zake ni za kijiji? Si ndio? Party ya kijiji ni ya watu wako pale. Hizo party ya kijiji, hata hii yao ya UDA ambayo wanasema ni national. Sasa national kwa njia gani? Na wako na mjumbe mmoja tu, si wako na, nafikiri ni mjumbe mmoja ama wawili. Mimi nafikiri ni mjumbe mmoja tu ambaye anawakilisha, ambaye unaweza kusema ni MP wa UDA. Hawana. Ukiangalia vile wanasema kwamba mtu mmoja akijiunga na chama chao, kama sasa Aisha Jumwa, wanasema ni kama ODM yote imejiunga na chama cha UDA. Gavana moja akienda kwa UDA inakuwa ni kama gavana wote wameenda huko. Hawa watu nimewaambia kila siku, mimi bado narudia kwamba Wakenya tuamke, tusiongozwe na watu ambao wanasema uongo. Ruto huyu mmoja amekataa vitu zote tangu mwanzo, na yeye ndiye alitupeleka huko down. Alikuwa ni chanzo cha kutupeleka down, alikuwa yeye na Jirongo. Wao ndio walikuwa wakubwa wa kuanza kuvuruga nani yetu, economy yetu. Alafu saa hii wanasema wataitengeneza una bottom up, na ukiwauliza maana ya bottom up ni nini, hawaelezi. Mambo nimesema uongozi, uongozi ni kuleta watu pamoja, ndio uongozi. Kazi hiyo ndio kazi ya uongozi. Kazi ya uongozi ni kuleta watu pamoja. Kazi ya uongozi sio ya kugawa watu. Mkiona kiongozi ambaye anagawa watu, anakuja na mara huyu tu alikuja na kwamba kuna watu wanaitwa sijui Diane, sijui wale watoto wa watu fulani mashuhuri. Wewe kama baba yako ni mwalimu au alikuwa minister, ufai kusimama. Mbona mtoto wa Kosgei aliyekuwa minister, nafikiri mbona ni MP ni MP sahi anataka kugombania Senate, sasa akatazwe kwa sababu babake alikuwa nani? Na yeye je, Ruto watoto wake hawatataka kufanya siasa kama baba yao? Kama babako alikuwa anafanya siasa, sasa huwezi kufanya kwa sababu sasa ni marufuku. Vitu kama hizo inafaa Wakenya wajue, hizo ni vitu za kugawa watu, vitu za kugawa watu. Kusema mara tuko na watu ambao wanaitwa hasla. Nchi yetu imegawanyika kwa makabila mengi, tumechoka. Tusigawe tena katika mambo ya hasla. Tusigawe tena kwamba kuna wengine wanaitwa hasla na wengine ni wa Kenya. Kuna hasla nation na kuna Kenya. Hiyo nation ya hasla mimi sijui ni ya wapi. Inatakiwa tuwe na nchi moja ambayo inaitwa Kenya. Sijasikia katika nchi hizi zingine zote ati kuna mipango fulani, aina fulani ya uchumi ambayo inagawa watu. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Hakuna. Hata hizi vitu vingi ambazo tunajigawa kila siku, kila grupu tunajigawa. Tuacheni tufanye kazi ya kujenga nchi yetu pamoja. Tujenge nchi yetu pamoja. Unajua hizi migawanyiko, tumekuwa na hizi migawanyiko kwa muda mrefu sana, ya kwamba hawa ni kabila fulani, sio hawa ni kabila fulani. Hizo zote zimetuweka down. Sasa tufanyeni mpango, jukumu moja tu tuwe nayo ya kuungana pamoja, kuvuta pamoja. Tushaona kwamba tulipokuwa pamoja tulileta uhuru. Tuliweza kupigana na mbeberu akatuachia nchi yetu. Tulipokuwa pamoja tuliweza kupata kuvunjilia mbali chama kimoja. Tulipoungana pamoja tulileta katiba mpya. Kwa hiyo hata hii mambo ya kusema kwamba tunaishi katika hali ya umasikini, tukiungana pamoja tutapiga hii umasikini na kuoneana, tuwe na nchi ambayo ni tulivu, nchi yenye amani, nchi ambayo ina uchumi vizuri. Ni umoja, na hiyo tushaona. Kuna mifano, tujaribu hii ambayo mfano yake tumeona. Tuacheni na hii ya kugawana ambayo watu wamekuwa wakizidi wanazidi kutuuzia mambo ya kugawana, mambo ya hiyo hatutaki, haitufai kabisa kabisa. Jamani, mimi nawasihi wa Kenya, haitufai. Kama wale ambao mimi nilikuwa na nafasi wakati tulipata uhuru, nchi yetu ilikuwa safi, ilikuwa raha. Nairobi ilikuwa na raha sana sana sana. Ikifika Ijumaa mosi ilikuwa ni my God, ilikuwa nzuri sana. Tulikuwa na kitu hata inaitwa bugi. Vijana kama ninyi, saa 8 mchana muziki mpaka saa 2 usiku. So hizo ni vitu zilikuweko kwa sababu watu walikuwa ni wamoja. Sio alafu watu wakaanza kuvurugana. Hizo vitu ziliharibika kwa sababu ya kuvurugana na ubinafsi. So najaribu mimi na wasihi turudi katika ile umoja ambayo tumeshaijaribu tukaona ni kitu inafanya kazi. Kwa hiyo mimi nasema njia moja ambayo itatuongoza saa hizi ni tukiunga mkono azimio la umoja, ili tuwe wamoja wa Kenya wote. Tupige zile adui zetu watatu: ujinga, umasikini na magonjwa. Hizi vitu ndio tulikuwa tukiambiwa tukiwa wadogo. Hizi ndio vita tulikuwa tunaambiwa kwamba serikali zetu za Kiafrika zinapigania hiyo. Kuna mtu alikuwa na minister, alikuwa anaitwa Dr. Gikonyo, alikuwa minister wa maji. Alisema kwamba in the year 2000 tulikuwa tutapata maji kila mtu. Hatujapata mpaka leo. Inatakiwa tufanye hizo sasa. Hizo ni vitu ninyi hamku, lakini sisi tunakumbuka zilikuwa ahadi, lakini tulifika hizo sehemu tukaona haziko, kwa sababu tuliacha barabara ile ilikuwa inaleta hizo vitu ambazo tungezipatia hizo vitu. Tuliacha tukaanza kugombana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Kwa hiyo hii kitu ambayo Bwana Ruto analeta ni kitu nawaomba watu wote tuikatae. Huyo jamaa hawezi kuongoza nchi yetu na hafai. Mimi narudia, hafai kuongoza nchi yetu. Mtu ambaye anafaa kwa saa hizi ni Bwana Raila Amolo Odinga, ambaye azimio la umoja wake inafaa kwa nchi yetu. Asanteni sana. Asante Bernard.
Thank you Jackie Dube. Na omba tusonge mbele, tuende kwa nani huyu? Oh God. Raphael. Is this Raphael? Yes, Raphael Kalu. Kabla tuende kwa dada zetu Princess na nani? Niliona Shiko pia.
How are you,
Raphael,
Ben?
uko Baira.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Give your submission, please.
One, I would like to thank the platform for what you're doing. For quite some time, I've been worried about the politics, the way politics are running in the country. I'm not there. I'm not in Kenya. I'm in the diaspora. But I've been so much worried because when 2007 kicked off and we had the experience of violence, it really made me sad. I don't come from the region where that took place, but Kenyans are like, I take all Kenyans as brothers and sisters. And I'm really worried at this juncture because of the way things are moving. And I just want to say one or two things. Number one is that those people who are very close to the vice president or the deputy president, I kindly ask them to have a retreat, talk to him so that he can lay better strategies of his campaigns. He was doing very well. And I was almost saying he was going to be the president. I still don't know whether he will or he will not. But there's something amiss in his campaigns, which is making people move away from his camp. Though far, but I get to hear what is happening on the ground. So those people who are close to him, please advise him to reorganize his meetings, and that will help him a great deal. One other general thing which I would like to comment is that while we're on this platform, let us not seem to be be on one side. That will be kind of being biased. But let's try to advise Kenyans, like Mzee Kendu, he was trying to give advice to everybody that let us come together as a country and avoid chaos. So that's what I wanted to submit for today. I've been following this for quite some time. I've been on and off, and I hope to join you another time. Thank you so much.
Yes, the speaker ambaye ameongea, are you still there? Bernard seems to be on the...
I'm still here.
So, you know, this is a political platform.
I do understand.
Yeah, so when you say don't take sides, what exactly do you mean?
What I want to say is, because there are many people who are following, like I have been following, I sometimes feel like there's a lot of talking against Ruto and just siding on Baba. I like Baba, by the way.
But what's wrong on that?
I feel like we are being biased, just talking. If we are talking about Ruto, let us try to correct the ills so that they don't make people be angry and be violent after elections.
I don't think we are gossiping about Ruto. We are talking about Ruto and his candidacy. Is it wrong to spell out some of the evils we see? Is it wrong to do that?
It's not wrong, but sometimes it goes too far.
Is it wrong to support your candidate?
It is not. I support Baba. It is not at all. But I also want to be conscious on what I say about the other candidate.
Order. Thank you. Let me handle this, Alex. Thank you.
You better stay on the phone. We were having a good conversation. You stay on the phone.
Alex, I know you.
You know, Mzee has just told us, and we respect his views, but he has just told us we are biased, and we are trying to tell him we are not biased. It is politics. One is campaigning this side, one is campaigning this side. One is making mistakes every day, every time, every minute. It is his own mistakes we are spelling. So I think the right thing you could have said is, those who are close to Ruto, please tell him he's making too many mistakes. It is not on our side to start being nice on Ruto. If he is making mistakes, ya madoadoa, ya kusema mtu ya treason, ya kufanya nini, we will talk about it. we will not relent. We will tell him, you are taking the country to a wrong direction. We will not stop talking about it. If we do, he will take the country to a wrong direction.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, so
Ni
do I
lazima
take it? Yes, Jakindube, what do I say?
nilikuwa nataka kumwambia huyo ndugu ni kwamba ni lazima sisi kama Wakenya tuseme kama mmoja wetu anatudanganya, anasema mambo ambayo siyo ya haki. Kwa mfano kama Ruto anasema uongo, hata yeye anaona Ruto akisema uongo. Alisema walipeleka stima kila mahali, Kihancha huko, watu wa Kihancha wamesema hawajaona stima. Sasa na yeye anawadanganya watu. Hiyo ni uongo, hiyo sio vizuri, kwa sababu vile vitu huleta vita. Ni uongo ukisema kitu ambayo ni ya uongo, kwa sababu vita inaanzwa na uongo. Vita haianzwi na ukweli, huwa ni uongo.
Okay.
Kwa hiyo hatufai kukubali mmoja wetu akisema uongo. Hata kwa hii platform tunamwambia hiyo ni uongo, hatutaki. Tunataka kujenga umoja, ni tujenge umoja kati yetu wote kwa ujumla, sisi wa Kenya wote. Asante sana.
Bernard, I also have a comment on that before you move on. Just one second.
Hapa sijaanza hiyo nilikuwa nataka nikuwe na conversation na Raphael kwanza, lakini make your comment quickly please. Wekesa.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the moderators let's not moderate these things the way, if the moderator has no problem the way people are presenting, let's not try to gag people. There are different ways in which people present information, and for us, we are actually, if we have to interrogate it, Ruto is the only candidate who is extreme. The others are moderate. So he cannot be extreme and we come here and moderate what he's doing. He's the only guy pouring money in the campaigns and others are not doing it. So can we come here and talk about things in moderation when he is being extreme in everything? He's the only candidate abusing people. So when he's doing that, should we come here and assume that he has not abused them? So kindly, we take you the way you are. That's why sometimes we try even to bring up the debate on Oka on this channel, but it cannot go because they are just, if you are in between there, even the debate will be in between there. We have tried to put a debate on Oka and it does not last even 20 minutes. And that is a reality that you cannot run away from. The reason why the debate, even the news always have headlines of things that are unnatural. They say when a dog bites a man, that's not news. But when a man bites a dog, that's news. So you don't expect the headline to be that the dog beat a man. So the extreme things that happen in politics is what we find them in this debate. So kindly just understand what happens.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yes, Raphael.
Yes, sir.
Your suggestion of us being, you say we should be neutral.
Not that I didn't say we should be neutral, but I said
yes.
We should not be at least going to the extreme, like being biased. But sometimes I hear it a lot until some people just run away. Like the speaker who was there before Kendube, when questions started flooding, he just disappeared.
He said he was thrown out by the network. He will come back.
Okay.
But what I would want to make clear is that just like you came to this platform.
Yes.
We didn't have a private meeting between me and you before you came.
No.
I didn't know what you will say until you said it.
Yeah.
So this platform is not prearranged for who comes to debate.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that we do ahead of time, it is the topic of the day.
Okay.
But people that come in with the way they passed their day, who they interacted with, and what they saw of the current news. That is what they come and share.
Okay.
And our existence as a platform is to not to balance between UDA and ODM, Azimio and Hasla. It is to balance between what politicians said and the truth. Okay, there is what a politician will tell you what he wants you to believe, but there is what is true. So what we weigh around here, it is what is true of everything that is being said. And so if one is seen to be on the extreme, like Wekesa has said, we can't. My friend, Reverend Ruben Kagame is running for president.
He is?
He's running for president.
Wow.
Have you heard us discuss him on this platform?
No, because he's not one of the prominent people who are running for the presidency. Though he's running, but he's not very prominent.
And he's not also carried in the news, number one. Number two, he's not on the front line of doing these extreme things of despising other leaders, insulting other leaders, and things like that. And when we look for leadership, even from the biblical point of view, do we look for leaders who can abuse others better than others?
No.
So I think we should let it, unless we can swali to songe mbele tafadhali.
No, let's arrest it there. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Sasa twende nini. Sasa hii nimeshikamana. Tuko na Shiko, tuko na Stone PK. Tapiga kura, nani anakuja kwanza? Na niliona Princess pia.
Stone PK alishazungumza. Stone PK amekuja baada ya Shiko. Wacha Shiko azungumze.
Aya, kura imeenda kwa Shiko bila kupingwa. Shiko, endelea.
Wacha tusikie Stone.
Okay, kabla Stone akuje.
Ladies first.
Mkenya upo wapi? Mkenya upo? Ebu unmute.
Yes,
unajua last time uliniachia hapa shida nyingi sana.
Gani hiyo?
Wewe ulisema kuna kitu kimefanyika kwa Aisha Jumwa. Alafu katuacha hangi. Gaddafi hapa na nini inaitwa Gaddafi TV na nini and the interested parties keep asking me what happened to Aisha Jumwa. I tried to do my own investigations. Sijapata. So please, you will have to, before you leave today, you should tell us what happened to Aisha Jumwa so that we are safe as a platform.
Since then,
not now, but you will do that.
Okay. Maybe since then, have you seen a campaign? Okay, but I'll come in later.
Ngoja kwanza, utakuja baadaye. Asante. Stone PK, okay. Karibu.
Thank you, Bernard. Na panelist wenzangu wote nawaona. But Bernard, you should not allow Mkenya to keep us suspended like this. Anyway, let me take my time. Today we are comparing the two rallies, and I'm happy even locally here, the national TV Citizen was juxtaposing the two rallies because I think as we move along, people, even the intellectuals, mwananchi, common mwananchi, they are beginning to question. And once the electorate starts posing maswali, saying, hey, wait a minute, what's happening here? For example, looking at even the Pokot, for example, our DP goes there and he lands and starts, first of all, top of the agenda, scolding the governor of West Pokot. Scolding in the sense that we are not going to tolerate to village parties here. You guys are supposed to be united with the rest of the country. Very bitterly talking down upon the leader of these Pokots, somebody they hold so dearly. It's like coming to my house and then you start scolding me in front of my wife and children, and you expect them to really say you are a good guy. So for me, I really don't understand what has made our DP stoop this low, but I'm happy. I'm happy that he's going into West so that Baba takes it over, very early in the morning. I'm so happy about that. I'm also happy when I hear people saying that most of the time we sound like we are biased by kind of talking so heavily and negatively about DP. It is what he utters out of his mouth. It is his activities that we talk upon. And those activities are the ones we try and say it is not the type of leader Kenyans want. So, I mean, I'll not try to balance or to be a bit, my colleague, I think Kalu, was saying sometimes we sound like we are on the extreme. Hata ukipaka, a rotten nyama upake ice cream, it will never be fresh. So the things that our DP is doing, and these things, and as I said this in the previous sessions, that he is on a decline, a serious decline, ambaye na hiyo decline unajua ni kama gari ikose brakes kwa mteremko, inaenda itazuiliwa na mti huko kwa kando ama iingie mtoni. And that is what is going to happen to UDA, because every day they are accelerating into the ditch. So how shall we stop them? We will only celebrate waende kwa ditch, then we will salvage them as wreck after the 9th. Now, looking at Baba in Homa Bay, I mean, I saw a fairly articulated meeting, because again, as I keep on saying, Baba now has taken into very, very well organized strategic meetings. And for him, these are not rallies, these are consultative meetings. And I think those people who have, experience and have worked with the very organized NGOs, they know, the difference between humanitarian NGOs and even all NGOs. What they do when they go for their meeting, they are actually dialogue meetings, because you are supposed to have an outcome from every rally, every meeting. There is what Baba is supposed to carry forward. So people should not have assumed that huku ni kwa Baba ni stronghold ya Baba, then it should be assumed ifanywe tu harambee hapo Azimio, inawezekana Azimio. No. It was dialogue, discussion, leaders coming to bring to Baba what the Mwananchi has said from the bottom. And by so doing, I think Baba is building up on a very nice work plan that is going to action once he's in office. So for me, this gives Baba first-hand information that if an MP is elected from whichever constituency and he comes to talk various things in parliament, Baba will be able to question as a CEO. Ask him, bwana, I was in your place na walisema hizi tabu sita, wewe hujasema hata moja bunge baada ya mwaka moja. What are you doing? You see, he will be able to call out on people, on leaders, and when leaders are called out, it is beneficial to Mwananchi. So for me, this is super. Baba is doing it so well, and I'm so happy that it is even getting better because he has a very, very good team. We always know, that any project that does not have a proper work plan, you can never execute. You can't implement and deliver. Same thing with the mwalimu. Mwalimu without a proper lesson plan, akiingia darasani atapayuka tu, okay? And the students, after some time, they will see, after this 1 hour or 40 minutes, mwalimu hakuna kitu ametuambia. And that is what Kenyans are going to do. Already right now, you saw the clip you showed us in Keyo. This youth walisikiza hawa majamaa walipolande na mahelikopter, wakaongea, then they took off. When they took off, the youth said, hey, wait a minute bwana, hawa jamaa wametuambia nini? What is it wametuletea? And that's why you see they have revolted immediately, and of course they They went and they declared that we've wasted our time, and these guys, we don't want to see them again. And that is what is going to happen. That will be replicated in very, very many places as time goes by. Okay, so in short, the West Pokot for UDP, I mean UDA, they goofed again, and tomorrow you will see the reaction from even Onyakampo himself. You will see reaction from the MP. You will see serious reaction. So Ruto is losing. The way he did from Kenyatta Market. The comment of this Slay Queen, sorry to use that term, yeah, at Kenyatta Market, standing and talking and making those kind of comments, which Madam Selina has mentioned here. Politics doesn't say you get reckless and you start using all this manner of language. It does not, kind of lower you from who you are supposed to be naturally. So basically, talk of Homa Bay versus West Pokot. Homa Bay still scores. For me, it is way, way high, and we congratulate Baba and his team and wish him all well and continue to do that. Thank you.
By the way, Baba's speech was very hilarious in Luo. If you heard it, it was very hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
Relate for us as Alex.
No, I think Jakindube can tell us more, but Baba was narrating how a boy goes and gives somebody mimba, alafu anaruka mutu, alafu huyo mutu anazumbuka. So Jakindube is better narrate for us but it was hilarious. I know Luo, but Baba was depicting a very good scene and how women wana mimba yao inarukwa.
Where Alex, where?
No, that's what Baba said. That's what Baba was narrating, and I was laughing throughout.
We'll come to that. Let's now hear Princess first.
Nashukuru Themba kwa Bernard. Nashukuru Bernard kwa kunipa nafasi. Wekesa naona amejificha kwenye pasia. Jakindube, Selena, Alex namuona anaendesha gari, sijui atafika lini. Wacha aendelee kuendesha tu, akifika Kenya utuambie ndugu yangu. Stony, Shiko mdogo wangu na Kip. Nashukuru kuwa hapa. Mimi maoni yangu kwa leo kwa Baba kuwa Homa Bay na Ruto kuwa pale Pokot, West Pokot. Baba alizungumza vizuri sana pale Homa Bay. Vile alielezea watu ni nzuri. Akielezea watu hivyo na watu wachukue kura, kwa sababu kura ndio itafanya achaguliwe, sio eti kuzungumza tu, lakini watu wakichukua kura na kupiga kura atachaguliwa. Na upande huu mwingine Kiswahili inasema Jakindube ndiye anajua zaidi, sijui kama atanikosoa hapo. Inaitwa msujeni. Msujeni kwa kimombo ni DNA. Kama DNA yako ni matusi tupu, hata uelezee watu namna gani, kama msujeni wako ni hivyo, hakuna mahali unaweza kuelekeza Kenya vizuri, kwa sababu kila wakati mambo yako ni matusi. So kwa DP msujeni wake ni matusi. kila wakati. So hata huko West Pokot sasa ukisema nini ndogo ndogo hizi nini za pati hizi za vijiji, aliyeianzisha unafikiria atasikia namna gani? Hata Lonyangapuo wawezi furahia. Kwa hivyo mi naomba tu DP awache matusi kwa akifika mahali popote. Naona maendeleo inaendelea, wacha baba aendelee hivyo, lakini kile ninachoomba nchi ya Kenya tuwe na amani, umoja na undugu. Hiyo ndio nitahubiri mpaka wakati wa mwisho. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa Bernard, nitakuja na mengine baadaye. Nimeshukuru.
Okay. Thank you, Princess. Let's keep the conversation going. Those are the results for the poll after almost an hour. Baba is at 3%, Ruto following with 15%, Mudavadi at 1%, Kalonzo at 1%. The voting is still continuing on our YouTube channel. If you haven't voted, please get there and cast your vote. By the end of the show, tutajua mbivu na mbichi. Asanteni sana. Haya, naomba sasa tuende kwa nani huyu? Shiko, sasa uko ready?
Dadangu mdogo ni kama anakula ama nini?
Okay.
Nena docha mwingine ongea tena ongea.
Sawa. Wait, all right. Let's have this. Okay, let's now have. I can't get these names clearly. I have to come down here to find your names. There is Hillary and there is Kemoy. Meshach. How are you, Meshach? Meshach, unmute and speak. How are you?
I'm fine, Bernard. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm well. Glad to see you. I think I've seen you in the comments. Karibu tuambie ma.
Yes.
Karibu kwa show. Tupatie maoni yako kulingana na
okay. Thank you so much for welcoming me to the show.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. First, I want to appreciate you for. Okay. First, I want to appreciate the platform. Bernard, you are a very hardworking Kenyan. I normally follow you through because actually you transnite through the show, and that is a very good quality, and I want to congratulate you. But on the other side, Bernard, you are biased in a way. Sometimes you are biased, but I understand. Now,
I wouldn't let that one fall. I'm not biased. I'm just firm.
Okay. Okay, you can call it being firm. Yeah, it's okay. Now, back to the theme of the day. You are comparing the rallies, the one in Homa Bay and the other one in West Pokot. Actually, both Raila and Ruto were in their home turfs. We can say they retreated back to their home turfs because Homa Bay is, we know, is a stronghold of Raila Odinga, and West Pokot is the home turf of William Ruto. So both of them were trying to stamp their authority in their places. So if Ruto spoke maybe harshly on Lenyankapur, the governor of West Pokot, actually was trying to stamp authority that this is my turf and you cannot challenge me. Lenyankapur is a governor, and he cannot actually challenge William Ruto in West Pokot, just like the
What do you
governor
mean?
of
What do you mean?
Homa Bay
Kemoi.
or Kisumu cannot
Kemoi.
challenge Raila Odinga.
I want you to base your argument on
Yeah.
on political provision that is constitutionally valid. Okay, Onyangapo is a governor. If my memory serves me well,
yeah, you can.
He's a governor on Kanu ticket
Of West Pokot.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, it's on Kanu ticket.
It's not a URP governor.
Yes,
it's not a Jubilee
but
governor. Yes.
West Pokot is actually within. Yes, I know he's not a Jubilee governor, but he won the seat because Kanu at that time was supporting Jubilee. You must remember, if Kanu was supporting Raila at that time, Lenyankapur wouldn't have won that seat. So he actually won the seat by extension that Kanu was supporting Jubilee at that time. That is in 2017. So actually, Ruto has a right to stamp his authority. And same case, if, for example, any governor within Nyanza tries to go against Raila Odinga, Raila Odinga can lecture that governor. Though, you know,
no, Kemboy,
everybody has his stuff.
I'm trying to follow you and I'm getting lost. How do you stamp authority by running down a governor who is not your governor, number one? Number two, he's a leader in his own capacity, okay? You have come as his guest, all right? And then you run him down before his people in a public rally, not even in a board meeting. Is that stamping authority or misbehaving in public?
Yes. No, you know, in politics, you cannot address people in a, of course, you are addressing people in a rally. You must address the people of West Pokot, you are addressing them in a rally. And therefore, William Ruto was stamping his authority. And you can see clearly from the crowd that the crowd were actually resonating very well with the message of the deputy president. And let me tell you, okay, the surveys that have been conducted, Lenyankapur will not come back. Maybe, okay, I don't want to say that, but his chances of clinching the seat for the second time, they are very minimal. Yeah.
courtesy of him stopping to support Ruto.
Hello.
Yes, he will lose the seat courtesy of him not supporting Ruto.
Okay, I welcome.
Bwana Kembo,
Yes.
you seem to be
you
seem
will
to be following this with another feed.
You will see this. You will see this. Come August.
Okay. Yes, Stony PK, you have a question. Please ask.
Okay. Maybe there's a network problem. Yes.
Yeah. And I think maybe Brother Kipgemoi, you are not well connected, or rather, maybe I don't know what technology you are using. You have a very weak network. Anyway, I'll go. It seems to be disappearing. Should I continue, Bernard, to ask?
Yeah, just ask. I think he will be back. He's buffering.
Yeah, my big question to Kipkemoi is he begins by saying that the governor cannot dare challenge DP Ruto. So my big question to him: who elected the governor? The governor was elected by the people, not DP Ruto. He's an elected leader and senior most leader in that county. So what authority was he trying to stamp on Ranyangampo? I needed Kipkemoi to answer that. How do you stamp an authority to a fully elected governor? And even if he was elected by supporting Jubilee, Ruto is not in Jubilee right now. Ruto is in UDA. So he's contradicting himself when he's trying to tell us that Ranyangampo will be, he has to respect Ruto. He doesn't owe any allegiance to DP Ruto. Thank you.
Okay, then there is this Kipruno Tangas. He said, Bernard, do you remember what Raila did to Governor Rasanka and Obado in Kisumu? Yes, he rebuked them in public because they came to the meeting late. That had nothing to do with political party difference.
No, but that is not correct, Bernard.
Yes.
What happened is that they came late, but that was not the problem. They wanted to sit next to him, and he told them, no, when you come late, just stay where there are seats.
Thank you.
And you cannot compare that to anything near to what he's saying.
That's exactly what I am saying. So how do you compare people being reprimanded for coming to a meeting late and demanding VIPs seats and somebody who comes to stop a particular political party from being wherever established simply because he has authority? Ruto doesn't have authority to stop any political party from being formed, and he has no authority to any side of this country to determine who becomes governor and who does not become governor. If that was the case, then there was no need for elections. Let Ruto tell us who he wants to be governor, and then we will let everybody become governor courtesy of William Ruto. I think this is the wrong politics we are talking about. If we believe in constitutionalism, let us work by the constitution. If we want a country that is governed by law, let it be governed by law. But somebody coming to reprimand somebody for forming a political party in public before the people, that is unethical. It is not leadership. And let's call a spade, not a big spoon. And I beg to differ completely with this. I mean, there is no amount of explanation that suits it. There is no law in Kenya that is against people forming political party, whether it's in my backyard or anybody's backyard. And existence of a political party in your locality cannot be a threat to your leadership if you're a true leader. You want to tell me that Ruto can only lead where there is UDA? Then why is he asking for presidency of Kenya? Because Kenya is not UDA. This uniformity is beginning to smell bad. I'm happy Pato is back. Pato, I hope you have talked to your network properly. Are you ready to answer the question you asked? Just before I bring in Pato to answer the question. I am aware of Gaddafi and his questions about Aisha Jumwa. Mkenya yuko tayari atakupatia jibu, subiri hapo hapo.
Bernard.
Yes.
Just the guy who was talking about the Ruto stamping authority, why is it that West Pokot, the first governor of 2013 was on KANU, the second governor on KANU? So why is it that Ruto has never managed to get the governorship in his party? Can he answer that?
Thank you. Then there is Princess, yes?
Oh, I just tell I don't know what was his name, that Raila was in Migori. Did he stamp authority to Obado? Did he do that? He didn't stamp any authority to Obado. He just talked about what he was going to do to people of Migori. So Ruto should not go to West Pokot to stamp authority to Lonyangapuo.
You know, you all know I'm a church leader, okay? And in church leadership, if you have to stamp authority, it means you don't have it already. You have lost it. If you are in authority, you are in authority. You don't have to stamp it. You just need to function in your position, and all the people working under you will follow. But if you have to remind them, I'm the one in charge, I am the number one here, I should be accorded this, I should be accorded this, I should be accorded this, that means you have lost authority in the first place. So there is no stamping of authority here. It's just one person who has decided to go rogue on matters that are obvious. Pato, karibu tafadhali, anza na kujibu swali.
Before Pato speaks,
yes, Alex.
I would like you to pray for these people, because every time we ask them questions, their network goes off. Can you pray that their network don't go off?
God hear the prayer of Alex and answer. Let their network not go off until you have answered the questions. Amen.
Okay. Thank you, Alex. Because I know Alex, he has been neck to neck to me. He has been even the last time when my network went down, breakdown. Alex was on my neck. Thank you, Alex, because this is a very healthy competition, the healthy conversation. Bernard, thank you again for welcoming me back. About Lonyangapuo and William Ruto, Lonyangapuo as a party, William Ruto as a party. But in politics, you have to scrap, you have to take it. You don't do it to be endorsed, or then don't do it to be endorsed, or don't do it to be usingoje watu wakupee ama wakuendorse ati chama ni UDA. You have to scrap. William Ruto want to tell the people of West Pokot that UDA is the party which is national, which have a national outfit. Like I've told you earlier that in fact there's Mio la Umoja, the party which is making us Mio to be strong is ODM. So I'm very straight to my point that William Ruto he want William Ruto, he want his party to be deep rooted in, especially in Rift Valley, which is home turf. So you want Kachaping to fly the UDA ticket in West Pokot. So William Ruto, you people, you want to tell me that we should just entertain these small parties, which will bring us a problem in when we assume power. We as a UDA party, we have a strategy. It will get a time we will embrace these small parties, these village parties. As in UDA, we want to demonize these small parties, so that you get afraid, you just go away and you leave the space. So we take a space, we take the stage. So waja niwaambie, sisi ni tunajua chenye tunasema na tunajua the impact of what we are saying in the public. We want to tell the people who are in the ground that the only party to believe in is the UDA, and it is as the national outfit. Say that when you go to Azimio, he has already built a party inside, which has leo, hata kama kura itapigwa leo, ODM itakuwa na wachama zaidi ya 70 ndani ya Azimio. So sisi kama tunajaribu kujenga chama yetu ya UDA, you people already you have a house yenye iko very strong, which is ODM, and hii chama zingine zote yenye mnataka
Pato, ninyi mnataka kujenga nyumba yenu mkibomoa nyumba zingine? Kwani badala muende kutafuta material, mkanunue sementi yenu, mkatengeneze brick zenu, mnataka kubomoa nyumba zingine ili mtumie brick zake kujenga ya kwenu?
You Bernard, hata saizi yenye chenye unaongea, you have to listen to yourself. Do you know that in the first place tulibomoa Jubilee na tukaenda na kila kitu, tulienda na milango na tukaenda na madirisha na tukaenda tukajenga.
Pato, ndio nakuuliza, is it UDA's policy to demolish other houses so that everybody moves to their house?
At this time of point, tuko mahali pe. You people mute your microphone bwana. At this time of point, tuko mahali penye ODM ilikuwa inanyanyasa chama zingine kama chama za you remember the NASA thing, how money was dispersed.
Okay.
So
Pato, subiri hapo, wachia tu hapo kwa sababu ya comparing the comparable. Shiko, uliza swali lake. Unmute kwanza. Shiko, we can't hear you. Unmute.
I wanted to ask him a question. They say nani mnasema nini yenu ni bottom up, si ndio? Right? That's your manifesto. Mnataka kuinua watu kutoka chini mnawaleta juu. Then, do you keep your words? Because if you do, then you should give those parties that you're calling the village parties a chance. Because kama unasema ni parties za mashinani, then they should be given a chance for them zifike kama mnaona UDA imefika. If you mean what you say about bottom up, then you should be doing that. You should also give them a chance because mnainua hizo chama zingine. So you don't mean it. So what is bottom up then? I don't get the meaning of bottom up.
Okay, by your understanding,
What
bottom up is
what am I understanding? Answer my question.
Shikong, you have asked your question. Hold on. PK, add your question, please.
Yeah, my question to Pato is number one. I have two questions actually. Number one, you keep on saying your party is big, is a national party. What makes it a national party? Number two, you say that you do not, your work is to destroy other parties so that you are able to form yours. So, don't you think if we give DP, by God forbid, he becomes the president of this country, he will destroy this country so that he sells and goes to Uganda? Thank you.
Another question. Another question.
Wekesa, hold on. This guy will run away. His network will be loaded with questions. Just watch out.
No, inaambatana na hizo zingine, so hakuna haja ajibu tena.
Quickly, Wekesa, ask, let him respond.
Yeah, you guys believe in hustlers. There are hustlers like Mathiora, sijana itanga Mathiora who, a very young man who has his own party. So how do we support these hustlers who are coming up with their own entity? Kazi ni kazi. And for him, he believes in building a party for also hustlers to have a space in the political scene. Because what you are calling national parties are owned by bourgeoisies. Although Ruto doesn't believe he's a bourgeoisie, but he belongs in that category.
Pato doesn't know what a bourgeoisie is.
How will you help the hustlers who have these small parties of 1-2 people, or you are disowning them?
Pato, peana majibu tafadhali, tuende kwa Hilary.
Pato, naombea wifi yako isipotee. Naombea wifi yako isipotee. Kaa hapo hapo.
Nimeshikilia sababu mko wengi. Unajua maybe you are mko in another prayers wifi yangu ipotee. So wacha nimshibu Shikoa. Sisi kama wenye tuko UDA, we believe in a national party whereby we can fill a candidate in Uhuru's backyard. We can fill a candidate in Raila's backyard. We can fill a candidate all over the country. That's why we have a national outfit. You can go to history where the by-election has been done. We have been filling a candidate. So that's why if I say it is a national party, we don't have to shy away from any seat, any chance in this country, whereby ODM is known. Hakuna siku ODM itafila candidate Mount Kenya, na kama nimekosea, that's why saizi wamekamuflate that waone zile party zingine ndogo ndogo yenye itakuwa Mount Kenya ama sehemu zingine, na waingia umbrella yenye inaitwa Azimio. Hiyo is just to kudanganya watu. Hiyo tu ni kudanganya watu. Otherwise sisi kuna chama zingine tumeobserve kama ile Isaac Ruto which is CCM, wameanza kusema tulikubalia wakazi tumeongea na hawa na wakakubali watakuwa asila mashinani. So sisi hatujakemea all these parties. Sisi tukikuja kwako unaona ni kama
let me cut you short, but you people rejected Moses Kuria with his party, but then when you go to the huko Bomet, mnyinyi mnakubali CCM, si ndio? Hiyo ya Isaac Ruto, but sisi Mount Kenya tusikue na yetu. But as for the Bomet people, they should join the UDA. Yeah, right? Is that what you're trying to tell me? And also, like I asked you the question, are you not people, kama mnasema mambo ya bottom up, right? those parties, si kuna wenye watakuwa wakubwa na watapewa cheo huko, kama mnasema mnainua watu, that is, as you always say, then why don't you give those parties a chance?
Let me answer your question. I think Moses Kuria, Moses Kuria will be in the right person to answer us on the agreement between the Moses Kuria party and UDA party. Are you a member of Moses Kuria party?
No. Stop asking me those questions. Answer me the question that I've asked you. He said Moses Kuria alisema. No, Moses Kuria said he was told to drop his party for him to join the UDA party, and that's why he fell out with the DP. Why? But as for Isaac Ruto, ni sawa hiyo, si ndio? Tumejajaruka by the way, Mount Kenya.
By the way, let me tell you, for your information, you as a person, you want to kutetea chama ya Moses Kuria, while you are not the supporter of Moses Kuria. Why? Because
how do you know? How do you know I don't support you? How do you know I don't
support? We support small parties. In Azimio,
so that in this platform,
Pato, you are avoiding to answer Shiko's question, and it is by choice. And that is why we are always at your neck, because you are trying to perpetuate dishonesty. Okay? If, in fact, UDA is the first national party, or preached to be a national party, that has only one member of parliament in the parliament, but is preached to be a national party, has no structure anywhere on earth except in the mouth of the preachers from the yellow, I don't want to call it yellow fever like my friend does it. I mean, what do you take Kenyans for? You want to take Kenyans for a ride?
Let me ask you people, you know, we UDA, we have our structure, and our structure is we want a national party. So you people, if you are believing,
you don't have the reason you want a national party is because you don't have one. Isn't that
we
true?
Have one. We have
you
one.
Don't have.
Which
Why
one?
would you
Which one?
We have UDA. And you people, you have shown us that you are heading to Azimio. So you just go peacefully to Azimio. You leave us in peace in UDA.
That is
Don't
what
lie
I'm
to people.
You. In UDA, you will have peace, but you can only have peace by letting other people have peace. If you go.
Kenya is a democracy. We have a democracy in Kenya.
UDA exists as a party to be hostile to other political parties. There is no way it's going to have peace. There is no peace for the wicked, the Bible says. Okay?
No, we have peace.
You want to antagonize other political parties, like you are saying, you want to bully them and scare them so that they close the door. Then you will take over. Then you are the wrong people to be seen anywhere leadership is being mentioned. You cannot nurture a party. You want to kill all other political parties so that you make everybody have no option but join.
I have a question. I have a question with you, Bernard. I have a question with you, Bernard. Bernard,
answer question. Don't ask.
Today, we have a structure in UDA, and we have said we want one united party. You people in the other side, you have your own structure, which you accommodate this small party. Why can't you stay with your peace and leave us with our peace?
No, Bernard, you need to define what a structure is to this guy.
Hold on. Your peace can only be found in our peace. If you are here to antagonize other political parties, calling them village parties, tribal parties, you are the cause of the dispeace, and we will not leave you at peace as long as you're causing us trouble. As a nation, we need peace for everybody, and the only way for us to have peace is seek the peace of everyone in Kenya. UDA is becoming to be a party that is built on bullying everybody. And that is wrong leadership in this age. It used to work in the past, but it cannot work right now. And that is why I give it for you for free, okay? By April of this year, 2022, Pato, I want you on this platform to confirm for me where UDA is on the map of Kenya.
You have gone too far. You have gone too far. We are used to. You have gone too far. We are used to William Ruto. We are used to William Ruto. He will not even his money will not even go beyond 2018. We are used to you people to say William Ruto. You know,
I am not in control of William Ruto's money, but as far as
we are
Kenyan
used.
politics is concerned, I can tell you where it's going. Let's do this. Let's do this, Pato. There is no need of flogging a dead horse. Tuachie mambo hapo tuende kwa Hillary atupatie maoni yake.
Bernard.
Yes.
You know, there is one thing Pato said that was true. Pato came here and told us, and he was very sober. He said, kazi yake ni kutuzungusha hadi tukasirike na hadi na hawezi tupea majibu. And you know, he has proved that over and over. Yes. Pato never answers questions. And you know, Pato contradicts himself so very much until sometimes you laugh, you don't even know if you should ask him the same questions. Even, I don't even know if he understood what a structure is. When he says we have our own structures, you people have your own structures. Our structure is UDA. I don't know if he knows what he speaks about. So, I mean, it would be fair enough sometimes to ignore Pato.
Pato, you are welcome to the platform, but I want us to make progress. And just for your information, ODM has had a member of parliament in Meru. I think...
that's what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted to say.
That's what I wanted to say.
Yes. Yeah. His name is Cyprian.
So, fielding candidates doesn't make you national party. Anybody who can afford to pay fielding candidate, you can field a candidate even in Uganda. It doesn't matter. But that doesn't make you a national party. Please look for something national in your party.
Bernard.
Yes.
Just give me 1 minute, eh?
I'll give you half a minute. We must listen. We need to listen to Hillary. He's been waiting for long.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bernard. You know, when I stand in this platform, I stand to represent that party. You people, you demonize it. And when I say the structure of UDA, I say we have our own structure where we have our own rules in UDA. So jamaa kama Alex akisema mimi sijisikii ama sijielewi, ni yeye mwenyewe ajielewi, mimi najielewa.
No, you just said now you have your own structure and we wanted to listen what you have said. All of a sudden you have gone to rules. I mean, Pato, be honest.
Hold on, Alex. Alex, Alex, hold on. Ngoja Pato.
Ngoja nimujibu Alex. Unajua mimi Alex.
Do you know that political parties are registered as under the Kenyan Constitution?
Najua.
And all political parties are subject to constitutional do's and don'ts.
Najua.
That means there are no rules that are unique for a particular party different from another party.
Ajui.
Si ati ajui, unajua wewe unasema you put what in my mouth. Mimi sijasema.
Yes, so there is no party that has special rules others don't have. We are all governed by the same constitution, and the articles that govern or stipulate what a political party is and how a political party should be conducted are uniform to every party.
Bernard,
Yes.
Bernard, is
Yes.
UDA has gone against a so-called constitution?
Yes, by advocating for the closure of smaller parties. The
Why
constitution
now?
says it shall be a multi-party state.
Why now?
Yes.
If UDA has gone against constitution, party constitution, why can you subject UDA to, or you take UDA to court?
Thank you. That is something that is in consideration, but knowing UDA the way it is, they will begin to cry victim that they are being we are threatened, we are being looked by the DCI because of corruption. We know you guys. There is no excuse you will not land on. So we will not give you that credit. Go ahead and do whatever you want to do, but at the end of the day,
Bernard.
Yes.
Wacha nimalize dakika yangu moja nikiendaga. Unajua mko wengi, so you people sometimes you have to give me two people to ask question.
Usiende, nataka ukae hapo hapo. Nataka msikilize Hillary. Wewe unataka kwenda wapi? Subiri hapo hapo.
Wacha niseme mbili basi. Okay, wacha niseme hivi.
Yes. Kemboy, you make me happy.
Bernard, tafadhali wacha kupatia Pato dakika mingi sana kuzungumza, manake siku moja Pato hapa alisema atatuzungusha tu hivi kwa maswali, atatuzungusha mpaka tukasirike, na hiyo ndio anafanya. Tafadhali wacha kumpatia muda mwingi wa kutupotezea wakati, tafadhali naomba.
Sawa. Thank you Princess, tumekusikia na Pato mwenyewe amesikia. Let's hear Hillary, please.
Yes, hello guys. Is it morning or we are on Saturday? It's morning.
In Nairobi, the Sabbath is on. It is 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, yes. Thank you. It's been long. I have been out of town. So that's why I have not been, but I've been following you guys wherever I've been. First of all, I want to thank you, Bernard, and the panelists for the good job you're doing. And the future is bright. Kim Kemboy has run. Kim Kemboy was telling us about West Pokot. From where I understand West Pokot, it has never been a stronghold for Ruto. West Pokot has never been a stronghold for Ruto since 2013. So he needs to go and do his research very well. Because I remember 2013, Loinangapuo was elected as an MP on a Kanu ticket, if I'm not wrong. Then he was elected 2017 on a Kanu ticket as an governor. And same thing, he cannot come here and tell us, though he has not spoken about it, he cannot come and tell us that Turkana is a stronghold for Ruto. It's not a stronghold for Ruto. So those two counties, Raila beat them, or they go half-half, 50-50. 2017, Vifaranga vya Kuku that worked for them in West Pokot. But still Raila got about 25% of votes. About today's rallies, that is Homa Bay and Rutowest Pokot. I think actually anyone who has been in a class, just even for class 2, you can see where the government is. Sober people articulating the issues without anger, as in you're making your people excited. What Raila was doing today was just marshalling his troops, starting from when he started from Kuria the other day, yesterday. He's just marshalling, making his bloc to vote 100% for him. And that is a good thing that he has done. And I'm happy that's what is happening. I had somebody asking Kenya about Aisha Jumwa, where she is. Aisha Jumwa, I think she has realized that the ground is hostile. Things are bad in Kilifi. So she has run away, trying to go and consolidate her base. But it's too late for her. One thing I've realized about the UDA guys, the allies of William Ruto, they cannot operate without William Ruto. And that is the worst mistake they are doing. There's no rally that can be done without William Ruto being there. I think today, was it today or yesterday, I saw something, we need people like Lee Kinyanjui who dared going to a Kalenjin area and putting sense into them, telling them that, I don't know if you guys saw that, this is what Azimio is all about. And I think they need to realize that they don't need to depend on Ruto alone to campaign for them. They need to be in their fields to also campaign for themselves. The other thing is what I saw in West Pokot. It was uncalled for. Ruto is so bitter. I don't know why he was on Longanyapo's head, because that was not the right thing he did. But it's good for us. Kenyans are seeing that he is a bitter person. He is a person who has an agenda. The only thing that he is jumping all over, he is looking to get those votes so that he can. He looks like a person. To me, he looks like a person who, if he's given a chance to rule this country, he can change the constitution. He can return that. He can change this constitution, our constitution, back to a one-party rule. And now he is a friend to our neighbor here, Museveni. What I observed again is that I think the crowds that follow. I've been checking on the registered voters in West Pokot. They're about 100,000, or not more. They're not more than. West Pokot has like 100 and something thousand registered voters, and clearly you can see from what was happening today, it was something prepared. Crowds that they're being ferried from one place to another to showcase that they have numbers, but those numbers are not there. So it's unfortunate for them. Let them spend money, wacha watu wakule pesa na kura wanajua mali wanapiga. The other thing is that I observed is Ruto has started losing out in mountain, and you see something has come up. Uncle, this MP, the independent MP from Thika, has defected from his party because he was conned. Ruto went to Thika and he promised guys money, border guys, and he didn't leave the money. Jungle had to remove his own money to pay those people for that. And I'm told he's a very bitter man till today, that he doesn't want to hear anything to do with Ruto. And those are the things that are coming out. And as Bernard said, come April this year, we might see things changing very bad, things going bad for them. And what I'm seeing from how they're operating, UDA is going to remain in North Rift. North Rift, that is not the North Rift in Nandi County, Uasin Gishu, and maybe Baringo and those three counties, because I'm not seeing them going further than that from how they are behaving now. I think that's for now what I can contribute, unless someone has a question.
Okay, thank you, Hilary. And I would love to hand over to Wekesa. Wekesa, you continue for the rest of the show. I am out of here.
I can ask a question if I can.
You have a question, or
Sure.
you want to answer a question?
I was just trying to tell the guy who just finished talking that it's not that it's no rally that can be held without William Ruto. You have seen Kapseret MB, Oscar Sudi in Uriri, Uyoma, and you have seen the governor of who was in Kishu.
For information, those Kapseret in Uyoma, that was a funeral that he attended. There's a Luo guy from Eldoret that he was Eldoret. It was a funeral. It was not a rally.
And you don't live in Kenya to realize funerals nowadays. People just use them for politics.
Hey, Tonje, you don't also live in Kenya. Tonje, we live with you here.
Just chill. I'll get my time. I was just answering.
The funeral is the rally.
I will wait.
Okay. I don't want to spoil the soup for anybody, but let's give priority to this country, even as we debate. Let's give priority to this country. Let's not just score because of our political persuasion. After UDA is gone,
I have a question.
Who is this talking while I'm talking?
Pato.
Pato, stay in order, or we take you to the quarantine.
It's not Pato. It's this guy who told you.
Don't have a question, Pato.
It's Jared.
Hold on. I will when I'm making a direction or giving a submission, listen first. Then you respond to it. If you have a question and I've not said what I was going to say, are you asking a question about what I'm going to say? Are you able to deduce what I'm going to say? You want to ask a question before I say it? You confuse the viewers. You confuse the listeners. We wonder what we are up to. What I'm saying is, regardless of our political parties, we have a country called Kenya, and our priority should be Kenya, not our political followers or political people that we are convinced are the best for this country. Let's dig in for Kenya. Let's dig in for Kenya. And digging in for Kenya is looking for what is best for Kenya, not who is my tribesman, who comes from near my village, who is closest to power, who must be made president or not. That's immaterial. Right now, we need somebody to fix this country. And when this country is fixed, it will be good for all of us as Kenyans. And that's where we need to get our debate to. And today I had planned to debate something else before this one came up. I think we'll do that tomorrow. I wanted us to debate garbage in, garbage out, the quality of people we are voting into parliament, the new revival of comedians headed to parliament, journalists headed to parliament. Every person is now ready for parliament. If the house of policy is being flooded by this group of people, what kind of policy formulation will come from that house that will help this country move to the next level? It's something I want us to think about, even as we debate. Because as we are getting worked up on the UDA and ODM, people are failing to begin to ask these pertinent questions. Like we had somebody complaining about the governor for Busia, okay? And if the governor for Busia was made governor because of Raila Odinga, the MCS did not become MCS because Raila Odinga voted for them or Raila Odinga campaigned for them. If you have a bad governor, get good MCS to stop the bad governor from bad behavior. But if you voted in bad MCS and voted in bad governor, don't blame it on Raila, blame it on yourself, because you went out there and voted for those people who are running down your county.
Bernard, you know, last time the ODM we knew when we were still in ODM before we moved to our Jubilee and then the current UDA, ODM used to ask for campaigns that doesn't involve any government machineries, pure campaigns. Unauza sera zako But this time round, the ODM we are seeing Papa campaigning on the government chopper. So what are you guys
Tonje,
trying to tell us?
please.
I'm
Tonje.
not sure about
No, no,
about
no.
the government jobber. I'm not sure about the government jobber.
chopper is fueled by Kenya's taxpayers. And when we pay tax, we don't pay UDA tax minus ODM tax on all that. Raila Odinga is a Kenyan, senior citizen of this country. He has paid the highest price for this country. Let him enjoy the goodness of the land in peace. If the government has offered to transport him, so let it be. That fuel, if Raila does not use it, it will not be given to you. So let them say, do the campaign. Forget it. We were in the trenches. You did not come to help us. We were tear gassed. You did not help. Sat on the tarmac. You are not there. So right now we are sitting in the Air Force. Let us also
That's where the confusion comes in. Remember the guy who was trying to answer me immediately? That's where the confusion comes in. There was a guy here who was trying to answer me
Let us
immediately.
continue with the conversation. Tonje, I know you when you came here.
Why?
Tonje,
We're just
please,
two of
let's
us, two
continue with
UDA
the
people out of
conversation.
the rest. No, I'm just saying, just one, and I just go away.
Yes,
You know, Bernard answered me correctly, and then there was this guy around here again trying to say, no, I'm not sure about all this government, whatever. You know,
how is that confusing, Tonje? That's what I'm not getting the point. What is confusing about Baba riding in the chopper?
It's you confirming you are using state machinery to intimidate Kenyans to vote for Papa. The other guy is trying to tell us.
It is not intimidating, it's transportation. No. And for your information, Baba is an employee of AU. And if AU has seen it that the local government should take care of their officer, so be it. But it is not a matter of intimidation. Of all people, UDA should not be talking about intimidation because UDA is confirmed by Pato, is the party of bullying smaller parties, intimidating everybody who has lost hair, who has kitendawili, who doesn't have what, who has been left by the wife, whose wife is troubling who.
Yeah, okay.
UDA has
stamping authority.
That's okay, but being an employee of AU and then you come back home again to abuse our resources. That's our small resources.
It's not abusing resources, it's putting resources to use. There is no abusing of resources. And you people, you should come out of this mentality that the government belongs to Uhuru and Ruto. The government does not belong to Uhuru and Ruto. It is called the government of Kenya, not Uhuru and Ruto. And as long as it's government of Kenya, it must be serving each and every Kenyan. And that is why we even have party funding that is funded by taxpayers for all political parties.
That's where I was about to come to.
Ya KANU ya kufikiria kwamba chama ni baba na mama. Usipoingia kwa chama ya baba na mama, hauwezi kuhudumiwa na serikali. That is long gone. It is in the 80s.
No.
Forget it. Upgrade mkuje kwa current state of affairs where all Kenyans are equal in the eyes of law and they will be governed according to the law.
Okay.
And if
That's
the
fine.
law provides for somebody to be taken care of by the government, so be it. Let nobody could develop kiwaru kwa sababu yake.
Sawa, Bernard, but however much you brand us as if we are from Kano era, my friend, you are talking to the different generation where every Kenya now resonates with the bottom-up approach. You buy it, you don't buy it. You saw all this, you watch whatever the interview was done by this Mutembei TV. I know you are very shocked too. However much you try to cut out all those parts where everybody was saying, it's William. My friend, that's why you guys now, you find yourself so hard to sell Papa. The Papa you were selling last time. No, listen, I'm telling you.
Hold on. I'm looking for the banner to give you the result for the poll.
No, I'm just finishing up.
Right now.
I'm finishing up the night.
Guys,
the Papa we were selling last time.
We can talk. So if it
No,
will be only
I'm finishing
two
up.
people, then
This is my last point.
Why are we here?
My last point is,
Tonje will be saying that he's finishing up.
No.
Bernard, you have never seen Tonje talking.
Order, Princess. Order, everybody, please. Let's not turn this into heckling.
No.
Please,
Okay.
thank you. Tonje, finish what you're saying right now. We move to the next person.
I'm just finishing by saying, the Papa we were selling us in 2007, it was so simple to sell Papa. But the Papa now, you guys you embossed it and you're trying to sell and it's not being bought easily. You should check what's wrong with you guys. That's it.
Thank you very much. But the ground is different. We are waiting for 9th of August. We will know who was sellable and who was not sellable. And the issues of the Baba we sold, the Baba we did not, it is neither here or there. You are either for Baba or against Baba. This business of kuja kupaka Baba ni mzuri, alafu lakini ni Ruto, hiyo ni kutafuta tu entry, which we are used to it. The truth is, the government has been using resources. The Jubilee government used government resources to intimidate NASA in 2017. It was all right. It was all clap and dance. Now, even before the campaign begin, everybody's crying. Letters are being written to the president. They are being intimidated. You wait. Let this chapter close and you will see the really campaign. Wacha hii mnasema ni salamu. Watu watahema inji.
Bernard,
don't they also need to listen to other people because the last 4 years,
That's why I want to go. Wekesa, take charge.
The last 4 years, Ruto has used the government resources to campaign. 4 years, straight years. So they are the last people to complain here. Another thing is Raila is a high representative of infrastructure in Africa. He has an office. So he's not a common villager as you think. He has an office. And so that was created by the government of Kenya and it shall be facilitated by the government of Kenya. And then we have a ghost worker called William Ruto who has never stepped in the office. Ukienda Harambee Annex, sijui hata kama kuna mtu alikuwa amejifungia huko kwa ofisi akingojea DP hakuwahi muona. He never shows up in the office. He only shows up in the
the reason why you wonder now is because we told you guys we are ahead of this game. Way far.
So what I'm saying, which you need to also to listen, is that even whoever you call is in government is there by name. Is only there on pay slip. But in terms of job, zero. Okay. I see the polls. Unataka kumaliza Tonje hapa hata lala.
No, siwezi lala. Mimi ni bado niko awake. Nilikuwa nasema tu ni vile
Tonje, karibu tena.
Nilikuwa na chifu Penat tu namwambia tu sisi tukisema we are ahead of the game hatuchezi. Ndio sahii mnaangalia William last time did this. Sahii ako kwa government anakula mshahara bado ako kwa government. That's why we told you hii tumechora kujera sio sasa. Tajua mjui.
We are waiting for that. We are waiting for that. Tutajua atujui. But from where I sit, I don't see why somebody should support an illegality and then be complaining about another illegality. It doesn't add up. If William Ruto is right to earn without working, then Raila Odinga is better off enjoying government resources because
Bernard, you are just justifying a minute ago that it's okay now, Raila, to use state machinery to campaign because William Ruto last time did it. And then now you
not last
what
time,
are you trying to say?
Even now he's using it. Even now he's using it.
And
They-
Papa
they-
is
they-
doing the
Another
same.
panelist also have a chance
when
to
William
talk.
Ruto was in West Pokot to wherever yesterday, he was there with the police. He was there with the
Let's have
government.
Gerard talk,
We were
please.
just in West Pokot to shut down Lwanyagapuo. Lwanyagapuo no,
Yeah,
thinks
yeah,
he's trying
but
to make
He will
pembe
not
kidogo, but
shut
just
down
to
anybody.
hold him down.
Advise
hey,
William
Bernard.
Ruto, if he wants to be
Hey,
president of this country, he should carry every person along. But if he's
hey,
out to intimidate people, he's going to end up worse than No Thrift Shuttle. No Thrift Shuttle. That is what he will become. His party is going to be worse than ANC.
hey, Bernard.
I'm not a prophet. I'm not the son of a prophet, but I can tell you, I can see where he's headed with all this chest stamping and intimidating of other people. A
Hey,
child who does
Bernard,
not accommodate other
another
children
panelist also
is a
speak.
bad child. Okay,
Who is
Jared,
moderating this? Can we
Jared
speak
coming
also?
to watch him, maneno.
Jared, with Tonje, people, we are not going to talk here. Tonje is always like that.
Okay, so thanks for the, what we need to do if we have to make this, because I know that, I don't know, but I know that everybody sacrificed their time to come here, not to listen to only arguments between one and two people, but to say ideas. And sometimes things might be said which might not line with what you are thinking is. We should learn to be patient so that we give everybody a chance. That's when we can make this so alive, so not just to come and listen to back and forth, you know. So what I've noticed in this
Anyway,
panel,
Jared,
yes,
you have a
yes.
right, but sometimes we break the protocol because these guys are few. Sometimes they are one or two, and when they come here, sometimes we give them time so that they they don't cry so much. So we allow them sometimes.
And imagine we are very resilient. We can handle all those stress with all this openness.
Anyway,
Okay, so,
proceed, Jared.
So what is there is that I thought that I don't know what case I don't know that Bernard was a moderator of this, but I will urge if Wekesa and Bernard you are a moderator, but at least you should let the other people argue it out than shutting down Tonja and Pato, because I understand you might have cleared where your stand is, but for the sake of the show and the panelists, we have to have somebody who will also give a chance to other people rather than shutting out. When it goes back and forth between Bernard or Wekesa, then it seems like the show is only one-sided.
No, interlocution is part of moderation. I don't know what you understand by
No. This guy is very right. You guys mock us a lot.
If you want to bring out issues from someone,
No.
he's trying to complete
This guy is very right. Very right.
Then
You
the
guys,
argument still holds. You can interrogate somebody until you get the information. So it is not like
No. I didn't see interrogation. I didn't see interrogation between Bernard and
let me tell you also.
Tonje.
Let me tell you
Now,
also.
you guys, Wekesa,
yes,
and Jared,
yes,
you are given chance to make your submission. Secondly, I would want to say this: there are things that somebody give as a panelist that are, number one, pure propaganda or pure lies. You let them go, you are facilitating a lie from perpetuating. And I don't think we run this platform to offer somebody an opportunity to transmit his lies to Kenyans. We are here to see to it that whatever information that gets out there is either accurate, and if not, we poke holes into it so that the truth can come out. That is the purpose that we're here.
And
so
I agree with that.
If somebody comes and all he wants is to tell us this and that, and whatever he's saying cannot hold water, we have every right to check it out.
Yeah,
agree
and,
with you.
and,
I
and,
agree
and
with you,
let me
sir.
tell you something, Jared, before even you, Nini.
Why?
We are not just here because we want to talk and talk and talk. Sometimes even me, I can put it on and stay at the backstage. I will not even enter here to talk anything. I just want to follow the discussion. So it doesn't have to be like we are going round. Sometimes if there is an issue to be settled, allow it to be settled. Because there are majority of guys don't come here to talk. They participate, they just follow us. When you look at the thousands of Kenyans who are following are many more than the panelists. So if there is an issue to be exhausted, allow it to be exhausted. We are not just here to go merry-go-round. 2 minutes, next 2 minutes, next 2 minutes. No, let us prosecute points and let them come out clearly. If the guy is lying here, allow the issue to be settled so that we move forward, because we are here to exchange information.
My
Otherwise,
friend, let
it
me.
can be a boring discussion where
Yes.
2 minutes, next 2 minutes, then
No.
another
I
round.
agree. I agree what you're saying,
I have a
Mr.
question with
Wekesa.
Wekesa. Wekesa, I have a question with you.
Let me
Order,
finish. Let
order,
me finish,
please.
Pastor Philip.
Out of order.
Yes. So
Stay in order.
yes.
Let's finish this, then we go to the next thing. Jared, what is the problem?
Yeah, I agree with Wekesa, but what I'm trying not to agree with the lead panelists, all the guys who are leading this, Wekesa and Bernard. We are 10 at a time. I've been on the backstage, so I've or watching when I'm not allowed to come in. It could be beneficial that if somebody is propagating propaganda, then at least get other guys to chime in, not a one-on-one. So by dismissing one-on-one, it takes it to more of just more personal than having the whole panelists. The other people you're saying online watching, they want to see what the other panelists have against whatever something we are talking about. I'm not saying that you don't exhaust the issue, but let other people also chime in rather than going one-on-one with somebody. Having said that, let me go to the point, please, if you allow me. I've seen one of the things I was trying to talk about is the issue of government resources, the so-called government resources these candidates are using. I think we are being so hypocritical from both sides, and we're not being very objective. I'm not, I've seen some government, it's very obvious that there is a government support for Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, but also let us not forget that the Deputy President, William Ruto, is being, anywhere he goes, is going through the support of the government. So when we are questioning, we should also be very honest to ourselves that these guys are using resources, and those resources are not their resources. We are like forgetting that this is somebody's resources, it is our resources as the Wananchi. Instead of questioning, okay, why are they using these resources instead of helping when these resources can be put aside? But we are just cajoled in who we are supporting, and we're forgetting to offer an objective guidance to the public. What is the objective of this show? Is not just to come here, because I've had people talking as if they are the spokespersons of old, I think, is it ODM or ASMIO or UDA? You speak that we are doing this. When we are just watching this, I don't know if we have any spokespersons here who are talking. I'm very sure that some of us might not even get closer to Raila or closer to Ruto. We just been fans of those guys.
So where are you getting that information, Jared? Because as far as we are concerned,
yes,
as far as we are concerned, there are even party representatives here. There are people who are party, and we don't have a problem with that. If you are coming here and you are representing UDA and you are representing Orange, we don't have a problem for you standing with your party. So why are you making assumptions that
the reason I'm making assumption is this: in an international standards, like if you could have, I know that here we don't tease ourselves. Then if you say, I'm giving an example, forgive me, that Pato gives one is a UDA representative, he holds this position, then we know that he's talking on behalf of UDA. If Bernard so and so is an ODM chairman on somewhere, is presenting this, and when he speaks,
Jared, let me just come in here, okay?
Yes, please.
There is an assumption you have made.
Yes.
And that assumption is that we are on this channel as debaters,
yes,
who have been invited on a TV station to debate on an issue.
On an issue.
That is a wrong assumption.
Okay.
This platform here, it's like a marketplace.
Okay.
The only guiding post is that there is one topic we are discussing, but we meet here at the same second. The only person who comes here ahead of another is the host of the meeting.
Okay.
So it's an open conversation. It's an open forum. It's not, let's have 5 people from UDA and 5 people from ODM, then we have come to defend your party. That is not it. So you will give the way you view, the way you see it, somebody will interject, and there is how to interject it. That is, if I'm talking or I'm responding to Pato, and you have something to say, you lift your hand, you will be picked upon to intercept or add to something that I have said. So it's an open forum for conversation. It's not the TV hosted debate like on the bench. Jeff Koinange, this is quite different.
I fully understand that.
And for those structured conversation, we normally have them. If you want a structured conversation, we also normally have them. You can come one-on-one and tell us the topic you want us to discuss, what you are representing. We normally have them, but this one is an open discussion. So if you bring those rules, they don't work because we don't censure people.
Thank you. I think we are.
I'm not putting that rule, and I don't want to take time.
Let us do this. Let's do this. Let's suspend that. Let's make progress. Let's get back to our debate and do the debate. So Jared, I think we have given you enough information. If there is any other thing, let it come up. But if you are still pursuing that line of conversation, we are wasting much time on the same. We don't need it.
Okay. It's unfortunate that you said you don't need it, but I want to leave that.
You found us in the middle of a debate. We cannot digress and begin to pursue another squirrel when we are pursuing this other line of thought. It's not that what you're saying is invalid. I did not say that.
Okay.
If you want rules of the debate, we can do it offline, by the way. If you want us to do rules of the debate, we can do it offline.
No, I give it to you, but I hope that you will be also open on suggestions as we as the panels here.
Yes, let's do it offline, kindly.
Yes.
Jared.
Yes.
Jared, let me tell you one thing. You know, Bernard and Wekesa, those people, the likes of Malala, the senator, these are those drama teachers. They can confuse you. They can pin you down dramatically, literally, all means possible. So don't be stressed out. This is just politics. You have a point. The point you passed, everybody got it. Don't worry about it. That's all.
Thank you, Tonje. Anyway, let's go back to the issue of it.
And your time is up. We are moving to the next person. So make your submission kindly. You don't have a luxury of time to talk all the hours.
I understand, Lucas. So what I was saying is about the topic today is about the meeting in Homa Bay and the meeting in West Pokot, which I was prosecuting the other time, but the network was not very persuasive to me. So as I say, I think both sides of the cans, as we try to prosecute all these things, don't be surprised. There's a reason why we have a 2-horse race. A 2-horse race is because somebody has worked so hard. And I don't want to give a bad news that you can wake up on August 8th and August 9th, I mean, by August 10th, you find that William Ruto is the president of the Republic of Kenya. Things can happen in a very different way because I have engaged some youths who still think that he has a point. Personally, I don't know what is a bottom up because anywhere you go,
point of order, Bernard.
Quiet.
Point of order, Bernard.
What is it?
Captain, you're out of order. No. He has not said anything yet.
No, you are the one out of order. You are the one out of order. Let me ask you, and then Jared will continue. Why is it that when Jared
Captain
is
just
saying
want you to know that he's there. Stop it, Captain.
No, order, please.
Continue, Jared. I think he's just bringing. Bernard is not talking. He's not the one submitting. I thought he's asking Jared question.
Okay, I was just, I want to be very civil. When somebody stops me, I want to hear from that person. So
yeah, but he's diverting. He's asking Bernard, and he's not the one talking. So that's why I stopped him.
Okay, so what I'm saying, as I engage some youths, and we might not agree, but I find that they are very fascinated with this bottom up, with what the politicians, what Ruto is trying to propagate. Remember that once Ruto has said that you take the power first, then you can take care of other things. So they have promised us anything. Politicians promise anything which you want to promise. There's no way, there's no structural way you're going to hold them accountable. I look at it and see why.
February, we can do a virtual if you want.
Why is we fighting that we don't know even what Ruto is thinking? Why is Ruto against small parties? I think Ruto is a very smart politician. What today we don't ask is, with all these members of parliament Jubilee took to parliament, do you know how much money they were getting from the government kitty because of the numbers they took in? That is the gist of the thing. With all that money, they don't care about what you're talking about. The money, what they are fighting is the money they got in Jubilee is not being spread to everybody. Ruto realizing that.
No, let me stop you there, you Kidogo.
Right.
So he is calculating to get money for your own self, being smart, or is he selfish or smart? I don't know.
Yeah, he's smart because even
what
if he doesn't
you're bringing
win,
out is that he's calculating something for himself.
That's what I'm saying. That's being smart. Is that if I don't win, even if I don't win, if I have a good number of members of parliament, I have enough votes, I will still be getting money to UDA. I don't want to divide with anybody because he has seen that money in Jubilee. Remember?
Yeah, and the reason I'm asking you that question,
this guy from Kambani.
The reason I'm asking you that question,
yes,
this is how you began your submission. You say that we are here and we need to censure these politicians and see whether they are being reasonable. And you delved into the argument we had at first, and you said that instead of us looking the pros and cons, we are here propagating this. Now, after that, you have delved into the same trap. And now you are propagating the Ruto thing, and you're telling he's smart because he's planning money for himself.
Okay, what I'm trying to say, I'm not giving any position from anywhere, but I'm trying to say that this might be what is a strategy. So we should be looking beyond this. We should be looking what is Raila planning, what is Ruto planning. And I am saying on this matter that is going around to every place and is dismissing this local, what he calls village party, which we don't have any village party, to be honest. Any party, as I understand the law, if it's registered, it means that it's a national party. But take Ruto out of UDA, and what will you call that party? So every party has its origin. That's my previous people have spoken. What I was saying is that look at Jubilee and ODM. Jubilee had a majority of votes. They getting a massive money from political party fund. They rate this tip guy died crying that they could not give him anything. Not everybody come on the camera to say we have lost on this money. I think that is the gist of the thing, that Ruto, after working so hard to mitigate all those parties and they get a lot of funds, he was kicked out of Jubilee where the money was being shared. But he has learned that lesson. That's why he's very strongly advocating for UDA to come as a single party so that he would have a control on the funds. If he doesn't win, he would have the control. Okay? That's what I'm trying, and those are the things we say so that the panel can react to it. And that's my opinion, my suggestion, that as we are trying to say this, why don't we look at this, that the money, even if he will be not winning, if he gets a good number, he will get money. Do we account that money when he does? Nothing.
Jared, your point is good, only that it paints him as a wrong leader in the first place. Number two is by insisting on that single party is digging his own grave, because where Kenya is headed, you will not be able to push that and succeed. We are not in 2013. We are not in 2017. This is 2022. The dynamics have changed. Jubilee is been inactive because of the Ruto mistakes by bungling the nominations. Nobody is going to buy into that UDA to be bungled in the nomination again. So when we say that UDA is going to end up as North Rift Shuttle, it is not that we are basing it on air or hearsay. It's a matter of how Jubilee handled the nomination in 2017 is going to determine how UDA is going to function. And all the people that were disgruntled in Jubilee in 2017 have been on the ground pointing out all these things. So at the end of the day, in fact, the reason why Ruto doesn't want the smaller parties is because he knows that if there is an alternative, he has no chance. You would not be fighting smaller parties if you are superior. Just like for example, ODM, okay? And then there is a new party that is emerging in the backyard. Who will go and fight the smaller party when you know that at the end of the day, even if there are three parties competing against you, you will still be able to marshal more votes than all of them put together? So Ruto is displaying his weakness by trying to fight smaller things, expecting to be viewed as a great person. Great people take down, bring down great things, not smaller parties. So if he's targeting smaller parties, he's accepting he's a small party and he can be swallowed up by smaller parties if they are left to exist.
I have bad news for you, Bernard. In 2010, Raila Amolo Odinga and other people fought for 2010 constitution. They never lived to see or to implement that.
What do you mean? What do you mean they never lived?
No. Let me finish first. As the political
no. You are saying they never lived to see. What do you mean?
They never won to
Bernard,
implement
I know
it.
what he's trying to say.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to tell you
are made for posterity. They are not made for individuals. I think
but
he's
that's what I'm
trying to
tell you.
insinuate that Raila fought for the 2010 constitution and he never became either the president or the DP. It was not. He was not fighting, and that's where UDA guys get it wrong. That when even they are trying to come up with BBI, they say they want to share the 5 positions. Constitutions are made for posterity. Whether like somebody Haji participated in BBI and he left, he's not there. His soul rests in peace. But the contribution he made is for posterity. So we are not making a constitution for Raila Odinga or Uhuru Kenyatta or Ruto. Whoever, even if we come up with a BBI structure and Ruto becomes the president, we want to be governed by a constitution that serves all Kenyans well. That is where we are struggling as factions. Kindly, let's debunk that.
No, that's what I was going to. I was saying we have today a political parties act, which will move to the Senate maybe next week, and the UDA is against it. Okay, if it goes through, then Azimio movement will be able to get mostly the Mount Kenya small parties to join in so that they can go. Watch out. Ruto might outsmart you guys and get there and it will be the first again to form a coalition of all those small parties again.
It's nothing wrong. We don't want the small parties to die. That is what we are saying. We don't want the small parties to die. We cannot just do it because we are obstructing Ruto to become president. No. If that is what you are thinking, then that's a wrong perception. What we are saying that
I don't understand why at this point in time we should be thinking this way. Laws are not made to stop anybody from making anything. The BBI was to facilitate functionality of the government. It was not meant for Raila Odinga. The Constitution Amendment Law is not meant for Raila Odinga or Azimio. It is wrong interpretation for you to say that, because Azimio will be here, as we may not even have Azimio in 2027. So why should you be narrowing this thing to that level and you want everybody to buy into it? If Ruto wants to take advantage of that, so be it. But the issue here is, how do we have a progressive nation whereby people are not suspicious of one another? Because what I can read from you is suspicion or strife, that we should constantly have a strife between Raila and Ruto. If Ruto makes a move, Raila should make a move. Raila is too senior to compete with Ruto. Ruto has no chance against Raila. Raila has run for president 4 times. Ruto is doing it for the first time. We cannot be comparing these two people as if they are on the same level. This is ridiculous.
I'm resting my case. Bernard, I'm resting my case. But if you
want to compare things, let's compare things that are comparable. Not trying to elevate somebody who is trying kindergarten and you want us to take as if he's a champion league player. He
Yeah,
It's
I'm
not.
resting my case.
William
I'm
Ruto
resting,
is
I'm
trying
resting
for
my
the
case,
first
Bernard.
time. He's an amateur in this
Yeah,
thing.
Bernard.
He cannot lead the way.
Yeah,
He cannot
Bernard.
dictate the way.
Bernard ni kama
Bernard,
haichi Kenya.
I'm resting my
First
case.
Acha nikwambie.
I'm resting my case. Don't just wait fast. I'm resting my case. But I want to tell you this. Today, as we speak, yeah, Ruto is the front runner. We have to accept
He is
that.
not. He
He is
Nothing.
the front runner.
He has
If you
made
can't
it.
accept
Bernard,
that,
acha
I don't know
nikujibu.
then.
Not a front
Says
runner.
who?
The
Says
issue you're
who?
talking about don't even
Bernard,
have voting
It is a
cards.
perceptional front runner.
Wait for August. Those of you who think that Ruto is ahead, I am telling you, Ruto has no chance against Raila Odinga. He cannot even. There is nothing Raila can go to learn from Ruto as far as presidential elections are concerned.
The only information you don't have, Bernard, is
let me do this.
Bernard, wacha nikwambie. The only information Bernard doesn't get na hajaisikia.
If you want to tell me that Raila has not run 4 times,
Bernard,
if you want to tell me it is not a fact that he has run 4 times.
Bernard, don't wait first. I want to say, I think I've been on this channel quite for a while, and one thing I've learned about people, and most UDA guys, they come here because they find the debate seems kumwalemea. They come as if they are very objective, they are not supporting any side. But if you provoke them kidogo tu,
that's not true.
They come out strongly. Now we have already known Jared where he stands, but he came here as a balanced guy. I'm not belonging this side. We have seen so many of you. They come like they are objective, but the issue is they don't have strength to support their side. Meanwhile, just come out.
Kitu moja tu. Unajua Bernard, silisema moja tu alafu nitoke.
Their candidate is running for the first time. He's not different from my Reverend Ruben Kigame, who is running for the first time. They are not different from any other person who is running for the first time. That is where political reality is. Then after we accept that, then
Bernard,
now let's begin to compare. But if you want to compare
comparison started here. I think Bernard, you are very wrong.
And you want to tell me that they are on the same scale.
Bernard, you are very wrong. It was listen, Bernard. I can say just one second. I can cough.
Okay.
Bernard, it was Oburu Odinga, the brother of Raila Odinga, who confirmed to us on KTN. You can go back and check the clips. That the only contestant they are very concerned about is William Ruto. It's not, and they value him not as just William Ruto. They say this guy, we won't take him just simple as that. So who are you, Bernard, to tell us that William Ruto is not a front runner to compete with Raila? It was his brother who confirmed on KTN.
I'll tell you why. Because number one, I'm a political analyst. I have studied the politics of Kenya historically from 92 to date. The voting pattern, I understand.
The methodology of political analyst
is playing. I can predict him like the palm of my hand.
It doesn't work that way.
Chance for William Ruto winning 2022 elections.
But being a political analyst, you just apply methodology.
That's 7 or 2032. As far as 2022 is concerned, go and tell him I have said he can try, but he can't win.
Yo, Bernard, we have not talked about William Ruto winning in 2022. We are talking as we speak now, right now. If you are truly a political analyst, as you say, and you cannot acknowledge that William Samoei Ruto today is the front runner. That's why the whole group,
based on what?
Based on what? That he is a front runner.
Bernard,
he has made you believe he's a front runner. He is not. He is trailing.
Bernard Hall, Jared, let me ask you.
Yes.
You see, there is a difference between being a front runner,
yes,
and running ahead of others. Those are two different things.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that the guy began in fact, there's someone who I like someone, they were the guys who were in a conference and they were asked, why is it that Western Europe is called the first world countries, and then when we come to Africa, we are called the third world countries. Then he also said that, how do you call us the third world countries when we didn't begin the rest together?
Wekesa nikuulize swali.
Ngoja kwanza, you see, when somebody is prosecuting a point and you want to ask a question, which means you are not even listening. So if you are not listening to me, I don't know why you should ask me another question. So the idea is this: just because you have been running from 2017 to 2022 when others were not running, doesn't make you a front runner. When they talk about front runner is when people have begun a race together and one is ahead of others. So when the race is now beginning, already you guys have started crying. And the real players are just they are only assembling the tools. And you're already crying. Then you will, in fact, in most of the analysts, even including the UDA themselves, they say in 2022, this election is Raila to lose. They normally say that. So because they understand Ruto is on an experiment.
Yes. Wekesa, let's do
this.
Let's do this. We are played right into the trap, and we must get out. Let's get back to our debate. Or we end the show.
Yeah, I was about to ask one question. That's why you're running away. Why?
No, it's not running away. You are getting us to discuss UDA things here. As far as I'm concerned, there is political perception.
Why you can't speak about UDA?
The political reality
why you can't speak about UDA?
It's not the topic of today.
2022. So forget about this. Let's make progress. Okay. I think
we forget
let's have Haron submit now.
No, let's have Eric first. Eric was here before.
Eric, then Haron.
Yeah.
So you don't want me, Wekesa, here because I'm from UDA. Aaron just came here.
We don't want you here. I'm just following the order.
We never said we don't want you.
Which order?
What?
Which order?
Captain, give me time to talk.
I came in.
You didn't come
when
before.
I'm at the backstage, I
Captain
can see
Mungwana.
So
Captain
don't bring that drama here. When I'm at the backstage, I can see the order, the way people are arranged. So don't make that drama here.
Okay. Hi, everyone.
Hello, Karibu.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me just talk about a little bit about what Jared have said. Ruto is a front runner, but in making noise. That's what I wanted to say. In making noise, it's a front runner. But in terms of policy, zero. Alafu kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa Tonje. You stop. I think you want to look so petty. And UDA fraternity, you're becoming so petty these days. I don't know why. Why can't you be strong? You have already sensed the defeat. So you need to be you need to organize yourself. About Homa Bay issue, it was awesome. At least I checked on it a little bit, but it was fine. In terms of West Pokot, ni hiyo tu petness ilikuwa huko, and why these guys are running day and night in the market is not to give public time to think about their agenda. That's why today they were in West Pokot, they are going back to Machakos, when again. You understand? Is to make sure you don't have time to do research about them. So they are feeding you the same thing from 2017 to 2022. So that's what they are running for, and that's why even Jared is trying to say They are front runners for confusion. Every time, leo wako Nairobi, kesho wako Machakos, siku ingine wako Nairobi tena, with the same idea. So they are confusing people so that you don't have time to do a research on the ideology. That's why nobody understands about bottom up. Ask them, ask even Tonje, who brought this bottom down? Ask Tonje. Tonje, who brought this bottom down? So I think then they start is again, they start coming and say bottom up again. Oh, so we are giving, let them be given time to rearrange themselves that, and already they have failed terribly. Then just look at, I think I want us to do a little bit of comparison about the Azimio and the UDA. You look the people who are behind Azimio and the people who are behind UDA. One thing William Ruto doesn't want anything to do with coalition because he wants to be getting the political fund. Yeye mwenyewe, yeye ndiye atakuwa anapanga hiyo pesa. Another thing, like if he is fighting so hard, already he knows he can never win the presidency. That he wants to have a lot of members of parliament so that the monthly contribution of 10,000, you will be the one managing that money seated at Sugoi. And if you dare do something nasty, he throws you out with nothing. With nothing. So Ruto is in business. He is not in leadership. His politics is business. The people who will suffer is the people who are behind him. So I think people should understand that very much well. So this guy is a dealer, and people should understand. It's a matter of time. People will start running away. Complaints are already there. In Mount Kenya, we have a lot of complaints. In few months, it will be a Kalenjin party. It won't go far. It will be only in Rift Valley. Just like of Akina Oscar Sudi being a CS. What is that? Yeah. So let's watch on these people very clear. And that's why they're making a lot of noise. They come to in the panel, but they make noise of 50 people. And the same thing they are doing out there, confusion. So
Pokot, tumejenga barabara, tumeunganisha stima, college tumejenga, tumeweka hospitali maneno. Kuna watu ati wanataka kutumia kazi tumefanya ati kutengeneza mnada ya kuuza watu wa West Pokot ati pale Murgujit. Mimi nataka niwaulize, watu wa West Pokot wako kwa mnada? Wako kwa soko? Mimi nawauliza watu wa hapa Sigor, watu wa West Pokot wako kwa mnada? Mnakubali ati watu wa West Pokot waweke kwa soko? Ati wauziwe the highest bidder? Ati mtu yote anatembea hapa anakuja kuweka kwa soko watu wa West Pokot? Mimi nataka niwaambie watu wa West Pokot, mimi nikisimama hapa, mahali tumetoa West Pokot, mahali walikuwa pale pembeni na pale ambapo hawajulikani, mimi siwezi kukubali watu wa West Pokot watolewe kutoka katikati ya Wakenya wengine na kupelekwa kando mahali ambapo hapajulikani. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Mnataka watu wa West Pokot wapelekwe pale pembeni tena kona mahali ambapo hawajulikani? Watu wa West Pokot wataketi katikati ya watu wa Kenya, kwa sababu watu wa West Pokot ni majasiri, na siwezi kukubali. I will not accept that West Pokot be taken back to the periphery where they were despised, where they were called names. West Pokot will sit at the center of the Republic of Kenya with other Kenyans. Tumekubaliana? Tunakubaliana? So wale wanafikiria ya kwamba watatengeneza munada ya kuuza watu wa West Pokot, watajua hawajui. They will know they don't know.
Now,
it's completely opposite of what is
no, listen to the
angemaliza kusema Bernard mtajua hamjui.
Goja.
That is the front runner.
let me listen to that person. The way he's talking, then you tell me is a leader. No, it doesn't qualify.
Eric, have you seen his followers? They say he's a genius.
Oh, genius. There is one guy normally come here called Wycliffe. Wycliffe, I like that guy so much because Wycliffe talks the truth. Not like the guy who was here right now. Wycliffe talks the truth. William Ruto doesn't want someone who is wise. He likes people who are not wise so that he can control them. If William Ruto goes and sleep today,
Kinyua, please. Are you trying to say that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is not smart?
No, just listen to my point first.
No. He worked with for 10 years or so. What are you trying to say?
Jared, just listen to
Jared, you're out of order, number one. Number two, I don't see where Uhuru Kenyatta comes in because it is Uhuru who appointed Ruto as running mate and not vice versa.
No. That's misleading. There was no appointment. That was a corruption coming together.
Jared, you don't seem to know anything so much.
Are appointed.
Jared, I think you seems to you don't know what.
You can't be my running mate by force. I have to choose you or I reject you.
So Jared, let me just prosecute my.
But not appointing. He was not appointed. He chose.
Listen, Captain, please. When you talk, I normally keep quiet. Give me time. I submit. So I'm saying this. DP doesn't. He dislike someone who is wise. Reason anatakanga watu ata control. That's why if right now he goes and say, I want to go for a leave for 1 month, no one in his brigade can campaign for that person. All of them, they will go to sleep because UDA, it's Ruto. Without Ruto, UDA, it will not be there. Look, the likes of Azimio, they are campaigning even without Baba being there. They go places. But Ruto akue hapo, ndio akonfuse watu. Na hii issue ya bottom up, chini juu. He doesn't want to give people time to think. Within a week, amefanya over 50 rallies. Within a week. Na hizo 50 rallies, he doesn't even approach leaders from the grassroots. He goes to Mwananchi because Mwananchi doesn't have time to do a research. And what you want is to get power first. Then from there, mtajipanga. That's the only thing you want. And for us, because already we have that idea as a youth, already we know. You know, I have time to do a research for this guy. So once I do a research, I have people who are behind me and I'm going to educate them. And they know. They get the real deal. So definitely they go off from Ruto. So this guy is a confuser. That's why he doesn't give people time to think. He doesn't want discussion with grassroots people. You normally like meeting them in market. When you are in a market, you are going to buy your vegetables or goat or something else. So your mind is not in politics. That's why he wants to ambush you every time. Why can't he do rallies in a field, in a stadium? And he does the rallies on a weekday when people are working, on a weekday, not even weekend, because he wants to confuse people. And count it on me. Within the end of this month, Ruto will have gone the place zenye zote amekuwa atazizunguka tena, na agenda ni moja tu, hiyo tu moja, bottom up, nothing else. Mnanda sijui wala watu wa vitendawili ni wafanya wakakuwa prime minister, then it's a deputy president. Then someone who said anatumia pesa ya Baba anatumia pesa ya serikali. Let me tell you the truth. Baba hakuna pesa ya serikali anatumia, hawana kitu ya kujustify ati anatumia pesa ya serikali. Ruto is the one who using government money. Anunuangi hata mkate, bajeti yake ni ya serikali. Hata aseme saizi anataka kwenda Mombasa 50 times, hiyo budget ni ya serikali. And that's why this guy hataki kusonga mbali. Ruto angekuwa alisha resign kitambo, anajua angejaribu kuresign tu hivi ameisha. So anataka kutumia chance ya serikali juu it's unlimited kupiga siasa zake, and that's why he is going around every day, everywhere, 10 times, 15 times. Ask yourself, why is Azimio not doing that much? Because Azimio, it's an independent, it's not in the government. Wanatumia budget ya pesa yao, si ya serikali. So they must be very careful on their rallies. Lazima zikuwe accountable. Ya Ruto si accountable because yeye anapata kila kitu, iko fueled gari, allowances zote ziko. So these guys are ghost worker for 5 years. Alitoka ofisi yake ya Kanyangangi, job siasa siasa siasa, na kusema tumefanya, tumewawekea. What is that? Na afanyangi kazi, anajua zinawekangwa saa ngapi. Very soon the president will tell people what meant him to go separate with Ruto. We will go to know that, and we are going to know very, very soon. And I'm telling people who are in UDA, sijui kama mtavumilia tear gas. Already sisi tulikuwa tushazoea. Please prepare yourself for tear gas. Ile tear gas iko store. You know, since handshake tear gas iliwekwa. So from August 9th ikipita, hiyo tear gas unajua it's like a whiskey or a wine. The more it stays, the more it gets hot.
The
So
stronger
please,
it becomes.
the stronger it becomes. So watu wa UDA mjipange. And
they will not attempt to go to the street. I know
take
them.
that
They don't
to
have
the
the guts.
nearest bank. Take that to the nearest bank. Na uangalia kitu moja. Have you seen these days? One thing, let me just give me like a minute. Aisha Jumwa siku hizi hapatikani kwa hizo mikutano. Do you know why? In Kilifi, Aisha Jumwa hatapata hiyo kiti. The moment alifanya madharau na ODM na Kilifi anafanya vituko, hiyo kiti yake imeenda. So Aisha Jumwa atakuwa hayuko mahali popote. Ndio maana ametoroka aende nyumbani kujaribu kuongea na I know Kilifi very well. So Aisha Jumwa huko hakuna kitu anaweza fanya. That's why ameepa. Ngoja uone mtu mwingine, wataanda tu akitoroka tu kidogo kidogo. I think amebaki na Gachagua na Kimani Ichung'wah. Those are the likes wenye amebaki nao. Watatoroka wote warudi Mount Kenya. Juu Mount Kenya ni moto saa hii. Ni kumoto. So wajipange. Tear gas iko ready. Iko very, very ready. And I'm sure I'm going to open I'll be a hawker by that time to sell water for them. By that time in town, I'll make sure I have that business because they will cry. So that's my contribution for now.
Kinywa, umesema
Thank you, Ken. Hold on. Just before somebody else comes in, a reminder: the voting is still on the YouTube channel. Please, let's go there. Those who have not voted, are you voting for Raila Odinga, Ruto, Mudavadi, or Kalonzo? The people who have voted so far are 357, and the results are still stuck at Raila 83%, William Ruto at 15%. The rest are sharing 1%. So
can you do another poll on the people who watch this show based on who they like, because that would also show us what they are voting on.
The poll is who will you vote for as your next president come August, and it was started how many hours ago. It has run now for 3 hours. We wanted it to be finished by the time we are closing the show, but we may leave it on until tomorrow. but I'm interested in the percentage.
Who is that? Who is that who wants that pool to be manipulated?
Won by occupying space. So
yeah, 8% represent 8 people here supporting
we are at
Raila and Moro Odinga.
83%. Jared, relax. Pressure haitabadilisha hizi figures. Na si mimi nimeweka hizo figures. I didn't even set the poll.
Ana complain hajavote, aenda vote kindly.
Enda uvote kwanza, enda uvote ubadilishe 15% kama unaweza. So let the vote come out. But what I'm saying is that is a measuring of the space. In the space we are in right now, Raila is at 83%, followed at a distance, a longer distance, a far distance by William Ruto at 15%. And the rest who are following William Ruto are at 1% each.
Jared.
All I can say is to my UDA guys here,
Jared.
It's okay because it's representing that you are reaching a certain percentage. Just think about it. 90% of these people are Azimio and Raila. So if 10%, you are affecting something. So that's okay. We understand how this goes.
Nataka kusema shosho yangu amepigia Raila, shosho yangu mimi mwenye analala sasa nyumbani. Atapigia Raila. Never.
Yeah?
Hajavote bado. Shosho hajavote.
Jared.
Yeah.
Captain.
Saizi.
Yes, go ahead.
Saizi shosho amelala yangu.
Sikilizeni tafadhali. Naomba nieleze na nitawachia space.
Captain
anaeleza. Mimi sijaelewa ni nini kinaendelea katika nyumba ya UDA. Okay? Kwa sababu jambo liko wazi kabisa. Paul tumeweka tukianza hii show. Okay? Tukasema tuna vote, tutapeana outcome after the show is over. Your grandma has not been on this show. She will not be on this show. So we can't expect her to vote. I don't see where she comes into the discussion.
The thing I'm saying is,
Bernard,
listen. The thing I'm saying is this. The thing I'm saying is this, Bernard. We have voted. Those people who have voted, they have phones, they have laptops and whatever. My shosho is serving Katululu.
Leave alone that.
But is a
Listen, Captain.
No.
Do you know how many people follow Mtembei channel? If you are telling us all of them are support Raila, and then we are very happy. Because if you go and check how many people follow this channel. If you are suggesting that all of them are for ODM or for Raila, then we are very happy people. So you guys have been telling us
I have not suggested so.
Listen, you guys have been telling us you have numbers. When we go to parliament, you don't have. When we go to every voting that is happening, the only voting you believe you have numbers is ile and August you think you have numbers, but zile zote tumefanya amjaonyesha numbers. Sijui ni nini na wadanganya ati August mtakuwa na numbers. Mkienda parliament hakuna, mkienda senate hakuna numbers. Mkienda even on social media where you have so many bloggers, when we come up with polls, hamuna numbers. So you are waiting for 9 to have magical numbers from where? This is a random poll.
No,
if you are majority, if you are front runner, and then I expect kwa hii channel nyinyi ndio mna lead. If you are a front runners.
Can I answer you?
The difference between the two. Let me finish first. The difference between the two is that the Raila mania believes that Ruto does not weigh close to Raila. But in UDA,
Jared, kwanza vaa t-shirt ya yellow, toa ya blue ya Azimio. First of all,
thank you.
Hold on. Ruto has acknowledged that his competitor is Raila Moro Odinga. I don't know why you guys are not just want to agree that, hey, we are trying to catch up with Ruto. He has taken some steps ahead of us. If you keep going under the...
Which steps? To where?
He's been campaigning since
He's standing alone
2000.
like
The
a
only
madman.
steps that Ruto ako mbele yetu ni kutuita madoadoa. That's the only step ako mbele, nothing else.
No, don't bring that.
Alex, kuna mahali Ruto alisema madoadoa? Alex.
No, don't bring that. Don't bring that.
Alex, kuna
Kwanza,
mahali
now
Ruto
we are
alisema
going below.
madoadoa?
No, don't bring that.
Wakikale Sangere
Wakati alienda Eldoret
guys.
kutuambia vile ata campaign, akapewa kofia, akaita watu wengine madoadoa.
When was that? When was that?
Knows that
When was
Ruto
that?
is ahead of everybody.
That was his meeting. That was his meeting. Yeye ndiye alikuwa anachagua watu wanaongea. That was his meeting.
Okay, let's
Nothing
come
like
back
that,
to the
my friend.
meeting. Okay,
Alex,
hold on.
I've known you to be a good person who is speaking the truth always.
Bernard,
But this one, you are making this forum to be a marketplace. I'll not allow you, Alex, to be destroyed by Azimio to talk like that.
So,
No.
What is the problem?
Captain umesema, no, wait, Wekesa Bernard, wait, niongee na Captain. Captain, umesema
Wait first. Let's
Give
have
Princess
Aaron,
time,
kindly.
please.
Let's
One
have
at a
Aaron.
time.
Let's have Aaron. Aaron amekaa sana hapa hajaongea. Acha ongee kidogo kwanza. That's a commercial break. Tutarudia hizo maneno mnaongea, but let's change fast.
Yeah, by the way, ningependa kumshukuru brother Jared kwa sababu hata kama mawimbi imechacha, the way umetulia ni mzuri sana. Unajua kama ni wengine wangekuwa wameongea mbaya na wametoroka. It is very good at least. So ukiendelea kukaa hapo nitakuweka kwa area ya Mr. Buzz, Mr. Wycliffe, whereby in fact wanga mawimbi yakiwa mazito wanakaa na sisi hapa kwa hapa. That is hiyo ni jambo mzuri sana. I thank you so much. So ningependa kusema namna hii. Sometimes in fact I wonder when I see topic ya leo imekuja tu vizuri. Raila akiwa Homa Bay, Ndhiwa, Ruto akiwa West Pokot. So clip ya Ruto, I hope watu wa UDA sasa hivi mungekuwa mnatuambia kuwa wakati Ruto amekuwa akienda kuangalia projects pale Kosi campaign. Unajua hata ninashangaa sana wakati Mr. Jared unasema kuwa Ruto is a front runner na already campaign hazijaanza. Hata Raila siwezi nikakwambia kuwa is a front runner cause campaign hazijaanza. Tuko bado mambo ya kunongonezana pale kwa mitaa. Campaign zikianza then kutoka hapo ndio tutajua mbivu na mbichi. So hapa inastahili wakati mmekuja mtuambie kuwa leo wakati Ruto alienda kuangalia projects pale West Pokot, ni barabara ngapi ameenda akapata maybe zina pothole inastahili aziunde na kitu kama hiyo. Nami sasa kama baba, mimi ningependa tu kuzungumza jambo moja ambalo hajawahi kuliguzia na leo niliona akiwa ameliguzia kuhusu the public debt, ile deni yenye tuko nayo. So ile deni tuko nayo ambayo baba atapata inherit from Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and William Samoei Ruto ni kubwa sana. Inaelekea right now maybe 9 trillion. Sasa maoni yangu iko namna gani? In order for us tuendelee kusonga mbele, baba has to ensure that in fact reforms in terms of taxes zimewekwa in such a way that multinational institutions which actually avoid paying taxes zimekuwa compelled to pay taxes. Hiyo, that is my opinion ama my proposal to baba wakati atakuwa amechukua uongozi come August 9. Alafu jambo lingine, baba ajaribu kutackle mambo ya corruption so that when Wanjiku and Olo and Jared wanapo taxes zinapokuwa remitted from their incomes, services in fact wanaifeel. Unajua wakati services zinakuwa failed na common mwananchi, hata it will reach a time when common mwananchi anasema kuwa I say kuna kakipana nimefungua hapa hivi na gava haijafanya nini, haijaona ako kakipanda, so na naona kana generate tax mzuri, naomba mkuje mfanye tathmini mniambie nitakuwa na peana do ngapi kama tax. Hapo ni wakati unaona hakika taxes zako zinafanya kazi. Alafu jambo lingine, baba should ensure that establishment of ocean industries like now kuhusu mambo ya blue economy. In fact hatujaitap. Kuna zile samaki zenye baba uwanga anasema kuwa the tuna, hizi tuna fish. In fact baba wakati atakapo ingia uongozini, then kutoka hapo awe ananim fishermen wanunuliwe boats, wawe wanaenda wanachukua hizo tuna fish wanazileta kwa industries, akina mama wale wenye wanakaa karibu na oceans, be it in Lake Victoria, but tuna is specifically in Indian Ocean, so that in fact hizo samaki zinakuja zinatolewa vitu za ndani, zinatolewa kama ni scales, alafu hizo nyama zinakuwa canned, then zinakuwa packaged, zinatumwa ng'ambo. Watu wetu watapata pesa kutoka hapo na ajira itafanya nini? Itapatikana. Alafu jambo lingine, we can't be talking of employment when we don't have industrialization. E.g. kwa ile 10-point agenda number 9, baba anasema kuwa one county one product. Hiyo inamaanisha kuhusu industrialization. So in this ninaomba baba kuwa in fact hiyo ni move mzuri sana na itapeana kazi kwa watu wetu. Wakati mwingine nikirudi nitazungumzia kuhusu marine tourism, ni check out, alafu niache wengine waingie. Back to you Mr. Panel.
Aaron, I think you mentioned my name, so I might have a reply to that.
Yeah, but you ask permission from the chair. You don't just start.
Okay, that's why I'm asking that I was mentioned. Can I have a right of reply, please?
Okay, proceed in 1 minute.
Okay. Alan, you have said a very good point of what Baba is trying to do. In my recollection, in the ANSEC and what some have called ANSEC government, what is stopping him from doing all those things? Just asking his brother Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, hey, can we do this? Can we do all those things so that they can be going? So we don't have to wait until August 9th or 10th to get those things they are promising, okay? And also, you touched about the checking on development by the deputy president. Today, sometimes I look at these things, I say, today I heard that Raila commissioned a project in, was it in Homa Bay for 1.2 billion or something. And that one is very much okay. I don't know if he is commissioning as who in the government. And when Dr. William Samoei Ruto goes to West Pokot and says, we have done this and this, then people are disputing it. Yeah? The truth of the matter that the government we have today is a Jubilee government, which is for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and Deputy President Ruto. So
are you asking
right
a
saying,
question or submitting?
Yeah?
Are you asking a question or submitting?
Exactly.
I'm submitting to the Alon, trying to tell him that Oro is saying that Raila is going to do today. He has an avenue where he can do that today. He doesn't have to wait until 8 months down the line.
Can I respond to you?
Jared, you're not being. Sorry, Jared, you're not being honest. Okay, you're not being honest. You have just said with the same breath that this government is for Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. And for your information, it is Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto that chair the cabinet, where formulations and proposals for government are done. Raila Odinga is not in that cabinet. He doesn't chair any of that. So how do you want him to be making the suggestion of this policy from? On the roadside or on the phone call?
Please help me. He commissioned a project in where he was today as who?
What? As an elder.
Let me tell you. As you saw, the stone was there.
Is there anywhere in the country that says an elder should commission project?
It is not commissioning a project. He went to open an already finished project.
Okay, Bernard, what I'm trying to say
to him.
Jared, wait first. You'll be answered before you ask another question.
Okay,
you have asked a question as who? And do you remember Raila has been telling you, and he keeps telling you, don't call me a former prime minister when there is no any other prime minister.
So it's a prime minister.
So even when you check on that project, it was written what? You hold the last title you had. And that's why he's always referred to as, even Kalonzo is referred as former vice president because there is another deputy president.
Yeah.
So once you hold that title, you remain a senior citizen that can still hold that honor without being questioned. So you remember the minister is the one who went and launched that project. The name was above. The name of Cecilia Kariuki.
Yes.
And then in the presence now, the former was given that accord because he's a senior citizen. And that's why even when Ruto will retire, don't look at it from Raila's point of view. Ruto is going to retire on August, but he will still be called in Sukhoi to launch a few cattle dips there. And we will still honor him as he was a senior citizen of this country. The DP title, maybe it will not go away.
No, Mr.
So
Wakasa.
You are out of order, my friend. You are out of order. For sure, you are out of order.
I agree with what you are saying. Or what I'm saying is, why are you not able to recognize when Ruto goes somewhere and is narrating?
The answer is simple. The answer is simple. Wait.
What they have done as a government.
The answer is simple. Uhuru answered him. He asked, unaenda unasema Jubilee itafanya hii, na unaenda huku unasema Jubilee imefanya hii. Kwani kuna serikali ngapi? So he was only taking credit of the good things and the bad things assigning to Uhuru. And that's where the problem was. Nobody had chased Ruto from Jubilee, even on the achievements. He himself decided to choose where the bread is buttered.
Okay,
akiona stima imewekwa anasema si tumeweka stima. Akiona shida iko anasema si huu mtu alikuja huu mtu ya kitendawili akaharibu kazi. So that is where the problem is.
But today in West Pokot, it was highlighting what the government of Jubilee, which is is a deputy president, which
we don't have
they
a
have
problem
done.
with that. We only have a problem when he doesn't take responsibility of the failures of Jubilee government. We only have a problem with that. And Raila has never taken credit of what Jubilee has done. He normally said, I only give advice to my brother Uhuru Kenyatta. So if there's, but most of the successes Raila mentioned are those he did with Kibaki. For this one, he only says, I am not in government, but I advise. When they consult me, he has never said that I am the one who has helped Uhuru to do this. He has never said that.
So I was actually talking to my friend Alan to tell him that, hey, give credit where the credit is due. If the government has done something good, that government belongs to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and Deputy President William Ruto.
Thank you. And you
Okay?
guys are the ones who have done an apaudan. You
God is great.
started bringing down Jubilee and said he's dead, but you have realized you cannot sell your agenda without Jubilee. Now you have come back, you have started embracing Jubilee, you have started embracing even the big four. So it's okay. The problem is your messaging. You are self-indicting.
Okay, sir, that is UDA for you. That's UDA for you. And we will learn to live alongside each other. But I don't think for a very long time. Because dishonesty is not a proper policy. If we want to be part of the solution of the problems of this country, we must accept responsibility, especially in pointing out on what is wrong and what is right. The issue of who opens which project where should not even arise, should not be an issue. This is the same thing they are crying about. Kazi yangu ilichukuliwa ikapewa Matiang'i, sasa mimi sina kazi, lakini bado unaendelea kuchukua mshahara. So what does that make of you? We should just, allow nature to have its course, but to see, let's not spend more time on trivialities. Captain, what is it? I see you are.
Yeah, Aaron, if you are done, we are going to Captain. So, watch Aaron Yamaliza, and then we go to Aaron, you had
nishamaliza, nimepakisha point moja, nitakuja baadaye.
Oh, sawa, thank you. Let's have Captain ndiye asione kama Captain, welcome.
Okay. Habari zenu anyway, all of you guys.
Fiti, sema.
Poa, my brother.
Okay, guys, let me tell you one thing. You will learn to accept all of us in this forum. And you will learn to listen to a panelist when he's talking until he finishes, like the way Temba and Bernard are doing, always. Don't come in when a panelist is speaking and cut short.
Apana, my style is different. Don't make me
now.
Don't make me the Demba. I cannot.
You see now, you are cutting me.
Yes, okay. Because you have just attacked
order for both of you. At least you would have waited to get that advice. You know.
At least let there be a point before we can refute or not.
Yes.
Until a statement is a point, let's not get in.
Yeah. Please let Captain finish.
But you don't begin a discussion by attacking someone. I don't think.
Ngoja wekesa tafadhali, utajitetea usijali. Utakuwa na muda wako kujitetea. Naomba tu Captain na wewe enda kwa point mara moja. Unajua muda unaenda.
Okay, ama wacha nisimpatie advice. Hata Biblia inasemanga vizuri sana. Whoever is listening, ndiye ataishi kwa muda. Wacha tuache hiyo. But hata somebody alimwambia hapa, you pin people down, na si kusikia akirepute, which means he accept that he's pinning people down. Okay, let me say this. William Ruto today was in West Pokot, and Raila was in Homabay-Ndhiwa. I didn't manage to see what the video of Raila, but I've seen what you are posting, what you are showing us about William Ruto when he was in West Pokot. I think I can say that last week there was a problem in West Pokot about the installation of a wheelbarrow somewhere in I think in a trading center or whatever. Nasikia Lonanga Poor, the funny governor alitoa wheelbarrow ikachomwa hapo hivyo. So sikuelewa alikuwa anaenda kutuliza hali, which I know it is like that. And then hata hiyo video ulitutoa ukisikia akiambia wale munapelekwa kwa soko pale Murugujit kuuziwa KANU. Hiyo ni kuuziwa KANU, sio ati ni chama ingine. And then KANU will have to join with Azimio to take people from West Pokot to Azimio. That is it. That is what he was trying to tell them. Bernard, you played that one. I don't know. I think you are the one who played, but you did not play anything about what was happening in Homa Bay. For me, always, you know me, I like comparing things. So I'll not talk much about what happened in that rally in Pokot, because I don't have anything about what happened in Homa Bay. If both of them were there, I could have compared and give something else, maybe a different view. Again, telling us that William Ruto is not a front runner, and yet we have not started campaigns. And yet you people, you are telling us Ruto started campaigns long before. 5 years ago, he's been campaigning. I think you are confusing us now. We don't understand where we are. Because for sure, Ruto has been checking the projects of the government always, but he has not started campaigns. Even what was happening today in Pokot is not a campaign thing. Campaigns will be announced by IBC anytime soon. I don't know if I'm not wrong. Yeah. You are pinning down. What was the name of this guy? Pato. About UDA being a national party. If not, even Bernard, the other day, I think you are the one giving us. You are reading us about the Political Parties Act on registering it. UDA will have not managed to be going around right now selling itself as a national party if it is not registered under the National Parties Act. So that is the answer. UDA ni national party na iko registered as a national party kulingana na sheria zile ziliwekwa. Hiyo story ina rest hapo, hatutarudia hiyo ya Pato. Neno ingine, tear gas. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Kinywa ametuambia tukue tayari tukunywe tear gas kwa sababu tear gas kwanza imekaa kwa muda sana kama haijatumika. Let me tell you Kinywa that this country we need peace like yesterday. Not tomorrow, like yesterday. Hatutaki maneno mingi. Ruto akishindwa jamaa kuja nyumbani tuuse mayai. Mambo ya kutuletea kesi barabara nini kukaa kwa lami huko. Mara sijui IBC must go, nane must go. We don't want that. We will frame Ruto and panel pit him to be a gentleman enough to accept the results. Some of us, we are the people whom we've tumeumwa na nyoka mara kadhaa. We've been bitten by the snake like many times. So when we see a kamba hapo, tunakimbia sana. Are you seeing? So don't think that you say also again about Kalenjins, UDA belonging to Kalenjins. I can tell you Kalenjins are gentle people enough to accept the results. We will not come to Urupak to disturb the businesses of the people in Nairobi, or we go to Eldoret to cause mayhem and chaos in some people's business. We are not of that kind. We are past those things. We will not allow that. When you see them sometimes in Eldoret doing such nonsense, we will not allow them. We will tell them to go home. Waende wachunge ng'ombe huko nyumbani. Ujinga hiyo hatutaki. Mwenye amechukua tukubaliane na yeye na inatosheka hivyo. Kama ni William Ruto, yule mumeambiwa ni front runner, atachukua. Na hata mpaka saa hii nashindwa bado kuna mtu anafikiria William Ruto hawezi kuwa president. Mtu kama Wekesa unakuambia Wekesa kuja pole my friend. Omba kiti moto. Tutakupatia kitu kutoka hapo. Waacha kukimbisa maneno hivi. Na wacha kucheka Temba, hata wewe unaweza pata kasofa set hapo. Ukalia hapo ile haina kuumiza pande ile nyingine. Naona? So tukuje polepole. Tukuje polepole. Hii serikali ni yetu sisi zote. Princess, you will get time to rebate. To rebut, yeah? What was the other thing? The government resources are being used by all these guys. Let me say it so. William Ruto anatumia viti ya serikali. Raila anatumia viti ya serikali. Only the wananchi to look for a way to prosecute these things for their own taxes to be used in a very proper way. The other day saw a governor, no, not a governor, a speaker of a county government launching to be an MP. Na akona gari ya county government iko na plate ya green. And then you tell us that William Ruto is using government resources. Oh, nani. All these people wanatumia, all of them. Only way that we have to see what we doing. Like my learned friend Orengo and the others can advise us. Wakati tuko kwa ile group yetu ya maloya, so tutaongelea hiyo, alafu tuangalie vile fix the nation hapo. You have to fix those things. Otherwise, I don't see any other thing. Coast worker from Wekesa, William Ruto is not a coast worker. He is somebody recognized by the government of Kenya through the constitution. He was elected by Uhuru Kenyatta to be his running mate, not appointed. Appointment comes whereby a president has been elected and he will appoint the people he wants. But when you are going there at a ballot, that ballot paper ilikuwa na jina ya Uhuru Kenyatta na picha yake, William Ruto jina yake hapo katikati. Weka tick kama unampigia kura. Baba the same thing. Picha ya baba, jina yake, jina ya Kalonzo Musyoka. Weka tick kama unapigia baba ama vice versa. So appointment of William Ruto to be the deputy president is not, you cannot tell us that. Those people were elected together as one. And otherwise, if you tell us you are impeaching William Ruto,
excuse Jared, we don't need kids on the panel. Excuse Jared. Jared, we don't need kids on the panel. Please, Jared, remove kids from the panel.
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you. The information is passed. Let not be too much. Captain.
Okay. Yes. So guys, I think pin down. I'm done. I don't think I have a lot of things to say. I've been away for long. I've been on here for long.
I have to respond.
I didn't advise you, in fact. I didn't finish.
Yeah,
if you want to respond, let me finish advising you.
Captain.
Let me finish advising you. If possible, let me finish advising you. Then you come in now. Because I didn't finish.
Just talk. You can't advise me. You are not worthy. So just talk.
If I'm not worthy, then I have finished my submission, and I don't think I need any other things.
You people are getting irritated for nothing. It's been 5 hours.
Okay, sawa. So
we still have got 3 hours to go.
The definition of a ghost worker. A ghost worker is someone who is on a company's payroll but does not do any work, actual work in some cases. So it doesn't.
But William Ruto
his name was on the ballot paper or whatever. Those are drama.
Now,
do you want to tell me that the name was not there?
Captain. My referring to Deputy President as Uhuru Kenyatta's appointee is based on before the elections, not after the elections. Because for me to work with you, I am the one to be the president, you are my running mate, I have a right to accept you or reject you.
But before that appointment, Bernard, I think they sat somewhere and agreed on 1 or 2, 3 things. It's not just something that like the other, like the previous government.
I'm running for president. Captain will be my running mate. Okay, so if I don't want, an example, for just I'll give you an example from across in Tanzania. Suluhu was giving us how she ended up being running mate to Magufuli. He said she was not anticipating, she didn't know it, but when they went for the CCM caucus, Kina Kikwete were in the chambers, and then it is Magufuli who says he wants to work with this lady, having demonstrated her prowess in leadership during the constitution reform. She was chairing the constitutional reform committee for their parliament. So Magufuli preferred her, and now Kina Kikwete proposed her, and that's how she became running mate. So if Magufuli did not want a female running mate, or Suluhu specifically to be her running mate, there was no way she could be a running mate. That's the same thing I'm saying.
Okay.
Kabla tuende kwa ballot na tuweke majina, lazima mimi nikubali kwamba utakuwa running mate wangu. Hapo ndio appointment inafanyika, sio kama nimekuwa rais.
Thank you.
So,
can we have,
where my point is,
can we have PK present now? We are done with the captain.
Can I answer Bernard?
Go. Oh,
no.
Okay.
Can I answer Bernard?
No. Can we have PK present?
Ngoja kwanza Wekesa, slow down. There is Patriot, there is who else? There is another person here called Semo Jin. Is it? Semo Jin. These ones have not said anything.
You are right, Bernard. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
So we could have them first before PK makes his...
I thought PK,
Yeah,
I think
let
PK
me speak first.
nilipata kama shaongea. So, thank you. I thought hajaongea.
I'll be brief.
And the dark, wale watu mko nyuma ya curtain mtoke tafadhali. The nini is dark. The screen is too dark. Seymour, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I will summarize the two campaigns in this manner, using this phrase. You can use old tricks to trick new dogs. I believe you are conversant with that. That is what Raila is using old tricks to trick the new dogs. Ruto realized that in this election, he could not mobilize using tribal arithmetics because of the Kikuyu Kalenjin question. Across the country, there's a narrative that it has been a ping-pong game between Kikuyus and Kalenjin. So he's been trying to do away with that so that nobody questions. That's why he's come up with the hustler narrative, dynasty versus hustlers, bottom up. It's a way of not for the citizens not to try to question on that line. But it's something that will come up when, because he has to choose a running mate from Mount Kenya. And once he does that, that narrative will surface. The other thing, the reason why I see Raila winning is children will always vote with their parents. And the previous elections have demonstrated that. If you look at the 92 election, 97 election, 207, 2013, and 2017, children will always vote with their parents. So the last dagger into Ruto's quest for the top seat will be Uhuru Kenyatta. And Uhuru Kenyatta has demonstrated clearly that he's not going to support him. And is adamant to do so. His body language and any kind of language that he's using, if you are a literature guy, you can clearly see that there must have been something that this guy had done to him that he finds it difficult to put it out in the public maybe because of the kind of political following that he has. This hustler bottom narrative will flop at room temperature at pressure. It's just a matter of time. And it will be better for the UDA guys to realize that they are hanging on us. The slot had been slit long time ago. It's just a matter of time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So we can now have Patriot. Are you there?
Kama yuko waja tuchukue sign up kwanza. Zaina pia huko ama huko?
Mimi nilishazungumza, patia Fred Kasudi.
Okay. Na huyu jamaa anaitwa nani huyu? Jin ndiye amezungumza saa hizi?
Yeah.
Oh, so let's have Fred.
Oh yes, niko hapa. Shikamoni wakubwa zangu, lakini mjambo.
Karibu, hatujambo.
Mko poa?
Mko wazima ama mko buheri wa afya? Lakini nimeona Princess ako buheri wa afya, ako pale, ako gangari. Nashukuru sana. Nimeona Bernard leo amejikakamua, ameamua kufunga show leo. Hongera kaka. Kongole, manake mwanamke ndio upewa hongera, mwanaume upewa kongole.
Sasa hivi vile umefika, mimi nimeenda. Asante sana.
Wekesa kagangu, basi pia waja nikupe kongole, manake umekuwa mkakamafu, umestahimili mawimbi ya kina Pato, ya kina nani. Nimekuwa tu nikisikiliza, nikifuatilia vile mishale inavyofurumishwa pale. Asante sana kwa ukakamavu wenu, nawashukuru sana. Alafu pia waja niseme tu jambo, kuna mtu mmoja ambaye amenifurahisha tu, mbali na Amilo Keza. Yeye ndiye amenifurahisha tu kwa hiyo siara ya baba kule Ndhiwa kule kwake kule. Of course, yes, I have to greet everyone. Sitakuwa nanyi bwana. Huyu mwenye anasema lazima as usual I greet everyone. So lazima tu niamkwe kila mtu. Basi hiyo ndio nature ya Mluya. Lazima nitume salamu bwana. Kwani mbona kwani ni makosa? Bernard, ni ambia huyu mtu bwana, kwani ni makosa kutuma salamu?
Huyo ni kizito. Relax.
He is complimenting you. He's not even accusing you. He's complimenting you that you make it lively. You greet everybody.
Anasema kuna wimbo ya tingiti.
Acha niongee tu alafu nimalize.
Hiyo wimbo ya tingiti uzime kwanza.
Sijui kama ni kama amekuwa agitated when I was just saying hi to my beloved brothers and my dear princess. So kitu ambacho kimenifurahisha sana leo hii, mtu ambaye amenifurahisha sana kwa hizo mikutano mbili zilizokuwa zinaendelea,
Fred.
Ni Amilo Keza.
Fred.
Amilo Keza.
Fred.
alipeana ujumbe mzuri sana na ukanifurahisha, na kama hujaona basi umeweza kutafuta na ukasikize vile alivyoongea. Alafu mtu mwingine ambaye amekuwa behind the camera mwenye hamjasikia mambo yake ni mtu anaitwa Governor Lik Nanjui. Governor Lik Nanjui ameongea mambo mazuri sana. Sorry?
Fred, unaitwa na Wekesa Fred.
What it will do?
Yes, sir.
Utaleta unajuanga kitu ya music rights. Kindly toa. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you can proceed. Ni song tu nisema utoe, sio wewe nyamazi. You are on mute, Fred. Fred, you are on mute. What has happened?
He has a problem with the network, I think.
Yeah, unajua hizo music siko na copyright, so inaletanga, you cannot just play on a station without italeta issues. So let's have Patriot, are you around?
Yeah, I am around, Kesa.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning to you, sir.
Yes, huku kwetu Kambati tunasema naam kanesa.
Is that French or Portuguese?
That is Kalonzo nice.
That's interesting.
Bado we are recovering. Tuliambia sisi kina Kalonzo hatuna nywele na nimeshika kwa kichwa nikaona hata mimi sina nywele. Watu wa baba.
But whoever was talking about that does not have hair himself. The last time I checked, he didn't have. So unless he does, I don't know. But that was a monkey salvo. I don't think that was the right quarter to come from. So am I contributing, or you just asked it to know whether I'm there? I don't know. We seem to be talking about something else.
Chance yako nilikuita haukuitika nikapatia mwingine, so you are already, your chance is due, so contribute.
Yeah, you're right. I could not be able to do the contribution because I realized I must have slept, and again I didn't know that I'll be on air because apparently where I am, there's somebody calling me this time. This is interesting. So can I just prepare myself? I speak next after somebody, if you don't mind, Professor.
Okay. Okay, sort yourself out first.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay. PK.
Thank you, Ekesa. And again, once again, good morning, the entire panelist. Let me say, it's been interesting since the last time I contributed. I'm happy to have done it a little bit earlier when we had very, very sober team, our panelists, before we got in the other guys that came to derail the debate. I think it's true. I keep on hearing it's their nature when their boss goofs, they get empty, and they are getting empty each and every day. I would want to begin by saying that UDA, I think, is one of the bottom of the ladder street comedies, you know, unscripted comedies. Unachukua watu kwa street and then they just go there doing comedies based on, you know, kind of a lack of ideas. Why I'm calling them street and rock bottom comedians is when you hear comments such like ati Flani has been following so and then nywele ilikwisha, and when you look at, you try to contextualize why that kind of comment is coming from, you just, and from such a person of that level, you tend to see how empty UDA campaign is. Indeed, I was talking to someone who is in Eldoret. He's been there for the last 15 years. He's a businessman. And he says people are now wondering if they hear UDA rally is coming. Because before, the expectation would be tunaenda kuchukua pesa or tutapewa pesa mapema so that we go to the rally. And then at the rally, we'll be singing, and then we will listen to some other people from wanawaita wageni. But now they are saying they have gone round listening to all the wagenis, the Ichungwas and the rest. So sooner than later, they don't know what will be motivating them to go for UDA rallies. That is a very sad comment from somebody who initially, of course, was excited about UDA, like what I had on the platform today. So anybody reasonable, and I'm saying this without fear of contradiction, anybody in the right mind, somebody reasonable, somebody who really knows what it is to look for in a political leader or in a leader, would not attend a UDA rally. Neither would they even open their radios or TV to listen to William Ruto giving his campaign speeches. There's nothing exciting anymore. In fact, his utterances are just irritating, if not annoying. They are utterances that you would not associate with somebody of higher caliber, higher standing, higher learning. Those kind of comments. Even a street boy, even a villager, the lowest guy, I'm not demeaning anybody. Somebody from a standard 4 dropout would not make such comments. I mean, they're just out of space. I'm looking now at the rally in West Pokot. When you start saying that watu wanakwekwa kwa mnanda wauzwe mahali fulani, listening to oneself, you wonder, these people did not jump from the blues wakalanda hapo West Pokot. These guys are Kenyans. They are Kenyans that have been electing their leaders like any other Kenyan. So there is no right of theirs that has been denied. Then when unaruka from wherever you're coming, you start now telling them and proving to them that they have been so marginalized, yet you call yourself theirs. Because you are associating yourself with them, you are saying they are your Kalenjin or whatever it is, so you are going back to tribal cocoon in 2022, and you want to start creating awareness that, my people, you have been isolated, you have been marginalized, yet you've been there serving government for the since 1992 or something like that. You've been in government, okay? Now you even been in the highest office in the land for the last 10 years. And here you come now starting to tell people that they are being handled together, wauzwe somewhere, as if they've never been given or they will not have their right to elect their leaders. And you are confusing them as if it is only UDA that will be able to give them leaders that can go to negotiate for their space at the national government. These are very open lies that even that guy in West Pokot ambaye kazi yake ni kufuga ng'ombe amesikia na hata kukubali, okay? And no wonder, I keep on repeating, no wonder that immediate reaction which you played here on the platform, that speaks millions. That reaction by those youth who are not mobilized by anybody. They had just come to listen to this rally. And then after wasting all their time there, wanasema they didn't see any value. That's why they were mad and they had to defect immediately and chanting all that. Okay, so for me, if I were Ruto, I see that kind of a clip, I would actually take a retreat for even 2 weeks and then invite experts from outside, like the ones they had invited during their Jubilee time when they bled the vifaranga vya computer. They bring those experts, akuje reorganize, so that at least he can be able to move when campaigns get hot. Wacha hivi watu wake wanasema ati ni front runner from where and going where? Going to the bush. Then the other thing that was so sad is when you go to castigate a fully elected leader. That, I repeat, is the lowest you can go. The governor is popular. The governor, I'm sure he will even go back if he goes for that seat. The governor is a performer, okay? He's respected. He's very, very, very highly learned. He's a professor. And then you go there demeaning him, saying that he, with all his brains, anaenda kutengeneza a village chama. And he's somebody who has been in Kanu for so long, So that for me, UDA scored very low. And I'm happy again that they are scoring that low. While looking at Baba on the other side, I was so happy that the articulation, the issues, again, this culminates from Nyamira. You can see the build-up from Nyamira, the issues that Baba is addressing, some of them historical, okay? And he is actually assuring them that these ones are doable, these ones are not doable. And then the selection, like in Nyamira, you could see the issue of what do we call it? The FGM, the genital, the female genital mutilation, the early marriages and all that. He selected on a senior mother who has been, or who even has, she has a program that deals with girls and women to handle it. And Ida handled it very well. Same when he came to Homa Bay. It is, yes, his home. He knows it is his strong base. But the way he kind of curtailed, he kind of carved the way people should deliver, giving the example, this example he gave about the lady, marriage and all that, although I don't understand Luo very much. Somebody tried to interpret, and even Alex did it. I think that is what we call people's kind of sensitization and build up on people's manifesto, to be able to have a program that he can use to be able to deliver to every specific place. And that's why I'm so happy about it, because as a CEO of the country now, he will be having specific and direct challenges that are facing the people. It will not be blanket. And that's why also the coalition of parties will be a big boost for Baba, because it is the parties that we elect the leaders that they really, the leaders that are so popular to the people. So whatever problems will be, they will be addressed by people that are trusted, leaders that are trusted. Yes.
Yeah, I know, because now this is not your first submission. Even if I interrupt you, just to ask you a question, it will not be a problem.
That's okay.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you, I see you have already left the part of West Pokot, but I wanted to ask you, do you also think that, because Governor Lonyangapo was in Kano, do you think maybe this guy, Gideon Moy, maybe he was too preoccupied with the OCA, or the team that were not making decisions? He took too long to decide the way forward until the parts that have been very instrumental on Kanu left, because I think initially the professor didn't have the idea of forming the party, but towards the end he formed this party and just cut off from KANU. Could it be that this Serilacism has made them to lose their own perceived strongholds? Because I think West Pokot was a stronghold of KANU even more than Baringo. In terms, when you look at the number of seats they have, KANU, I think West Pokot has more than Baringo itself.
Somebody is not muted. We can't hear you.
Okay. Can I repeat? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just asking PK to comment on this. Is it that Gideon Moi took too long to respond to the issue such that the KANU strongholds decided kuchipanga? So by Governor Lonyangapu coming up with the KUP party, was it as a result of this guy being in Oka at the middle, not giving direction, and he just decided, let me have my own party, and they chart West Pokot to chart their own course? Because when you look at the two subsequent elections, KANU has had its strength in West Pokot. The first governor was on KANU. Now the second one was on KANU. Yeah. Can you comment on that?
Thank you, Ekesa. Actually, that's a very valid observation, and this is my experience based on. I have a very close friend that went to the university, and the professor was his teacher, and he's been giving me a lot of insight about Professor. Professor is one man who he never delays. You know, he calls himself is a mathematics professor, and in mathematics hakuna kudilidali. It is you start your hesabu, you do it quickly, you get your answer and you deliver. So this friend of mine told me that when he saw the way the things were coming, and then he saw his party was delaying, and he knows the DP so well. And he knew that the DP, of course, they don't see eye to eye. That is from the inside circles. He knew that the DP, if he finds a vacuum, he will come and start sweeping the area with his UDP party. And by so doing, he would coerce his people, Professor's people, to be seen like they are supporting UDA. And he never wanted to be seen in that crowd. And that's why he engineered that trip that Baba made to that area. Actually, that was the works of Professor. Okay, so you have observed very well. He went quickly to form his party because he knew, again, he is also in the inner circles of Baba, because he knew Baba and Azimio were going into coalitions. And therefore, he knew for him to remain extremely relevant in West Pokot, he would be in a best position when he's already anchored in a party or whatever. Because one option was to be still anchored in KANU, which the leader now was not really moving fast. So he had to start his. He did very wide consultation. Even for him to launch that party, it was all the kind of, heads put together to see way forward for West Pokot. So, yeah, it's true. He just realized his colleagues in KANU were dilly-dallying. Mr. Moi was delaying in Oka, dragging his feet. He's here, he's there. And in politics, sometimes you have to move. You create a vacuum, then something else will enter into that vacuum. So that is the reason why, and they are so supportive of Professor's party. I hope I've delved in that.
Thank you. Let me just answer Ta Sydney anasema Wekesa, the first governor of West Pokot, was elected on URB. Wrong. The first governor, Simon Chapin, was elected on KANU. Go and check facts. They are there. You can Google. And then Professor also went through KANU. So let's have, you are back now. You're back, Fred.
Thank you. Nimekuwa na shida, nimekuwa na mushkili kiasi, lakini asante, nimerudi, nimeweza kurudi.
Okay, receive your healing.
Asante bwana, asante, nashukuru.
Yeah, can you make your submission now?
Shiko, horo arosine.
Sasa
Poa, safi. Princess.
pole kwa msiba.
Asante, tushapoa bwana. Princess, orie?
Mulai. Bola mwana.
Kabisa. Ndio. Leo naona somebody elects. It seems like it is a daddy's day out. Daddy's daycare today. Naona amejibamba hapo vizuri sana. Hongera, kongole. Hebu tunza huyo, sijui ni prince ama ni princess. Anyway, Alex ndio nasungumzia. PK.
Weka Sudi, wacha uchokozi.
Nilikuwa nataka uongee kidogo nikusikie. PK, acha nikwambie ukweli. Wacha kusema ati the lowest card of the level of education. Even we who dropped out from standard 2 level, we cannot behave like the way these people are behaving. So leave alone standard 4. We who dropped out from standard 2 level, we cannot behave the same way these people are behaving, because they are behaving like people who have never seen the classroom, people who have never even been exposed, people who have never even been by the way, these people are just, I can use a very bad word, but I can call them just behaving like hooligans in the street. Okay? So, hawa wacha kuwapea ponga points. Ni watu ambao hawafai kupewa ponga points. Wanyang'anye hizo, rudisha kwa Safaricom. Usisaidie mtu mwingine. Sasa kile ndio najaribu kusema, kuna mtu ambaye anaitwa Governor Lik na Njui. Kama kuna mtu amefuatilia mambo yake jana, anaweza ona kwamba huyu mtu is a very genius man. Very genius. The way alikuwa anaongea na akasema ya kwamba kwa sababu alikuwa na address the belt of Kalenjin, the belt of Kalenjin in Nakuru County. So the way alikuwa anawa address na akawaambia ya kwamba ni vizuri ya kwamba kila mtu anaweza kuwa na, we can have a different opinion. Si lazima ya kwamba sisi zote tukaweze kuingia kwa hiyo wheelbarrow. Na akameka joke akawaambia ya kwamba it is good mnapoingia kwa hiyo, mnapokusanywa kwa hiyo wheelbarrow, ni vizuri mjue ya kwamba wakati mbio zitakapoanza za siasa, mjue wheelbarrow haina break. So nyinyi mtakapotumbukia huko kwa kichaka mtarudi mkichikumuta mafumbi, mkisema ya kwamba basi haya, we enda kwa huyu mzee umwambie ya kwamba tuko na shida hapa Molo, tuko na shida hapa Mau, tuko na shida hapa fulani. So ni mzee ambaye niliona ya kwamba leo amefanya kazi nzuri sana kuliko hata watu wengine wote. Nikiongelea story ya West Pokot, kile kilisababisha profesa aweze kukikura chama cha KANU, na unajua in the beginning profesa hakuwahi kuwa inaitwanga life member like Atuoli, Francis Atuoli. Do you know we have life members and then we have members. So people like Atuoli, they cannot move out from Kanu. They are there for the rest of their life. They will support Kanu no matter what happens. They will support Kanu. Unaona? Lakini Olanyangapo hakuwahi kuwa life member wa nini. So kile kitu kilisababisha, kilichangia sana akaweze kuunda chama chake ni mtu anaitwa.
Before you move from that point, life member unasema hawezi move na nani? Na Titimas alikuwa life member wa ODM.
Nani? Titimas, wewe wachana Titimas bwana. Titimas ni nani
just
sasa?
The payments. These guys move.
Sindio, when you vow about something, ya kwamba mimi ninaapa ya kwamba nitafanya ABCD. Let me tell you, when you devour that vow will come hunting you. That's why unaona Ditmas Barasa ana make silly mistakes. Zile mtu ambaye ako educated, mtu ambaye amekuwa ex-military, ula hafai kufanya. Unaona mtu anafanya vitu a silly mistake, ila hata mtoto wa standard 1 hawezi akafanya. Unakuta mtu a honorable man is just making that kind of a mistake. Hiyo ndio vitu zingine wakati unavao kuhusu jambo fulani alafu kuje ukaidi. Na ndio tunaambiwa hata katika vitabu vitakatifu kwenye Biblia tunasema ya kwamba don't ever vow on something that you will not be able to fulfill it. Unaona? So hiyo ya kina Ditmas, hiyo wacha itawakula tu polepole. Yeye ni mmoja wale vifaranga vya kompyuta na anajua, ndio maana anang'ang'ana kabisa, kwa sababu anajua sahi hana chake. For heavenly sake, Ditmas Barasa, Dani Wanyama hawana chao, wao wachana na wao. So kile kilichangia sana profesa ku make that decision in Rift Valley ni huyu the former governor wa Bomet, Isaac Ruto. The way Isaac Ruto alikuwa amekaa ngumu na chama chake chama inaitwa chama mashinani. Hicho kilichomsukuma Olanyangapo pia akaona ya kwamba hata pia sisi tunaweza jitegemea, si lazima tu tuweze kusukumwa kila wakati. Tunasukumwa ati tunaambiwa lazima tufuate huu mkondo, lazima tufuate hii. Ndio kilisababisha profesa naye vile anasemaga yeye ni mathematician, meticulous, sijui anafanya nini. Anafanya hizo vituko zake za kijana mfupi round, hujui mbele wala nyuma. Alipima siasa na akapima na akaona ya kwamba hii chama ya KANU inaenda ikididimia. Inamaanisha anafaa kuwa na plan B. Kikiumana huku vile kinaweza umana kwa wheelbarrow, sababu haina brakes, wote msiangukie kwa mtaro. At least mko na mali mmejishikilia. Unaona? So chama cha KANU kikiyumba kiweze kuanguka kwenye mtaro, at the end of the day the people of Rift Valley, they will have somewhere ambao wanaweza hang on. So huyu mtu mwenye anakuja na hii wheelbarronomics ya kusema ya kwamba Rift Valley yote inafaa kuwa locked into yellow fever, hapa amenoa na hakuna hicho kitu hakitawezekana. At the end of the day hizo vyama mbili zenye ziko Rift Valley zitamtoa chasho, kwa sababu najua ya kwamba hayo maeneo hata aende, hata apike ndarama, hata afanye namna gani, najua ya kwamba watu wa kule wako na viongozi wao na wamefuata hao viongozi wao na wanawasikiliza vile ambavyo wanavyosema. Kama haingekuwa, unajua Joyce Laboso pia alikuwa ni mmoja wale vifaranga vya kompyuta. Hakuna vile Joyce Laboso angelishinda angelishinda Isaac Ruto kama haingekuwa usaidizi wa huyu jamaa wa Yellow Fever. Na huyu jamaa wa Yellow Fever alikuwa na make sure at that particular point of time, ukienda Central, alikuwa na make sure those vibrant politicians wala alikuwa anaona wanaweza kuwa threat, akahakikisha Kiambu, akang'oa Kaboko, akareplace na Waititu wa kuhamisha mito. Yani wewe mtu tu hata kama hukuenda shule unaweza hamisha ache mto ati kwa sababu mto imepita hapo na umechenga hapo, ati kile kitu mzuri unaweza fanya ni wewe uhamisha mto. Are you getting the point?
Wewe Fred, wacha maneno na nilivotia Waitito. Wewe unaniingilia.
Ulitupa bao my dear.
Wacha kusema ukweli.
Sinaona, mimi nasema tu ukweli. Ali make sure akaenda Kirinyaga.
That time Shiro kitu ilifanya ilikuwa inaitwa kumirira. You could not
si kumirira inaitwanga kumera.
Dhuraku na tulikuwa tunachagua suti kutoka MCA suti. Ai.
So kumera ta dhuraku ko neno nenjoe ndale kuo na nenjoe maondo macio mothe. Haya. Alafu ukienda Kirinyaga ali make sure Kirinyaga Martha Karua hakupata nafasi, akamanufacture NYS kwa sababu he was a partner in NYS, akamanufacture NYS na ikaweza kujibuka wapi? Kirinyaga, na ikaweza kucarry the day. Akakuja kwa mtu alikuwa anaitwa Kabando wa Kabando, aka make sure Kabando wa Kabando he didn't see the light of the day. This is how these yellow fever people they are behaving. The strategy that they used in Jubilee at that time, hizo ndizo sasa wanajaribu kuweka sahi. Ukiangalia Laikipia, wananchi wa Laikipia wameanza kubweka, kulialia. Wacha tuwaite wanabweka kwa sababu wanasema ati sijui nini sijui kumefanyika. Hiyo the same system ilitumika wakati wa Jubilee. Hiyo ndio itakuwa applied in Jubilee. Ukienda Nairobi aka influence watu, wakaacha Peter Kenneth, wakachukua nani? Wakachukua party after party, party after party, party after party. Kuliishia wapi? Unaona? So yale maeneo yote, zile strategy zote huyu mtu wa yellow fever amejaribu kufanya na akafanya, na alipokuwa anafanya hiyo mambo yote, our dear president alikuwa anamwangalia tu na alikuwa amempatia mark time. Na mimi wanasema ya kwamba kama kuna mtu a very shrewd politician and very smart is President Uhuru Muigai wa Kenyatta. He acts very slowly but lakini anakuanga very sure. He cannot make a move akijua ya kwamba hata faulu. Wakati tu ana make a move anajuanga ya kwamba anaenda kuscore. Whether you like it or not, he's a smart politician. Shrewd and very smart, very genius. Mimi wanga naangalia the way anapanga mambo yake, anakuachilia tu, unafanya. Yeye ana make move moja, unakuwa disorganized, umekuwa balkanized, unaanza kubehave tu vile watu wengine hata hawawezi. So my point is tufanye kile tu tunajua. Kila mtu aimize. Kama mtu hajachukua kura nyumbani, ambia watu wawili watatu, kura ni Azimio na tunachukua kura kwa fujo. Hatutaenda State House kwa maneno tu, kwa kupika siasa kwa mitandao ama vijijini, no, ama vijiweni. Kuna mtu alisema hapa ati sijui Faragani, hakuna kitu jambo linaitwa Faragani. Inaitwa vijiweni. Siasa haiwezi kapikwa vijiweni. Siasa hatutapeleka watu State House kupitia siasa za vijiweni. Huko vijiweni tunatangamana na wenzetu ili tukule gumzo, ili tujue tujangamue mambo ambayo yanayojiri. Lakini in real sense State House inaendwa na kura. So muhimize watu wachukue kura. Hivyo tu, hiyo tu ndio jambo naweza sema kwa sasa. Nafikiri nimefika mwisho. Sina mambo mengi sana, Mr. Wekesa.
Thank you Kasuti.
Wekesa.
Your fans are very happy in the comment section. You can read and know that there are people who get entertained with your presentation. They love you. You are making a lot of followers. Anyway, let's have Penny Nyaka. How are you?
I'm good, young man. I'm good.
Yeah, good morning. I know you are not where good morning is.
No, it's about 2 hours to midnight.
Okay, yeah. Midnight is still good morning.
Asante. Sasa mambo ya leo vile mmesema ni politics, and that is very good. I will not even venture to the details of who said what, but congratulations. That's how we want our politics to be. Whoever said what he said it so that he could garner more votes for himself, be it in Homa Bay or West Pokot. So long as there was peace, some of us are very happy for that. And let us continue that way until August 2018. I didn't want to comment outside that. I want to comment on two issues, if you could let me, Wakesa. One was with the Mzee, I think his name is John Aminwa. John Aminwa, when some of us were coming up, he was representing the people that were being chastised by the system, be it Kenyatta or Moi. But yesterday, he really addressed the court in a very dignified, intellectual way that most of us will want our leaders or our lawyers to be. In essence, what Hamin was said, to mutilate this constitution of Kenya that was written in such a way that it could never be changed by two people was a wonderful issue to watch yesterday. I want more of them like that. It isn't like he's on my side. No, he's always on the right side. Like I said, early ages, he was representing people like Raila, people like Shikuku, people that the government really was chastising. So congratulations, Mr. John Haminwa, and we wish him very many years on his earth. Another one was a very interesting one was from Mudhoni Wamushomba. I said Gatoni Wamushomba. She said that Kenyatta was a pathological liar. A pathological is psychiatry is somebody who is sickly a liar. And to some of us, that's very true. Because I voted for Kenyatta twice. This Kenyatta who is there now is really a pathological liar. Because of all the things that he said for us to feel good and vote for him. And we thought he was going to be better than his dad. I think his dad was a million times better. And that's all I have. And I wish you guys could watch some of those, not necessarily agree with them, but that what are they really saying? The guy told us completely that he wanted to give Ruto his 10 and his 10. And he has changed. He don't want that anymore. But just because he's our leader, we should follow him wherever he goes? To some of us, no. But other than that, asante sana vijana. Tutaendelea kuja kwa show.
Okay, let me ask you because you
Let me finish. I'll let you talk. Can I finish?
Okay. I thought you were
all I'm saying. No. All I'm saying is that congratulations, especially for the young generation that you are. You will learn. Believe me, you will learn that, especially August 8th, what is the new and the wrong. But other than that, Marisa, nasema congratulations sana kwa vijana kina Machora, kina Oro. Yes, I'm older than you guys, but I'm not 70 or 80. I wish I make it that long. Thank you. Marisa.
Okay, let me begin by maybe a biblical view. I don't know your perspective. There's a guy called Abraham in the Bible. When he went to, I think he went with his wife to a certain king. I think the king was interested in his wife.
Egypt.
Yes, and he said, yes. And he said, when he was asked about Sarah, he said, Sarah is my sister. Then, so most people say that Abraham lied because he didn't want to be because he saw the king was interested in his wife and he thought he would be put to death. But when you read in the subsequent chapters, you realize he was not lying. Actually, Sarah was his sister. So it's only that in those days you could marry even cousins. I think there was
no, Wekeza. Whatever God ordains, he makes sure that he sustains it. God ordained Sarah to be Abraham's wife. So he protected Sarah in whichever the cost.
Can I make my point first? What I'm saying is what Sarah said, what Abraham said, physically it was true. They were sisters. She was a sister. And then, if you argue, I will show you the scripture because I did not bring up an allocation that I don't know. And then, then this other issue ilikuwa kinakiraitu. When NAC government was coming to power in 2002, they promised to give a constitution in 100 days. So it came to pass that the constitution that they promised 2002, actually they worked on it 2005. So they were asked, you promised 100 days, but you are now bringing in 2005. Those are around 3 years. He said, yes, we promised 100 days, but when you look at it, we have worked on this constitution maybe in 100 days, but they were not consecutive. Now, this is what I want to bring up. When Uhuru said, nitafanya yangu 10, na Ruto afanye yake 10. That is not a promise. He did not even promise that I will facilitate Ruto to do his 10 years. He just said, nitafanya yangu 10, na Ruto afanye yake 10. Whether Ruto's 10 will begin after 20 years, we don't know. So that statement, even in the law, is very fake. When you say, nitafanya yangu 10, na wewe pia ufanye yako 10. You will do your own 10, maybe labda useme wakati utahitaji, ama utafanya yako 10 ikiwezekana. You see, you will do your 10, but we don't know the time you will do it. So that was a vague statement. You cannot tell us that Uhuru lied. It was just a vague statement.
For some of us who voted for him, we thought he was telling us the truth. We thought what we had is what. No.
So the problem is not him, it's you. The interpretation, your interpretation.
Yeah, you could be right. You could be right.
Hebu niwaulize swali tu, mnaposema 10 yangu 10 yako 10. Ni nini ilikuwa imeandikwa kwa ticket? Ilikuwa imeandikwa nini? Uhuru Ruto. Uhuru Ruto, which means there was a pair. When Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta anafanya 10, also the deputy is working on his 10. My friend, nitafanya yangu 10, wewe unafanya yako 10. Kwa pamoja, kwa mtawalia, kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, kwa mtawalia.
So it was a statement, you can interpret it in any way. And politicians know where fake statements are. And you began by talking about Haminwa, a certified lawyer. Lawyers know that if you ask a lawyer whether that statement, you can take it in any court, he tells you no. That's a fake statement. It cannot even stand in any court of law. So there's nothing like lies. Maybe if they wanted to be serious, and that's why if they wanted to be serious, that this thing needs to be honored, then they would have reframed it. But since it was a political statement, nobody even bothered to ask what it all means. You can play that clip 20 times and you realize it doesn't mean anything.
He brings a constitutional change and he says that he wants the Kenyan people to be united. 3 years, 4 years later, he's telling us he wants to change the whole constitution. There's so many things that this guy has lied about. He's a pathological liar.
Okay, Wekesa,
And you are
let me talk to
selective.
Penny.
You are selective in your picking
Wekesa,
because yes.
let me talk to Mzee Penny on the issue he has brought up.
Okay.
Mzee Penny, you are older than us. Fact number one. Fact number two, you are a learned man because you have told us here on the record you are an economist. Thirdly, you live in a country that is more advanced and exposed more than any other country in the civilization of any kind we've ever had, the three civilizations we have had in the world. One of the most convincing book that has survived ages because of the man that wrote it out of a clean heart to the prince, is the book The Prince Machiavelli. And the book has been read more than most of books. I don't know if it's the fourth or the fifth most read book. He does say, and most people who are in politics have read the book. And anybody who is in politics aspiring to be a president who has not read it, that is his mistake. And this is what he says. In a military, if we are going to commit a coup, me and Wekesa, and we are going to get Penny out, when we get to power, the first thing I must do is to get Wekesa out and leave Penny. Because if I get Wekesa to continue to be with me, we are going to fight and we are going to cause something called collateral damage. Both of us will lose. We saw this over time. 2007, Raila made Pentagon. He let it survive. In the end, everybody went and left him. He was bruised politically to a point that nobody knew he could resuscitate. Ruto is a politician. He knew what they signed or what they talked was nothing. All their coming together was only for one reason: to get out of ICC, not to get power for 10 years. So if you want to tell me that you thought Ruto could be a president in another 10 years, you are a liar. Why? Uhuru told Ruto in 2013, mimi na familia yangu yote tunaweza kukupea kura, lakini hao wengine mimi sijui, unaweza wauliza. Uhuru said it openly. And when you come here and think that what is happening right now started after 2017, I think you're not being a good political student. The moment they took power 2013, according to somebody called Kuria, they say the Kikuyus have always known who is next. In 2007, when Uhuru was the official opposition leader, the first official opposition leader to endorse the sitting president. You remember that? So you cannot come here and tell us that this was a surprise for you. Let's be honest, that was not a promise. They took power and it is time for Ruto to know how to survive. These political agreements that you see every time, they are to take power. And if power is taken, something else happens. If power is not taken, you have to avenge another plan moving forward. So Ruto should have known. And I think Ruto prepared enough. Let me tell you, one of the reasons why Ruto is having a lot of problems right now, Penny, is that Ruto prepared so much, and I give him credit because he knew there could be betrayal. Akavunja chama chake, akavunja TNA, akaleta Jubilee. Today, Jubilee is not functional because the NDC, the way it was composed. If Uhuru calls the NDC today, Ruto takes over Jubilee. So Ruto prepared. You need to know that. Ruto wanted to make a coup by the way he organized Jubilee from grassroots. If today Jubilee will have the delegates go to say Nikasarani, they sit down, and men in black are not there. Ruto takes over. You know that. So we are not here that you should say it was a promise. Ruto prepared, but he didn't know that we inherited a presidency that was superior than even the previous president. The president we have right now is like a monarch. You need to know that, because he's presiding over a constitution that has not fully been implemented, and therefore he can change things the way he wants. More reason now we are in the Supreme Court, and let me tell you, the BBI will pass. Why? The president inherited a constitution that he was to be a caretaker of. So anybody saying that he could not initiate is lying to you. What is the role of the president who took a new constitution? The constitution was not fully implemented by the time Uhuru took over. You need to put this back in your mind. So let us stop these things. Kuwa alisema hivi. Another thing you said, ni kitu ya the lawyer. What we agreed, and Wekesa told us, and Bernard told us, let's hold the horses. Let's hear all the submissions fully without taking sides. After we have had all the submissions, when it is done, we will come here. Even us, we have lawyers who have given the best submissions, but we have kept our mouth aloof. Why? We don't want to interfere, because that is the highest court of the country, and we want not to take sides. We want to give them their duty to perform. We have watched and we have seen what is going to happen. But on Ruto, if you thought that he was going to be handed over like that, that is wrong. Power is contested. Power is not given. Uhuru contested. When Uhuru wanted to give Mudavadi, Kabando alimwambia, or the round serinde tumbondo.
Sema amen. Sema amen Alex hapo. Alafu mupatie princess amenua mkono sana.
Okay, what can I reply that one please?
Yes, mzee.
Sasa kijana yangu umesema mengi ni ukweli kabisa na ukasema Makaveri, but I'll recommend Socrates, and even Socrates was killed by he's the father of democracy, and he was killed in the street. So read on that, and next time give me a lecture on that. But most of the stuff that you have said is true, and it's true that I lived in a very advanced society for a long time before most of you were born, but I sometimes forget that, and I'm sorry, but most of the time I'm in Kenya. But if you look in this country, like you young man just talked, everything the Democrat promised, they will do it. Everything the Republican promised, they have their own thinking. But Kenya being what we are, I agree with what most of the time you have said. And I'm not taking sides, but ideologically I think and I hope that the constitution that we have right now, we should all agree that there are mistakes in it, a lot of it, but we should all talk about what we have to change. Not two men, like I've always said, not two men from two tribes that have to tell us what to do. I'm from Kisi, and I don't see the Kisi point in that. Even Mzee Tundura doesn't even know about the law. So thank you very much for correcting me, and I really encourage you guys to do what you guys are doing and think openly and talk like that young man has just talked. I have no problem. And with the respect you give me, I really appreciate that. I really don't come here to piss off anybody or to say things that can make anybody feel bad. I want you to be happy as you left your house. I mean, as you are always naturally happy, so that we can always, all of us, make it in life. Thank you. Lisa.
Thank you. But I think that statement of two men, for me, it has being looked at it simplistically. Look at it, even for Sudan to get peace, there are two men who shook hands. And they are not two men, they are representing a followership. First, Uhuru represents is a symbol of national unity. In fact, he himself alone represents all of us. Then when you have an opposition leader, he represents majority of people who may not agree with those who voted in the government. So telling us that two men is a little bit too simplistic to say that. All countries, most of the time when you see peace has prevailed, is two representatives or warring factions come together and they agree. If you go to West Pokot and Turkana, the only two people who shook hands and they put there an emblem, raised something and showed that from now henceforth there shall be peace, and there has been peace. So if there are two men are representing warring factions, for me, I don't have a problem with that. There's a hand that has been up for quite a while, Prince, and then Haron. So kindly make your comments.
Oh,
to Shiko.
Pen Nyagaka, rafiki yangu kutoka upande wa ng'ambo.
Princess, Valentine is coming, Princess.
Wacha nikuambie tu, wacha kupoteza hawa dadangu mdogo kama Shiko hapa. Unampoteza tia kwamba wewe ni mzee, umejua mambo za kitambo. Tueleze tu uzuri, kama uko na ubaya na Raila, tuambie tu, mimi tulikosania na Raila mahali hapa na tutajua hiyo. Lakini sio ati mambo mengi zote unaweka hivi. Elezana kinaga ubaga, ukweli wa mambo. Na tukirudi kwa habari ya makamu wa rais na Uhuru, hatujui walikosania wapi. Hata kama alisema yangu 10 yako 10, kuna mahali hata mke na mume wakiwa wameoana wamefunga ndoa, lakini kuna mahali mke amekosea, wataachana. Kwa hivyo kuna kitu ambacho Uhuru hajatuelezea, ile walikosana na Ruto. Kwa hivyo usije ukasema ni muongo. Kuna mahali Ruto alimkosea, kwa hivyo siku ile atatokezea na aseme kile Ruto alimfanyia, hapo ndio utasema hiyo ingefaa hivi wala hivi. Kwa hivyo Penny, naomba usije ukamshtumu mtu kabla kujua makosa iko wapi. Ni hayo tu.
Princess, mimi hanipotezi juu mimi am allergic to wheelbarrow. Siwezi.
Okay, thank you. Let's Aaron,
I like that.
Comment.
Yeah, asante sana Mr. Wekesa kwa nafasi. Mimi ningependa kusema namna hii. Ninamshukuru Mheshimiwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta na Deputy President William Samoei Ruto kwa ile kazi ambayo wametufanyia kwa hii miaka 10 sasa inaenda kuisha. Sababu hatukuwachagua kutufanyia maendeleo. Tuliwachagua kwa vile tulitaka kuwaokoa kutoka
Shukuru rais, si naibu wake. Naibu wake ameshinda akipika siasa bwana. Wewe shukuru rais. Hizo heko zote pea rais. Kalas.
Yeah, Mr. Fred. Yeah, nasema namna hii. In fact, ni bahati sana tumepata haya maendeleo yenye tumepata, sababu kura zenye tulizowapigia 2013 tulikuwa na uoga kuwa hawa ndugu zetu wangefanya nini, wangebaki ICC. So Mr. Ben, nataka nikuambie kuwa haya maendeleo machache yenye umeyaona hapa ni kwa vile tulitaka kuwaokoa ndugu Mr. Ruto, our deputy president, na President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta kutoka kwa ICC. We voted because of fear. So kama tumepata haya maendeleo machache yenye tumepata, tunashukuru Mungu kwa hayo. So it is high time.
Ndugu yangu Aaron. Ndugu yangu Aaron. Ukisema mlivote
kuna point.
Mkisema
kuna point nataka kuleta Fred. just to keep
on your point,
tuliza.
on your point, kitu kidogo tu, mkisema mliwavotia na kuna hapa kuna Jimmy Wanjiki anasema yeye ndiye aliwatoa ICC. Are you getting the point? Sasa which is which? Nyinyi mnasema mliwavotia ili muwatoke huko. Jimmy Wanjiki anasema alitumia pesa zake kuwatoa ICC. Can you elaborate that one to me so I can understand?
Fred, hata hiyo mimi naweza kujibu. Saa zingine unaweza enda uombewe, unataka kupona na daktari akutibu, so the confusion will be, was it the prayer that worked or the treatment that worked? So everybody did his part. I think achilia nani aseme kenye nataka kusema.
Yeah, asante sana.
Thank you, Wekesa.
Brother Wekesa kwa kuchip in. So baada ya sisi kuwapigia kura, wametufanyia yenye wametufanyia, it is high time kuwa tumpe baba nafasi, kwa sababu sasa hivi nchi ishatulia. President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ametulia, William Samoei Ruto ametulia. It is high time sasa tumpatie baba nafasi, ndiposa ainsure kuwa Vision 2030 ile msingi yenye waliweka na the former president ambaye ni Mwai Kibaki, in fact imekuwa realized. So this is the time, and I'm very sure kama hakika mwezi wa 9 baba ataingia pale, ataweka msingi mzuri na Kenya itapata kupiga hatua. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Let's have Shiko. Tumekuweka sana.
Kama nimesahaulika leo.
Yeah, I think anyway, better late than never. Make your contribution.
So mimi ningetaka kujibu Pen Nyagaka wenye amesema Uhuru ni muongo. I think he's a lie on his side. Maybe they have personal differences, but as for us, he's not a liar, because if I tell you wenye anasema ati ni wenye Uhuru alisema ya Ruto 10, yeye alisema na mdomo, and if you want to believe that, okay, he said, right? But sisi hakukuja. Uhuru hana kura yangu, mi ndo nafaa nijue mwenye napigia kura. We owe no one any debt here in Mount Kenya. We are not going to buy fear tuambiwe ati we are going to vote so and so because Uhuru said. Alisema mdomo yake, so Uhuru na nyumba yake wampigie kura, sio sisi. Sisi sasa tutavotia mwenye tunataka, because Uhuru hana kura yangu na hana kura za Mount Kenya. So na hiyo yati Ruto kushinda akisema amesema ati aliambiwa yake 10 of the way the UDA people are saying, let me tell you, it is up to him and Uhuru, sio sisi. Sisi hata hatuna deni yake, by the way. Kenya, I think you should tell him we don't have any debt for the deputy president. All we know, we are going to vote for sisi tutavotia mwenye tunataka, akuwe ni wa mwenye anataka kunini earthquake ama Azimio, but hatuna deni na mtu. Hatuna, hata tumetoa wimbo juzi, nitawaekea link hapo kwa private chat. Sisi hatuna deni. So and also yeah.
Leta hiyo wimbo tusikize.
Nitaweka kwa private chat. Sisi hatuna deni.
Shiko nikiurenda kuhenania hau ndogeuga niwe bore koro urari
nitaweka kwa link. Kuna wimbo tumetoa juzi, watu
we Fred umekunywa Guinness ama ni nini?
Kenya hatuna deni. Sisi tunajua kazi yenye Uhuru amefanya.
Shiko hapo, mimi nakubali hamuna deni, hakuna mtu ana deni ya mtu. Hapo ni kweli, hakuna taabu hapo.
Aya.
Kenyatta ametudanganya mama.
Wewe ndio unajua uongo, but okay, hii ya Mount Kenya Uhuru tunajua kazi ametufanyia. He's a leader, and also like amefanya, one thing is that so many people in Mount Kenya they are into business, and wakati watu walikuwa kuna demonstration huko Nairobi, watu wenye walikuwa wanaathirika mostly, hizi hata kabila zingine bado ziko na businesses, but watu wenye waliathirika sana the Kikuyus, and vitu zinaharibiwa na tena huwezi sema pia ati hao walikuwa na support Jubilee ama ni the ODM, because you know how the politicians work. So for the peace of this country, I think Uhuru is one president that we always remember, was walifanya handshake na Raila for the peace of this country. So anyone else who opposed that has not hana interest ya Kenyans at heart, ama huyo, that is not a leader, because they did that because of what was happening in Kenya. I am a teacher, and I'm telling you, at that time where I was teaching, before I got transferred, singeweza kuenda huko. Kulikuanga na demonstration. I could not go to school to teach juu ya zile demonstrations zilikuwa. So for Uhuru na Raila zenye walifanya, okay. walifanya mimi na tunajua kazi yenye Uhuru Kenyatta yenye amefanya. Rivalry about the DP atafute kura zake, akipewa na Mount Kenya, si ati aseme ati Uhuru alimwambia. Watu wa Mount Kenya wanataka kumpea kura, wampatie. La wenye hawataki kumpatia wape mwenye wanataka, lakini we all know, hatuna deni ya yeyote. Sisi tutapigia kura, tutapea kura mwenye tunataka. That's it.
Shiko, si anasema yeye ndiye ako na password ya Mount Kenya.
Password gani?
Anasema yeye ako na password ya Mount Kenya.
Kuja mahali na issue jaribu kusema mambo ya Rivalry, utajua ujui.
Yuko Kasut siku hizi hata
He is not the Mount Kenya kingpin, okay? And kwa kila region kuna leader wake. There's this guy alikuwa anaitwa John Mishuki. So the time they made Uhuru to be the kingpin wa Mount Kenya, alisema yeye mwenyewe, ukitaka kukuja kufanya siasa Mount Kenya, unazima upitie Uhuru, and that video is on YouTube. Unapitia kwa Uhuru Kenyatta. So ukikuja kama hujapitia Uhuru, sisi tunapatana na wewe kwa debe, tunapiga wewe kwa kunini. So okay, who is that?
Shiro, kuna Limuru 3 coming, so nitachiita Njoroge, utani invite.
Ati kuna
Limuru 3 coming. There is Limuru 3 coming. I want to attend. Utaniita Njoroge to attend. Nisikiza kenye kinaendeleanga huko Limuru.
Uko lower Eastern, you are invited, because Meru, Embu, hizo ni lower Eastern. You are na wewe uko Machakos, it means uko lower Eastern, so you are very much welcome.
So hii yenye anasema ati ni Mount Kenya kingpin, hiyo Mishuki alisema hivyo. So as for us, if we cannot even respect that one person whom, because hatuwezi kuwa sisi wote ni leaders wa Mount Kenya, ma sisi ndio so we know the leader of Mount Kenya at the moment ni Uhuru Kenyatta. If we can't respect Uhuru Kenyatta, then how he doesn't even respect us. Mtu mwenye anakuja kujipigia kifua akikuja Mount Kenya is the kingpin of Mount Kenya, is just because he's been followed by those MPs who are not even going to get back to the parliament, because they are not going to be elected. And na sijui bona watu walianza, kuna hii ilikuwa inasemekana ati saizi ati UDA ni 100% Mount Kenya. Wekesa, I'm telling you right now, there was those days that you'd not even mention Raila Odinga. Huku utapigwa na mawe. Hata unachomewa nyumba usiku ama unaambiwa
mimi nilipigwa nikinunua gazeti 2007 na siwezi danganya. Huko kahawa sukari na iko huko ndani kahawa sukari. Angel, kama unajua huko.
Yeah,
nilifutwa
najua.
kazi. Mi nilifutwa kazi. Mi
There are
nilifutwa
those
kazi.
days Wekesa ungesema Raila
2007
Odinga
si Raila alichektiwa from Sakana, it was in Sakana hotel. Somewhere there.
Lakini Wekesa, there is a, you know, and I said it yesterday. The great president of the great prime minister of Britain, one of the greatest prime ministers of Britain is Churchill. In 1945, when there was a world war, he said, "Truth is incontrovertible. You cannot massage it, you cannot defend it. Anytime you defend the truth, you water it down or you saturate it." I want us to be honest on this part. Raila has made, of course, inroads in Mount Kenya. But let us not put it the way as if Raila surpassed Ruto. Let us say this, and I think Shiko has put it previously in the right way. Mount Kenya is a tussle. We have started climbing the mountain. So far, Mzee is doing well than we expected. Ruto had made too much inroads. So we are finding Mount Kenya in a quandary. And the quandary is, for the first time, over 50% of Mount Kenya are undecided right now. That is what we can say. But let us not say Raila ako apa, Ruto ako apa. No, what I know from speaking to most of the Mount Kenya friends that I do have, they are undecided. They are waiting to see as things go by, because trust is not something that comes right away. There's a lot that needs to be done. The damage, as Kimemia said, that was done to Baba, 2007, 2013, 2017, you can see those were consecutive elections. And as my sister here has always told us, Inoro TV and all vernacular radios and TVs, no, mostly radios, not TV, had things to say that were persistent and consistent until things were believed. Sabina Chege told us the other day, they even believed that Mzee was not even a human being. What I know is we are making inroads. We are not yet there. Mount Kenya still has more undecided voters than decided. But if elections were to be held today, as Mzee SK Macharia once said, when he welcomed Mzee to the first meeting that was big and mega in Mount Kenya, sema, tusidanganye Raila. If election were to be held today, watashinda. But from that time to today, Raila has made very good inroads, but they are not enough. More needs to be done. Let us not celebrate. The truth is going to be our power. When we acknowledge that we haven't done more than enough, we will go to Mount Kenya, we will speak with them, and we will watongoza vile msichana anatongozwa aingie kwa box. Msichana bado hajaingia box. That is the truth from my side. I don't know, maybe watu ambao kutoka wako huko wanaweza tuambia, but from where I sit, that's what I think.
Sijamaliza contribution yangu.
Yeah, I think kidogo tu Shiro uendelee. Alex, I don't think kuna mtu amesema hapa we have won Mount Kenya. And when you look at even the way Azimio has been climbing Mount Kenya, it has been very slowly, and the messaging has not been direct like we have won the mountain. They call back and forth because they know it takes time to process people to shift from one place to another.
Okay.
In fact, even the only prediction Niliona Nani wanted to say at all, he said, by April, we will overtake Ruto. What he's saying is that we still have work. He's still ahead, but the process is engaged. There are people who argued on this forum that we need, there is no excitement. Raila is on the mountain, but there's no excitement the way Ruto has. Tukaambia, you don't just go there and assume that everything was okay and you're creating excitement. You seduce people pole pole. And that's why Raila has not been creating those euphoria crowds in the mountain, because he knows what he needs is to create a forum of engagement first. You just don't need to be excited with crowds. And the focus has been on the plenary meetings, because plenary meetings, you talk to people. There is an opportunity to talk to people. Rather than just having crowded rallies, you don't know who, people shout, everybody will shout and they say anything they want and then they go. So yes, we know up to now, Ruto has an upper hand. And that's why when you do a meeting, he goes there and he shows the numbers, because he still knows he has the numbers. But there are many people who are at the valley of decision making. Me, I have even friends who told me they would prefer Musalia. But right now they are telling, I think I had one who shared a message on social media and said, it is Wekesa who brought me to Raila. You see, he is already in. But you see, there are those who are at the verge of decision making. And I can tell you for free, just it needs some 2-3 months, they will be there. They first begin as an undecided. That's a good point. But if up to now all of them were still saying, no, we don't want to hear Raila, then that is a bad sign. But right now, when they say they are undecided, or they are willing even to give him an ear, kwa Kiluya huwa tunasema usiongeleshe mtu mwenye ako kwa mlango. Ukimuongelesha utamfungulia mlango. So kama unalala, endelea kulala, lakini mtu akinok na umuanze kumuongelesha, unasema unani disturb nini. At the end of the day, you will open the door. So the conversation that is happening on the mountain is very important. Shiro, finish your...
Niko kwa mlango yako Wekesa na unaendelea kuongea, fungua bana.
Nyamaza Alex.
Shiko dadangu.
Shira maliza and then we come to
Shiko dadangu.
Yeah.
Mdogo wangu. Wacha niseme niambie tu Alex kitu kimoja.
Yes, my dear princess, Her Excellency Princess.
Ni juzi tu nilimuona kijana wa Kibaki akisema yuko ndani ya Azimio, lakini bado wanangojea jambo kutoka kwa Rais Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Itakapopigwa ile
tarumbeta,
akibonyeza tu tarumbeta ile, akipiga tarumbeta wako ndani. Kwa hivyo ni kungojea tu, wako kwenye mlango vile Wekesa anasema. Ni hayo tu.
Nashukuru.
Na princess, unajua kitu tumesema.
Wewe Wekesa unaongea sana, nikijamaliza.
Hindi Temba karibu bana. Temba amevaa koti bana.
Hindi imetoka. Already ishatoka.
Walai Temba amekunywa Heineken 5.
Because walikuwa wanapima hewa. Shiro talk now. Unajua hata nilifikia ni Shiro anaongea, kumbe ni Zaina. Shiro talk now.
Nasema hivi, princess.
Wewe sio Shiro.
Wewe
Fred, wacha bwana.
Wacha Shiro princess. Tumemweka sana.
Okay, Aria mwale wa.
Temba, welcome.
Hata kuria makofi leo. Anyway.
So, okay, Temba ameingia. Welcome Temba.
Alex, ni nini mbaya?
Wacha Shira maliza alafu tu welcome Temba.
So, Wekesa ndio alikuwa anasema kama saa hizi ni watu Mount Kenya ndio wanasema Azimio. Nakwambia siasa ya Mount Kenya imebadilika. If unaweza sema Raila Odinga saa hizi, jana nilipatana, was it on Thursday, nilipatana nikitoka kazi na hizi nini za SK Macharia zikitembea na watu wanasimama kuzisikiza na hawapigwi na mawe. Hata hivyo mnasema Wajaruo ndo wanarushanga mawe, ati upigwi na mawe saizi ama Red Road akwambia uhame. Unajua ungekuwa ukisema wa Raila kitambo ulikuwa unaambiwa hata uhame. Ati saizi mtu Raila anaweza kuja Central na atuongelesha tena. Ukienda mahali kama kwa soko unasikia wamama pia venye tu umesema, people are not decided, majority from Mount Kenya they are not decided which way they are going to. But if in Mount Kenya tunasema Raila, mi okay, I'm not that old but nimekuwa nikijua Raila ni mwenda wazimu, ni mutawi, ni nini, but
ndogiaria Kikuyu kene mukoroki ndondo riri kio niki moe kuma tene.
Nilikuwa najua yeye ni mchawi, ati hata anabadilishanga macho, ati hata ukimwona sijui macho yake inabadilikanga. So I used even like ukimwona kwa picha unamuogopa, unaona tunaambiwa hata ni jini. Vitu mingi ati saizi ndiye tunasema tuko Azimio. Siasa ya Mount Kenya imebadilika. Na watu wa Mount Kenya saizi unaona kama venye Ruto alienda akaanza kupiga hao watu wanajiita Mount Kenya Foundation. If you want to build a house Wekesa, lazima ukuwe na hizi zenye za kuhold nyumba yako, chuma nini. Ruto wako sasa na wao watu wanasema hustler, hawa wenye wako chini. Ako na mawe lakini he doesn't have foundation. Lazima hii alianza kusema about dynasty na hii na hustlers na nini, hiyo ilishamaliza Mount Kenya. As we are speaking, tuwezi sema Azimio imeingia sana, but it has a percentage as for now. Kama saizi watu wa bodaboda unawapota ati mtu amevaa hizi tunazitanga nini, Fred, hizi koti wanavanga ati amevaa ya Raila na zilikuwa zinachomwa
reflector, inaitwa reflector
dogerigo. So kama ni saizi watu wanafanya hizo vitu, Mount Kenya Azimio tu imeingia. Kama Raila pia anaweza enda hata kufanya kampeni kwetu Nyeri, huko ni kunoma. I come from that place, but I'm telling you those people are not good, and he was there. Siasa ya Mount Kenya pena sijadanganywa ati Mount Kenya saizi yote ni UDA. Things have changed na Azimio tu imekuja tu ikiingia, and give it 3 months utaona watu wakianza kudefect. Uliona venye umesema hata huyo wa Jimmy Kibaki ameingia, kuna chama yake. Mwingine anaitwa Thuo Mathenge is another Kafando pia kuna nini ingine. So watu saizi si ati useme ati utaingia party fulani, na kama hata Laikipia unajua walichagua the governor wa huko with an independent ticket, na nafikiria sijui saizi kama bado amejoin tena PNU. So baba at least sahi anaenda akinini Mount Kenya, watu wanaenda tu wenye
mi nilipikia Nderitu kura. Sasa wewe wacha kusema hiyo. Ako PNU damu.
Alikuwa independent cause alishindwa kwa nominations uliza Kenya.
Aliingia PNU. Ako PNU.
Sahi. Wewe Fred, sahi.
Aliingia independent.
Kewe. Tia kwa alia mutumia akiaria.
Wewe. Can you go and check? Can you Google wacha kutupatia?
Ndirakwira tiriri. Aigirire kiti kia ukavana independent.
Fred, mbona una behave kama mtu ya UDA?
Wait. I'm saying aliingia akiwa independent. But as right now as we are speaking, ako kwa PNU.
Na nimesema sisemi sahi, nilikuwa nasema na maanisha alichaguliwa na independent. Nikiwe
nilimpigia kura. I was there.
Okay, thank you. Shiro Malisa.
Acha tu Fred aendelee kuongea.
Can you protect Shiro? Fred ana harass Shiro.
Temba, protect me.
Yeah, we maliza statement yako, tuende kwa submission nyingine. To welcome Temba. Temba naona anakunywa kitu hapo nyuma mzuri sana, nitaomba
Wekesa, nimemaliza.
Yeah, I have
Lakini
two people who have not
Raila
submitted, and
Raila amenini Mount Kenya.
Najua it will go off from Facebook. So let me have Patriot, and after Patriot, Deba. Then we go round. Patriot, uko ama ulilala? I think you had lala.
Patriot anabembeleza princess.
Wacha nisiingie huko. Themba, you're welcome. We are discussing here, kuna meetings mbili, although I think we have in between we have talked so many other things. If you have heard them, you can also make a contribution on the same. Kuna a thesis nani alileta ya Machiavellian. The kingmakers are always destroyed. And that is what kuanzia the first president, when he entered kata mikuu ya Jaramogi, kiangalia Moi, people who helped him come to power, he tried to kuwakata mikuu, yeah, up to even William himself was helped by Isaac Ruto, and the first person to shed off was Isaac Ruto. So I think everybody destroys the kingmakers. Let's have Themba make his submission.
Except Raila.
Huh? Except
Raila.
Wekesa. Wekesa, leo ni Friday na venye naona Fred na Alex sijui, so
hao wangekuwa Kenya hata tungewashuku, lakini
wewe shiko okwenda kuhoere we urenda kuhoere thaici tiga bandu mau macio makwe urenda mahoya.
Let's have them first before the Niniko also.
Wekesa, you're not protecting me from Fred. And
I will put a Berlin wall there. Okay, let's have them.
Give me a second, Wekesa.
Fred, I'm afraid. No, so let me finish what I was saying. Okay. Alex amesema except Raila. Ruto argues that he's the one who made Raila president and prime minister. So, but he laid him off. So maybe it can also be extended and say that one of his foot soldiers, the kingmakers, was laid off after getting to power, although that is not the power he was looking for. Yeah, but I think this analogy is picked from also the bee kingdom, where after the drone has fertilized the queen, it's always in a kufang. The work of the drone is to fertilize the queen and die. That is the bee kingdom. Huh? You are back, huh?
Yes, I'm back. Wekesa, good evening, good afternoon, good morning from wherever you are, all our listeners. I'm glad to see Ziana, Shiko, Alex, Kasuri. I don't know if Patriot is there. Harun, Kinywa, and Stone again. Yeah, from your comment on what you have said right now, when you study our leaders, I think that's a beautiful thesis. If you study our leaders, you tend to see the books they have been reading, or probably their strategists, the ones who have been advising them, and you notice from the president right now, the deputy president, considering also the former president, the second president, that is Moi, and even the first president,
you see a tendency of them, probably all their strategists, having been educated with the Machiavellian principle. And indeed, if you read The Prince, you notice much of its effect in what they do. And for that reason, The Prince has been used in several aspects across board, across board in business and even in power, in seeking power. And some have argued, some writers and critics have argued that if you are Machiavellian by thought, then you need to kill certain aspects of yourself. That is the feeling part. You need to, because he says that in Machiavellian, the approach is the end justifies the means. So yeah, I got the book The Prince. Yeah, I would invite us to read Machiavellian, The Prince, the book The Prince. You'll be especially find it interesting where the prince. There are two questions they ask. That is, the prince to be feared or respected? The answer is the prince is to be. If you are to choose between two, it's good for the prince to be feared and respected. But if you are to choose between the two, then it's better for the prince to be feared than respected. You can always earn respect, but fear is what you need to pursue more as a prince. Now, how do you instill fear? A prince should not necessarily by themselves be the one to commit the atrocities. You must use someone else to do the atrocities, but you should always be seen as a good person. And that's why later, when you read the book by 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene, which is so much a borrowing from The Prince, there's a place where they say that if you have to hit someone, you have to finish them completely, because if you have any remnants on them, then they are going to kind of come back and eat you up. Now, if is Uhuru Machiavellian or not, and is Moi Machiavellian or not? Moi was feared for the 24 years that was the president. To some extent, those people who probably grew up and understood the 80s and 90s before Moi left, you could imagine even the person serving you tea was actually NSIS. There was that sense of fear that you thought that Moi was everywhere. Now, that is how the prince should rule. But they should also come out as very nice. Most of us have considered Moi he was giving money everywhere he went. If Moi was passing and, he stood somewhere, all of you, he would whip some cash and give to all of you. So most of us thought that Moi was the most generous person there was. So that's basically Machiavellian. The same thing, fast forward to Uhuru. We say Uhuru is the best person. He's very nice. In fact, if you want to hear the act of a prince, is that you should always come out as very nice, humble. You should always give that kind of an approach in leadership. So, having said that, of course, for purposes of the discourse today, that's more of those people interested in political theory and maybe understanding analysis and of course the general comparative study of our leadership and leadership in governments and government making in Africa. You readers of those are classical theorists, we can appreciate those, but over time some people have argued differently. Now, Raila has been argued not to be Machiavellian per se, and that is for some reason. In some purposes they have argued that he doesn't seek power for its own sake. That's why when it was time, like in 2007, and there was too much drama going on and people were dying, Raila had to calm down. Now that's not a Machiavellian principle. Machiavellian is you're interested in power. It doesn't matter how many people are gonna die. You gotta get the power, and you have to have it. But when you start coming down, then now that is not a prince for Machiavelli. That's what he says. So when you bring in and you put in your sense of you are nice, you're becoming a nice person, then you don't get it. So power for the sake of it, and that is where Ruto is coming from. You know, it doesn't matter how many people are going to be at. It doesn't matter if I campaign for 8 years. It doesn't matter you guys are paying me for 8 years. You're doing all this. I want power. You know, I want power. It doesn't matter who I hurt on the process. It doesn't matter who is going to be, you know, like, take for instance, humanly speaking, if you look at what Ruto has been saying, that I'm interested, najali mwananchi, you would want to expect that he would care about the same mwananchi paying him for 8 years for doing nothing. But that is not his worry right now. The same people that he has for all his life, because Ruto has never been in opposition anywhere. Ruto has never been out of government. Ruto has never been out of power, away from power in his life. Now, the same people now you want to go and identify with is the same as the story of Hitler. Hitler was not a poor man. He didn't come from a bad place, you know, but he was able to convince the masses to approach him in a sense of, in fact, someone says that Hitler, whatever Hitler did was legal, you know. So even whatever it is that he was doing as he was killing people, it was legal. So what Ruto is doing is legal. You know, he's in office because the constitution says so. So it is legal. But is it moral? Now, for Machiavellian, it's not about morality. It's about power for its own sake. Now, on to what we are saying, the debate that we are having today. Of course, those are for those who are interested in political theory and maybe trying to understand because most of these things, they say there's nothing new under the sun. These things have been, the strategists who are advising these presidential candidates have read in these schools. They have different schools of thought. Someone has suggested that Raila is probably more of has used more of the art of war by Sun Tzu. You know, where you are fighting people who are more powerful than you are. So you go appreciate some of the techniques that are progressed by Sun Tzu in getting power, then you can understand the way probably Raila has been having his approaches. But of course, it's a mix. Those are classical strategic theories. All these people have read that, you know. And they have probably mastered, and their advisors are probably political scientists. Yes.
Demba,
Yes, sir.
I would want to know which book kina Mudavadi, kina Kalonzo have read. I'm just curious.
You know, if you look at Mudavadi, which time did Mudavadi struggle to get to power? Tell me one time that Mudavadi really struggled to get to power. All the time in his political life, it has always been given on a silver platter. Every time, you know. So the only time that he tried to vie was when he vied for presidency. But you realize what is Mudavadi's political philosophy? You know, when you want to understand a leader, you want to understand them from their political philosophy. What is their political philosophy? What is Mudavadi's political philosophy?
Earthquake.
Shiko, Mudavadi will, the ANC guys are going to look for you. Same to Kalonzo, other than opportunistic approaches that he has heard, I haven't seen a consistent. Kalonzo was in Kanu regime, so basically they benefited. You know, Kalonzo was plucked. They benefited from Moi's tactics, and Kalonzo was built around by Mulu Motisia. You know, by then Moi was surrounding himself by fairly people who had money, but you know, the power brokers. So power brokering was so much rampant in those days. So those fairly educated people within those uneducated guys who are with Moi benefited big because they were kind of advisors for those people. So if you try to understand the politics and development in Kenya, you'll try to appreciate some of that happening. But for most of us, probably our interests is not so much into the many theoretical information that comes in with understanding the leadership. We pick it from the competition part, which is where we are at. And maybe if you allow me, Wekesa, I want to go straight to the debate in terms of what we are talking about. Like we said yesterday, I find something interesting happened today. I mean, I think it happened today. The women rep for Moranga went to Siaya to help in getting voters to vote, and with her was Kimunya, Amos Kimunya. You know, that for me was a big message that is coming out from the Azimio team. That, hey, Kenya, we can actually have political, we can be in a political year, and we don't have to necessarily have certain tribes staying away from others. And we can have leaders coming from, leaders coming from Nyanza going to Central to look for votes, and leaders from Central going to Nyanza to encourage them to be voters. That has never happened in a political year. You know, this is the first time. You know, I read that and I saw that and I said, this is what we need in our Kenya. I mean, this is the Kenya that we want, where politics is not the end in itself, where we are not saying that because it's a political year, some guys are carrying everything from Nairobi going home because of the fear of what will happen. We need political year where even I was amazed when I saw the Moranga women rep. What's her name? Her name is disappearing.
Sabina Chege.
Sabina Chege, yeah. And she was with Kimunya, and they were telling Nyanza guys, you guys get out and take the votes. That was amazing. We need to see many of that. That is what we need in Kenya. We don't need whereby you're telling people, those people, ni watu wa kurusha mawe. Why did they throw stones to those people? Why, they welcomed them. I think that is what Baba and the Azimio team are trying to encourage. That yes, we are in a political year, but the political year should not mean that we are enemies. We are still Kenyans. And I liked that, the way he's trying to engage them. And that has been the demarcation, I mean, the clear difference that is coming in when we are trying to understand the two campaign plots. That is Rutos and, of course, Azimio team. And I was listening to some of the UDA guys coming here to speak. One thing that also amazed me was what Pato said, because Pato for some reason said that, okay, now we have gotten your advice. We are going, number one, to tell Ruto to start going to town halls. And then we are going to tell him to stop insulting other people. You know, I was like, okay, so you guys have started noticing that his insults are not helping him anymore. But you know what? That is now doing catching up. You can't do catch up in the game of politics. You don't do catch up. Once you start doing catch up, you're gone. That means you're reacting. And in my view, probably I'm not in a place to advise them. They have the kind of guys who are advising them. The trajectory that they started in was not going to take them. Like someone said, they started running a marathon like they're sprinting, and probably that fatigue is now starting to show in. And when you lack content, then now you start having the insults that we are witnessing. Other than that, I think we am liking what I'm seeing. Kindly advisory: avoid Nairobi and its environs. If you're in Nairobi, kindly make sure that you are inside bombers of Kenya, because according to the Richter scale, there's earthquake that is coming, and it's gonna be at what will it be reading, Wekesa, in the Richter scale? 2 point what?
Temba, wacha hizo.
7.5.
Temba, I suspect.
7.5.
I suspect even my bulldogs will not shake.
Temba.
No,
Nataka kuna watu nataka kuhost wenye wako Nairobi wakuje ni wahost mahali niko hakutakuwa na earthquake. Kinywa. Mpaka sisi alafu sasa itakuwaje?
Temba, mimi nataka
I
kuambia
can host you.
Back to you, Wekesa. I'm done. I mean, I'm just advising that people should stay out of Nairobi. If you must stay in Nairobi, go inside Bomas. Otherwise, all the other parts, there'll be earthquake coming, 7.5 Richter scale. And kindly, don't say we never told you.
Temba, nilikuwa nataka kuambia Shiko about discussion about daddies and daughter. Kama hajaona hiyo, aenda angalie kwa Themba on Diek TV, please. Kama hujaona hiyo discussion ya daddies and daughter, please. Kama Shiko hujaona hiyo, I'm inviting you to watch that one. PK, umeona communication ama conversation between daddies and daughter? Umeona?
Wewe niko nimesubscribe huko, nishaona.
Kama umeona
Nikikiona nawe.
Oye, ndrai kwa mami.
Okay, wewe na mwaki uko nani?
Subscribe sisi.
Yeah, we actually hosted Dilemma here with the daughter, so I think for those who have been here quite for a while, we did and we invited people to call and subscribe for more episodes. I don't know right now amefika episode number ngapi atatuambia.
Yeah. Themba TV. We are on episode 40, so you can go there, check us out. It's the journey between my daughter and I. So kindly pass there for those who are daddies already to daughters, and those who are daddies to be and daughters to be and uncles. You can learn something. So
na wenye sasa hatuna tutaenda tutafanya.
You are an auntie.
Shiko.
So now let's do this. I want us to have Eric, PK.
Eric, why are you getting annoyed?
Let's have. I think maybe hajafika kwa hiyo bracket sasa inamkwaruza.
Ameonyesha hasira ingine ambayo si normal.
Nikisoma alafu.
Let's go to the point. Let's go to the debate.
Let's have Eric.
Patrick, Wekesa.
PK.
Hello,
I want us
Wekesa.
to do 2 minutes before we.
Patriot, Orenyo kanasile kata wewe se icha pole. Kwanza ikule pasia.
Freddy, please.
Patriot. Ama si kusikia sauti ya Patriot?
No, it's Freddy. It's Freddy who is making noise. Oh.
I am around Wekesa, if you can allow me. So.
Yeah, I've looked for you twice, so I assumed you have slept. So you can make your submission, then we call the last one.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Wekesa. Of course, I will always start by saying it's a great pleasure. And I'll always appreciate to have a discussion with my fellow panelists here, including the sisters from the mountain. But I want to say that you will always find it enriching when you discover that we come from a country that is defining the lives of Kenyans differently. You know, we look at things in a different way. The optics of our country, and as far as politics is concerned, they're changing daily. And they are not just only changing, but all the stars are aligning to Baba's direction. It is good to know this. And especially when we discover that the people we thought will never listen to us, the fights that we anticipated with the people who are now our friends, it is amazing, actually. So personally, I want to say that we are learning lessons, the layers that we have been able to scale down. In as far as the mountain is concerned, I think it's not a mountain anymore. In fact, whatever you've been calling Mount Kenya, I think it's a good experience because Baba anaenda mlima na slippers sasa. Nafikiri atembei na viatu ngumu. He's using slippers. Zile viatu za kwenda kwa bafu ndiye anatumia. And even when they are wet.
Sema tali.
You know, my brother, I realized you went to the other world and you have decided to be like them. I thought anyway, but it's okay. Let me finish. I want to say that Baba, as I was saying, Baba is enjoying using the new shoes. Baba went out of the way to buy, the gear that one uses to climb the mountain. I think there's a wastage. We need to start looking for people who can buy this, because Baba alinunua gumboots, akanunua viatu zile za kupanda mlima. Trying to imagine that it would be that difficult. So I think I want to take this opportunity to thank the sisters from where we used to call the mountain, because it's not a mountain anymore, Kinashiko. We want to thank you guys. You are amazing people. You have made us proud. The support we are getting from the mountain. I get sometimes so much confused. I feel like I don't believe it. Sometimes the support that we are experiencing today, huwa nafikiri tuko Nyanza na kumbe ni Nyeri na kumbe ni Murang'a. Had it not been that distinctively Mulima na watu wa Western tunafanana tofauti, I would have thought somebody is doing some photo or whatever. But it is true that things can change. So allow me to say this. The UDA movement, it is very clear that they subscribe to what has made them very distinctively different from others. Others, of course, includes the Oka. Hii watu wameamua watembee na matusi. I think matusi and UDA, these are things that have become very synonymous. There is great correlation between UDA and the kind of language they use. Nafikiri, when I was listening to one linguistic mind, alisema ya kwamba UDA wameanza kuwa vulgarative. I don't know whether that's proper, but I heard him say so, that they have become so vulgarative, vulgar. They are full of vulgarative gestures. They are people who have made it clear that they cannot put across any point without them using the language that makes them happy, which means insults, abuses, confusions, mysterious definitions which are not found in the normal dictionary, and the impunity that they attach to that. They want to insist, and I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow they want to tell us that Themba is a Mwindi. They can insist on that. Wanasema huyu Themba ni Mwindi, na ni Mwindi, and we know he's a Mwindi, and they can even go as far as giving us examples that he is a Mwindi. This is very, very unfortunate. They might tomorrow say, oh, hata hii TV ya Mtembei inapatikana India or it's somewhere else. I'm just trying to say that these guys, we are now very clear that there are people who don't want to give us facts. There are people who want to trade on mystery. You know, when you talk about things like bottom up, you know, and I like the way our brother from America, the guy that is Penny Nyagaka. He comes here and said bottom up. I don't know this bottom up, whatever. This bottom up, you know, this bottom up. Nobody understands what bottom up is. They are here talking very heavy English. Kiingereza mzito, bottom up, na ieleweki inaenda wapi. So I think the impunity that they have.
No, Wekesa, I want to protect Penny. Let's not attack someone's.
Penny is in the house. Ben is in the house. Let him defend himself.
I want to protect him. I mean, Patriot, can you comment on the content, not what he says? Be kind.
No, I can still explain that, Patriot. No problem. Bottom up.
Thank you, Penny. Thank you. Wekesa, protect me. Yes, Wekesa.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I want you to protect Professor Lonyangapuo. He was told that he has a village party. What is your take?
Thank you, Wekesa. Somebody has not muted. There's somebody who has not muted. Can you be kind, please? There's somebody. Thank you. Remember, you become sometimes very, very, very oversensitive when Patriot speaks. You I've not said anything bad to Penny Nyagaka. I only said I was only trying to emphasize the kind of heavy English, bottom up. That has nothing to. Had I been living in the US, probably I'll also be using the same. So it's not anything. It's not anything really.
Yeah. So are you jealous?
Then allow me to continue, my brother. I don't.
I'll give you a minute.
You know, when I was listening to you guys, you've been having a lot of light moments. Now I'm trying to have my light moment. Temba, you're the one who's jealousy of me having a light moment in my contribution, Temba. So Lonyangapuo is right to have a party that will put the Pokots and the Northern Rift Valley people together as they support Barbara. So, Wekesa, I think there is a new slogan. There's a new sheriff in town who has given us a new slogan. UDA, kazi ni kazi. Azimio la umoja, chama ni chama. You see, we have gone to the extent of respecting what these guys have been calling as a machine. They are telling us it's a machine, sorry. And by some of us know it's a wheelbarrow. They have forced us for the last 1 year. They have forced us to look at that as a machine. Tumekubali. If they have said the wheelbarrow is a machine, we said, all right, give it to them. But if we have taken a wheelbarrow to the level where people are accepting kwamba in the definition of UDA, wheelbarrow ni machine, why can they respect people's parties? So it is very clear that the undertones and the emphasis that we are giving to these guys without much ado is that tunawaambia tukisema azimio la umoja, it means chama ni chama. You know, party is a party. In fact, we are coming up with, we are reviewing that song that was in the 2020, which was saying party after party, party after party. In fact, chama na slogan yetu sasa inaenda pamoja. You'll be saying Azimio la Umoja, party after party, party after party. If you start any party, as long as it supports Baba, they should respect it. Hawawezi kutuambia tuheshimu wheelbarrow ni kazi, na Loinyangapua anaanzisha chama, unaanza kusema ni village party. There is nothing that becomes modern. There's nothing that becomes modern without the countryside. Huwezi kuwa na town bila rural. There must be a rural setting for you to define the urban, because you must be having a comparison of the opposite of the urban for you to say that this is an urban region. So for me, I think Wekesa, I really understand what and where the UDA come from. Ni watu ya makasiriko, ni watu ya wivu. They want, huwezi kupanga your opponent, my brother. If I have decided that number 6, it is Peter or PK who is going to play number 6 in my team, huwezi kuja kiwanjani alafu unasema haujui PK hawezi distribute mpira, ungefanya PK acheze namba 1. You can see vile wanaleta PK anacheza namba 6 for the last 6 matches, namba 6. That is very clear. These guys have nothing to tell you. You tell me about your team, I tell you about my team. You don't prepare me. You cannot help the opponent to form a team to fight you. So I think, to me, what I'll say, Wekesa, to be very truthful, there is no village party. All the parties, as long as they are supporting Baba, when it comes to August, tutafunza hii watu hawajui. In fact, we are going tunaenda kuwapanga. Yes.
Patriot. Unajua hii kitu watu wanasema unatoa wapi nguvu? Huyu William anatoa wapi nguvu ya kuambia watu watoka kwa vyama ndogo? Na is the same person mwenye aliambia vyama ndogo wavunje waunde Jubilee. Jubilee imecollapse according to him. So why is it that he's still having the same gospel? Anatoa wapi nguvu?
Mi nataka Shiko aulize Penny Nyakaka. Aliuliza Patrick anaitwa Pato. Alimuuliza swali. Anataka aulize Penny Nyakaka hiyo swali. The same question he asked the Pato about bottom-up.
Kasut, kindly.
Kasut, this is not a market. This is not a
bottom-up
question.
Fred, this is not a marketplace. This is not a marketplace, Fred. Like, this is not a marketplace. No.
Actually, you have 1 minute finish. Let's and then we do the last round.
Kasuti must keep quiet for me to finish. Okay, thank you, Wekesa. So I think that's a good emphasis, Wekesa, in terms of inquiry. But I think let me take this opportunity to be very quick on that. You know, the truth is this. UDA are worried of the strategy Baba has used to bring the country together. The support Baba is getting today, the support Baba has been able to marshal. It is basically the strategy that is giving these numbers, and why UDA is so much agitated with this narrative of the so-called Chama village party. It's because the parties that and the strategy Baba has put in place to give him the support, it borders along along the parties, and we realize the best thing to do is to make people comfortable, because Baba is not asking for followers, he's looking for partners. So we live in a country that is largely divided on tribal lines. We have a lot of fault lines that borders a tribal segmentation, and this is our country, which we respect. So the positive attributes of this is to give the people the opportunity to have a political inclination that define them as such. So when UDA looks at this, they realize that Baba has taken this advantage. He's giving people the leeway to come to him and come to him as partners. So to me, I think his concerns are genuine, but the way he is describing that advantage that Baba has used in terms of strategy is what is what is border, what borders a language that is full of demeanor, full of disrespect of the others, and he's forgetting that they have used that before. So hiyo ninamaliza na kusema nyani haoni kundule. It's only that the way we are making use of that that color of the kundule is different. So I think for me, he can continue complaining, but that is not going to tell Baba to change. He's not going to tell us what to do. So the audacity that he has, it is because he knows it's the strength for Baba. You can't tell us it's a weakness, it's a strength. And the more he tells us, the continue. Lastly, Wekesa, mimi naambia Baba aendelee kuongea vitendawili na proverbs. He must be figurative, he must be using proverbs. He shouldn't be intimidated. Baba asipangwe kwa sababu atupangwingwi. In fact, nataka Baba akiongea anaanza na kitendawili. That's what makes Baba unique. There's nothing wrong about vitendawili. We went to school. So this thing of Baba slowing on vitendawili because he thinks that kuitwa mzee wa vitendawili. The only thing I don't like, he's not mzee, lakini kitendawili, it is an identity that Baba must use wherever he goes. Thank you so much, Wekesa. Somebody else can pick it up from there.
Sawa sawa. Mimi nilisema
Wekesa, can I add in on the idea of Ruto thinking that his party is better than others?
You want to do it now or in your submission?
No, you are. That's the question right now, so I can do it right now. I mean, we will be kicked out of Facebook, but we'll still be here. So I mean, we are used to that. So the thing is, to your question, why he feels, the answer for me is one: he is a narcissist. A narcissist perspective is this: you think just about you and nobody else, and everything that focuses on you is the best. If you guys have dealt with narcissists, narcissistic relatives, narcissistic friends, narcissistic spouses, you may want to start understanding what you're seeing in Ruto, because he believes that he's the only one who can make the best party. You remember when they folded up Jubilee and the URP and TNA to form Jubilee, they thought they'd done the best thing then. So right now, he's telling other parties to fold up, yet if you listen to Ruto well, he's saying that he suffered because of that folding up. So why would you want to subject other people to the same thing that you were suffering for? There's something sinister. Because right now, Jubilee has been captured by other people and they can't benefit. But now he's telling all the other people to do the same thing. Let me ask you a simple question. Hata kama mtu ni mjinga aje, ukishapitia mahali na uumwe na nyoka, kwa nini uambie mtu mwingine kuja upitia hapa pia yeye akaumwe na nyoka? Surely. What is that if it is not selfishness? So our deputy president is selfish, narcissistic personality, and that's a disorder. So we need to appreciate him from that. That's why even right now it's so hard for anybody to work with him. He plans his own meetings. Unless he's there, nothing happens. That's narcissism. And someone ably put it here earlier, akasema kwamba Ruto is the MC in his own meeting. He plans it and he's the MC in that meeting. He'll be the first and he'll be the last to talk. That is a narcissist personality. You can't work. You work in teams. You can't work alone. And that's why you think...
Ujasikia yeye ndio WhatsApp admin.
So you see, when you have such a person, that's not presidential. A president is not going to do things alone. He's going to do with a team. You build a team that is going to deliver. Not you who is going to deliver. It's a team that you build around you. That's what Raila is doing. Raila is building a team. Ruto is one-man show. And that is how dictators are born. Dictators are made like that. You make people love you. You make people think that you know everything, and then you become a dictator. The same thing is what he's going to do. Ruto is showing all signs of a dictator. And within Ruto's rank, he's feared. And one person that I've seen always, Farouk Kibet, is the one directing, even I hear, he sometimes even slaps the MPs. I don't know. But when you have such a person who is the one going to be State House controller, I can imagine. You have people like Akina Rashid Echesa who have been shown even in the TV, you know, doing arms deals in the deputy president's office. These people are going to even do that in State House live with impunity. Kenya is going to go to the dogs with such a kind of a personality. That's why you need a team. And when you asked, why is he thinking that URP is better than all the other parties? Because he's controlling it. And that's what he wants. You know, so I think as a matter of urgency.
Themba, sorry for interjection.
Now you are interjecting.
I said sorry, and with kindness.
No, listen, that is not good. When you have interjected, you don't say sorry because you are not giving me an option of saying no. Just interject and continue. Why are you saying sorry?
Okay.
You
have said you are even teaching people what to say, Themba. That's okay.
Tutawatengenezea debate siku moja. Heartthrob debate. One of these days, I will be a moderator.
Themba, you are saying that Farouk Kibet, the way anaongea sijui nini ati watakuwa somebody will be a dictator, and then you have said atakuwa sijui nini in State House. Ulisikia wapi State House ya nani? You know, the way you are bringing your points, I get it, Themba, but if you go back to what you said, you are giving me the impression that UDA will be. You didn't say in the unfortunate event. Are you telling me that we are expecting these guys to go to State House? State House ya nani? State House ambaye tunangoja ni ya baba. So the way you give your examples, be careful, Themba.
Okay, thank you. Well,
let me not respond. Let me not respond to that one. Thank you. Yeah. Imefika.
Niruhusu ni respond kwa hiyo.
Let's have Eric.
Good morning.
Eric amekaa sana mpaka paka imechoka.
Now this is my child, bwana.
Your child, Shiro is welcoming you. You need really children.
Utaharibu sasa. What are you doing with the cat?
Okay, thank you guys. This morning I've been here for those hours, I think 7 hours. So thank you so much. I think my point on the debate, I'm going to go direct to the point of Mount Kenya. You know, I'm going to tell you people all the country in Mount Kenya, people doesn't go talking the person they support. And by any chance you see in Mount Kenya people coming to your rally, a lot of them singing your name, you might end up by getting disappointed. What Mount Kenya does, people listen to each other. Let me wait, I see whether that one is supporting Baba, that one is supporting Baba, that one is supporting Baba. But deep down in their heart, they know they support Baba or they know they support someone else. So for William Ruto already asha understand Mount Kenya vile kuko. Ndio maana siku hizi atembei huko. Siku hizi for a long time hajaenda Mount Kenya. He has been going to Kambani, Mombasa, Rift Valley, those heights. Mount Kenya siku hizi avoid a little bit because things change overnight in Mount Kenya. So hapo hata yeye mwenyewe ashajua si kuzuri huko because if you can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
Can you
hear
hear?
you. We can hear you. So Ekesa should be preparing people before a later commercial break.
So that's what I'm saying there.
So
So
sorry,
for Mount,
I did that by mistake. I was trying to display this newspaper as you talk.
I said these
Bahati
things
mbaya.
before. My first contribution, I talked about this thing. I didn't see it. That we will once talk everything. So in Mount Kenya, Ruto is scared already because if you see like in Mount Kenya, people from Mount Kenya, elected leaders, they are campaigning for Baba. Like today, I think Sabina Shege, is it not today or yesterday, they were in Kisumu. I don't know Kisumu or where, Siaya. And
Yesterday
Baba
in
wasn't.
Uyoma. Yesterday in Uyoma.
And Baba wasn't there. They were alone. Amos Kimunya, Sabina Shege. Baba wasn't there. That shows a very, very, very big calculated move. And in Mount Kenya, as I said some days back, the moment Uhuru will go to open a project, he's waiting just to go to open any project. The project is a political thing. That day, Mount Kenya will change 100%. He is just waiting a day to open a project in Mount Kenya. That day, Mount Kenya, things will change immediately because the president will talk. And will talk in our language. So people should expect that. Secondly, something I'm going to say, to give Ruto to elect Ruto as a president, it's like to borrow a loan from Mshwari to pay Freezer. That's the way things are. To put Ruto there, it's like you borrow a loan from Mshwari, you pay Freezer. Kwa hivyo, people should be very careful about this person. Na siasa yake imeisha. Huyu mtu anajua ameshindwa. Yeye ako kwa biashara saa hii. The guy is in business. He just need to have MP, MCAs only. Then end of the month, you will be getting money every month. Because you cannot tell me that even if you are a chicken seller, you can have that money to facilitate the campaign for 4 years. For 4 years. How many eggs and chicken can you sell in a day? So that that can't work. The people he is working with, akina Didi Nyoro, Didi it's a one-term MP. Huyu hajapata pesa bado, ana hene. Talk about Rigathi. Rigathi at least, na Rigathi ni Mkikuyu, hawezi toa pesa yake ovyo ovyo. Lazima akuwe sure hii bet itaenda through. Bado hayuko sure. Hiyo bet hajaiamulia. That's why wale watu wanaenda kwa Ruto wakiwa na ufala wanatoka huko kama akina Ngirishi wakilia mbio because things are hot there. So this guy is in business. People should be very careful. And
But Ngirishi pia ni Mkikuyu. Ulisikia wakati ilifika 200 million akasema hapana.
Yeah, alitoka mbio. Now you see. So those are the things, and I'm saying this very clearly. In Mount Kenya, Ruto will be, I think, will get like 30% for people who doesn't know what they are doing. For people who wenye washakuwa slave wake. Unajua kuna wale wamekuwa slave, wamekula pesa yake, so wanashindwa kumuondokea. Juu ukishakula pesa ya mtu mingi, unashindwa kumuondokea, so you will remain slave. Kwa hivyo, that's the point. Wacha azunguke, but for us as Azimio, we know what we want. And Baba, everywhere he goes, he preach about that place. He doesn't say something in common for everywhere. Akikuja Meru anasema hii, akienda Nyanza anajua nini wanafanya, anawaambia mambo zako. Akienda Mombasa, akienda Ukambani, huwezi enda Mombasa alafu anza kuambia watu wa Mombasa majani chai itakuwa na pesa mingi. Hawalimi majani chai. You need to talk something. that they do. Once you come to Mount Kenya, you talk what we do, farming, agriculture, you talk about that. When you go to Nyanza, fishing. When you go to Mumias, you talk something. Kisii, the same. So that we have buy Kenya, build Kenya. One product, one county. That's the only thing we have. Hii bottom up. Patriot ameisema bottom up. Bottom up. We don't even understand what is bottom up.
Nitawaelezea hiyo.
Bottom up. Juu chini. But I think as I finish my submission, I would like once Penny comes in to tell us who brought this bottom up down. Penny will tell us who brought the bottom up down now that they want to bring it up. Thank you so much, guys. And
he doesn't know nothing about who brought it down. He only knows that it has to go up.
Come on, let me answer that.
Who brought it down? So Penny will tell us about who brought the bottom down. That they
Wacha nianze hiyo, nipatie wakati.
Bottom up. Lazima tujue who brought the bottom down.
Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. I'm so happy. And Fred, I'm going to find you. Thank you.
Let's have Penny.
My brother, what is it? I'm here.
Okay.
He was to ajibu hiyo na submit, and then we go to Fred. Kindly. Na amejitoa ama what? Aya Kasuti.
Penny amepotea. Penny
Amejitoa.
amepotea.
Ile uchawi wake ya huko. Ebu Kasuti endelea.
Penny anakuja na issues na.
Wacha niulize ndugu yangu Patriot ananiletea issue hapa saa hii. I don't know if he speak it on a lighter note, but he just provoked me by saying that this is not a marketplace. I know very well this is not a marketplace, my friend.
Wewe na wewe wachanga vitu zingine zipite. Ni nini sasa?
No. I want to put things straight here.
Sasa hiyo inakuwa issue sasa. Wewe wacha hiyo Fred. Lenga vitu zingine. Wacha kuwa ni mtu ambaye unakuwa ni mtu wa vitu vidogo vidogo.
Okay, baba.
Kasuti kuwa mwanaume. Wacha kuwa kama, wacha nisiseme.
Kasuti ni wauda. Kasuti ni wauda. Watu wauda ndio wana complain sana.
I'm back.
Okay, let me finish what I was trying to say. Okay.
Pen Nyagaka amekuja. Wacha Nyagaka ongea amekuja. Hata wewe nyamaza. Nyagaka sema na usidrop. Is it the network or it's where you are?
No, it was a network, but it'll be all right. No. Mimi siwezi kukimbia. Sasa najua huyu nani ataki hiyo maneno. Princess ataki mtu aseme ni kabila gani. Ushaona mkishia akikimbia kweli? Aziza tumkimbiaje sana. Sisi ni kama maraga. Kama maraga.
Ukiongea hivyo unaongea kama presidential candidate wenyu. Yeye ndiye anakuja natuuliza, mnafikiria kweli? Unaona mnaanza kuchukua lugha ya presidential candidate.
No, wacha ni explain bottom up. Hiyo ndio najua mlikuwa mnataka kujua. And I will add one more today for Princess, because you told me to give her ideas why somebody should support UDA. Yeah, it's bottom up. Because it was not brought down, like this gentleman are saying. It was not brought down yesterday by anybody. It is the way we have been financing our country since all the African countries. They don't use the same methods like in France or any other developed country.
Who is that who has been
all we are saying is, instead of giving them $1 million shillings to buy bricks to build Maskura and Nyaguta, I give 10 people that $1 million shillings to bring, so long as they produce those bricks. It is empowering those people down there that you know in Nairobi.
Pen. When you say it has always been done that way, give me 5 examples of trickle down. 5 examples in Kenya of trickle down.
Right now, the people of the mountain, those Mount Kenya millionaires, are not supporting Raila for nothing. They are
No, no,
benefiting
no,
from
no.
the government. They are I'm giving you an example. I'm giving you an
No, the
example.
question was
The
clear. Listen,
billionaires in
Ben.
Kenya.
Okay, forget it. Give me one example of trickle down in Kenya.
It is not being practiced. It is just that's why we're bringing it in. I
So
mean,
it has never
trickle
been
down or
practiced. It's just
bottom up?
theory.
No. Which one you want to know? But did you say trickle down or bottom up?
Now, give me one example. When you say trickle down has been practiced in Kenya for long, give me one example that is an example of trickle down in Kenya. One example.
Oh, okay. Right now, just like I said, if I want to build a school in Yaguta, I would have to give somebody them million shillings to hire people and produce them bricks. Sometimes, most of the time, late. Wait. I'll give you an example. You just want it. I'm not giving anybody an example, but this economy that we have used is a theory that we have used that doesn't work.
No, Ben, I want to pick the example you are giving. That example you are giving. Okay? You're saying if you want to build a school in Nyasuguta, where you are coming from, I want to imagine, you'll go give someone 1 million, right?
Today, yes, today.
Okay, fine. You want to build a school in Nyasuguta today.
Yeah, you have to give somebody 1 million to produce those bricks you want.
Okay, assuming now you want to give bottom up, you want to do bottom up.
Okay, thank you.
And you have 1 million shillings. Whom are you going to give to build that school?
You ask, say for example, I want bricks. You ask 20 brickers.
Hold on. Slowly.
I'm explaining you. I'm giving you an example what we're going to do.
Wait. So what you're saying trickle down is when you have 1 million shillings, assuming it is Stone PK who is making bricks. According to you, trickle down, you are the contractor, you are the government who has 1 million shillings. So
yes,
when you go to Stone PK, you tell Stone PK, I want bricks.
And along the way, Stone PK asking for something.
Wait. Stone PK is the one who is going to get bricks. Where is Stone PK going to get bricks?
Those you go hire people, the people that are we want to give the money.
Right? You will hire people, right?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
But
these people live in Nyasuguta area, so they are going to be hired to come and supply the bricks, right?
Yes.
Okay, according to you, that is trickle down, right?
Yeah, that's trickle down, yeah.
Okay, now explain to me bottom up. You have 1 million shillings. You want to get things.
You use an open system to hire 10 people to give that million.
Which is this open system you're not explaining? Which is this open system you're not explaining that now you're using bottom up? Are you still going to hire people?
Exactly. You will hire 10 people to produce the same bricks that one guy was going to produce.
So the thing that is going to happen, you are the only one who is going to be the boss. So what you're going to do, you are going to remove Stone PK.
No, the rules are the same.
So you are the one who is going to be the boss.
The rules are the same.
So there's nothing like bottom up according to explanation, even if you don't understand it.
No. Trickle down and bottom up on things that are produced are done every day. And I live in societies like that. In America, for example, when the Republicans take over, it's trickle down. It's the millionaires that get the money. In the other way around, of course, the American system is so advanced. And it comes from the bottom. The poorest people are given the money so that they can spend it on gas, on food, on anything. It's going to end up with the rich anyway. There's no question about that. But who gets to benefit fast from this money? That's what trickle down and bottom up is concerned. And every country is unique in itself. So that if the economy is working for us in Kenya, it doesn't have to, whatever there are starters that you can use, statistics you can use. If they are working.
Pen, without going into too much, I think you guys have just run away from realities that are in Kenya. When we brought devolution, it's one of the bottom-up approach that you guys cannot fathom because now we are stimulating growth from the counties and coming up. Unlike where we used to have a centralized system where everything is planned from Nairobi, and it has to go down. So for me, devolution is one of the examples of bottom up, and you have to give live examples that are there. Don't try to imagine things that you don't know. Are we together? And even when we are trying to increase it from 15 to 35, actually for us, we are emphasizing that we want the economy to grow from the bottom. I'm Alienda. Am I talking to somebody who is here? I'm Amanda. Ben.
No, he's there. He's there. Ben is there.
Iko hapo.
Ama nimeshamuhiti ishaenda. Okay. And now we are off Facebook. We can Eric, had you finished?
Just well, like 30 seconds, eh? You know, I want today, I'm directing everything to Penny because he seems to understand and not understand about the bottom up. I just want Penny to tell us.
I wanted him to come and respond.
No, he is not even there. I think he's gone.
He's gone.
Yeah, but something I wanted to say is that, you know, the country, what we need in the country, we just need the rich. Those are the factors: the rich, a leader, and the brave. We just need 3 things: rich, leader, and the brave one. So hii story ya hustler sijui inatoka wapi. Even if you come into Mount Kenya, into those, we go back to everything. Hizo vitendawili, you will just get that is the point. The rich, the brave, and the leader. That's all we need. There is nothing like hustler in the country. So I don't know this narrative of these guys about hustler is coming from which book.
Yeah, I think we will pick it up and have it discussed in the next. So Kasuti, you are. Yeah, Kasuti, give your parting shots. Okay. Then we have PK. Okay. Then Basumalizi.
There is Geoffrey Oketo.
Geoffrey yako ama amelala?
Ako, Geoffrey is live.
Oh, na kuna mtu ameingia anaitwa D Kims, ni nani tena ameingia saizi? Okay, we are giving
lakini taenda pole.
Ya nauliza, unajua kuna wale wamelala, lazima urespond.
Temba anacheza games.
Ziana, mbona una uchokozi?
Okay. As for me, my parting shots, I'll be very short and I'll be very brief. In fact, at that particular time, I was trying to explain that these people who are just forcing us to support this kind of bottom up, as Patriots says, if they believe in bottom up, why are they forcing people to fold their small parties or their villages parties to join their big party? If at all you believe in bottom up, this is a starting party, is a party that is on the ground, is a new party. And if you believe in a bottom up, you believe to support people who are down there in order for them to come where you are. It means when wale wanasema kwa Kiswahili wanasema ya kwamba aliye juu mngoje chini ama aliye juu mfuate kule juu. Mambo ni mawili, utamfuata juu ama utamngoja hapa chini. Sasa hawa wanasema wako pale juu na hawataki wale wako chini wakuje wawafuate pale juu. Kile wanataka ni kwamba wanazungumza ya kwamba tunataka kutoa wale wako chini wakuje juu. Swali ni je, hapa chini kuna watu, wewe ulisaidiwa ukafika pale juu, alafu wale wakapa chini unataka kuwasumbua, watawanyishe, yani divide and rule. In another words, unasema ya kwamba you are supporting bottom up, and in the other in the other side of the mouth you are saying that bottom up is not even recognized in my party or in my organization, whereby you don't support those small parties. So if indeed you really care about those people who are on the ground, and as I opined in this place once upon a time, let me borrow my own words, I say that whenever you see a champion, once he was a beginner, there is no way you can see a champion somewhere who arose from anywhere, from nowhere. No, every champion you see outside there, once he was a beginner. So if somebody is beginning and now you don't want to support this person who is beginning, but you are saying that, oh, I want everybody who are in this who are in this lower gather of the starting point, I want them to forbid their ambition or their vision in order they come to me. So kitu muhimu ni kwamba me, I have never seen Geoffrey, please kindly can you mute, because I can okay, thank you, sir. I have never seen people somewhere you can tell people, you can show people to do things and they follow it and they get it right, but I have never seen on the face of the earth people or a person tell somebody that stop the way you are thinking so that you can think as I'm going to instruct you to think. That is impossible. This is what the yellow fever people are doing, because they are saying, this person you are saying that stop the way you are thinking, because I have my own thoughts, I have created my own party, I have my own vision, I want to go somewhere else, I am aiming my goals, I have agenda, I have set my goal somewhere which I'm very sure I want to achieve it. And then you are coming down here, you are saying that you are promoting people from down upwards. And then you are telling me when I'm on the ground, you are telling me that I'm in the beginning stage. And then you are telling me that forbid your ambition and join me, and I will let you, or I will lead the way. That one has never happened. So this thing of bottom up, all of them, even the owner of it, he cannot understand it and he will never divine it. Nobody can divine this thing bottom up, because the only is or simple language that they can divine it is that they are taking advantage of those people who are on the lower cadre. Or you work hard, you go to the farm, and then produce. When you produce, bring up here. When things reach up here, those things will find them up here, and then they take it all. They eat it, they squander it. So there is nothing you will be left with here on the ground. But trickle down, it means when the demand is high, the supply raise up. The manpower also, it has to be increased. So it means when we start up there, you start up there, and then the demand is high, the consumer is high, demand becomes second. Now the production also have to go higher, and then we go up to the farming or to the source. So these people, they don't understand this thing we call bottom up. That's why Mr. Benny Nyakaka has left us, because he cannot even define that word bottom up, because they want to kill those people who has, even if you have a vision or an idea that you can stand for your own, you can innovation, what we call innovation skills. these countries, you can see Singapore's, whatever, in Asia, these people, they have beaten us because of the innovations. These people, they don't go to school.
Wewe Fred, ulipewa dakika mbili bana. Mtu akitoa closing remarks anakuanga anatoa summary. Kuna difference ya summary na kutoa submission.
Temba, mbona umekuja na moto hivyo? Tafadhali jamani Temba.
Mtu akipata dakika mbili atoe summary, anzi tena submission. Sasa anaanza kurudia sijui wapi.
Temba, mbona leo umeonea kasuti hivyo? Mbona unaonea kasuti Temba surely?
Wewe ukipewa dakika mbili tumia dakika mbili. Hapa kwa azimio la umoja tunataka kuwa ni watu tunaonyesha watu wa Yuda vile mpango inafanywa. Stone PK.
Mi naomba nimpatie Geoffrey au Dikims.
Kwa hivyo hautaki kufunga. Dikims unajua yeye atakuwa na dakika 5.
Sawa.
Sawa Geoffrey.
Okay, tutarudi kwako.
Okay, thank you very much. Kwa nafasi. Nasikia napeana closing remarks. Nafuata kusema hivi. I've been listening kwa hiyo conversation vizuri. And we always keep on asking ourselves questions, hiyo issue ya kusema bottom up. Yenye David President aletanga. Ile tu kuna many people are asking a question as in actuambie vile tulijipata huko chini ndio tujue tutaenda huko juu. You know, he failed to understand kwamba without infrastructure hakuna vile utasaidia watu kutoka huko chini. Na Kenya yetu ni Kenya yenye iko na rasilimali nyingi, but because of corruption watu wameweka hiyo mali katika mifuko yao, ndio wameacha watu, hiyo gap ya the rich and the poor inaendelea kukua kubwa kwa sababu hakuna pesa huko chini, economy si mzuri. I think that's why baba anasema kwamba he knows shida yenye inasumbua nchi yetu, kasema kwamba kila kitu lazima kuwe na infrastructure. Tunajua kuwa na infrastructure kila kitu itakuwa sawa. Huwezi niambia unataka kusema unataka kusupport mama mboga ama bodaboda huko chini na hakuna barabara, uniambie kwamba hao watu wataendelea wapi? Example yenye tunasema sisi kama nini, kuna sema kama wakulima wa majani chai wengi sana kutoka Kisii, the roads are very bad. Hayo mazao yatoki mashambani yafike mahali yanatakana. Kuna watu kama nini sehemu ya Osoro mahali anatoka South Mugrango, kuna wakulima wengi wa miwa. The roads are very bad there. Hakuna vile hiyo miwa itatolewa kwa mashambani ifike kwa hizo factory. So hata wakienda kusema hiyo bottom up, kuna vitu nyingi za nyawata hawaelewi what's hitting our economy. We know that Baba say that atafanya nini? Atazingatia infrastructure, tukuwe na barabara mzuri, miundo mzuri, tukuwe na stima, mabridges zitengenezwe, ndio nini? Ndio hayo mazao yapate kutoka huko mashambani yafike mahali yanatekana. Without that you cannot grow. Kwa hivyo naambia kwamba Baba knows very well what's heading our country. That's why we are campaigning for him. Achukue ngefanya nini? Asukume nchi yetu ende mbele. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Let's have the Kims. The Kims ako?
Niko.
Kindly
Sorry.
submit.
Oh, yes. Kuna habari ya kila mtu. Sorry, I was in the middle of something. Kuna jamaa hapo ameongea, nikasikia kama ameongea vibaya, lakini I don't know his name, lakini I think he dropped. Alianza kusema habari ya watu wa Mount Kenya, hawa wanajitanga businessmen. If you travel across the mountain, hata ingawaje patriot anasema imeisha, if you go around the mountain, you will see a lot of people who are in business. Na hao watu wote wako, most of the people, wengine waliachiwa biashara na wazazi wao, lakini the majority, 90%, it started from scratch. Na hiyo, that is a true model of doing business. In my opinion, I find it extremely sometimes insulting when you say you're going to do bottom up. We have seen huyu mtu wa kupanda juu ya gari, he has been dishing out money for a very long time in the central, and if unaweza kuuliza hawa watu wote wametoka upande wa mlima, what is the real economic growth have we seen by those handouts? Umepatiana pesa kwa kanisa, umepatiana pesa kwa vijiji, boda everywhere, dishing out money. But we need to see a model. Hiyo ndio wanasema bottom up ya ukweli. Ili umepea watu pesa handout, alafu sasa that money is not accountable. These people that are receiving this money, they have nothing to show. It is actually a real waste of time. And ule jamaa alikuja hapa akasema the Mount Kenya businessmen, hao watu wanaitwa hivyo. I would like to say I'm also one of them. Tukiwa na Stone PK hapo. Mount Kenya businessmen. Because kwa sababu hata kama biashara yangu ni kidogo, I'm a businessman. Na ukiangalia in the all economies of the world, wale watu wanatargetiwa na watu politicians ni watu wa business au middle income medium businesses. Kwa hivyo watu wa UDA kwenda kuanza kuattack watu ni watu wa mlima wa biashara, it is almost I fail to understand what kind of people are these. I mean, where are they coming from? They must be really broke, you know, and they have wako na ile inaitangwa finyo, wanasikia, wanaona mtu wako na biashara wanasikia vibaya. Kwa hivyo huwa anasema we need to appreciate our men and women who are in business, including akina mama mboga. Siku hizi akina mama mboga, they are not your typical mama mboga as we used to know. Hao watu wako na maploti, some of them are coming from their own homes and houses because they have found a niche ya kwenda kutengeneza pesa. The other thing ni ya kwamba we need to also to like I said yesterday, kuna mambo machache sana, the reason why I wouldn't like that guy to get there. Hiyo mambo nilisema jana ya sheer disrespect of the system. You know, unakuwezi kwenda kukula kwa sahani yenye unakula tena unaikanyaga. Hata kama umemaliza chakula, you cannot step on it. We need people who respect authority, people who are submissive. Kama saizi kama ni Demba ako hapa, we all need to be listening to him. He might not be doing the best thing, lakini at least kuna hiyo hierarchy ya system. Ndio hii study endelee, we need to observe his rules. And that is why I see no matter what people might say about the vice, I think he needs to be submissive to the president. Na kuwa submissive si na mdomo, show me by action. Just like now we have so many preachers, we are telling them, you guys, we have been preaching for so long. Now it's time to show the action. Ukiona mtu anaongea vibaya kama huyu jamaa alikuwa anaongea huko Eldoret kingine kutoka Rintuli, huyu jamaa, you just need to stand up right there and then show it by actions. Mwambie, you know man, you can't say that here. I mean, you can pengine unaweza kusema kwa boardroom, lakini mambo kama hii huwezi kusema kwa mkutano. Naye kama ni watu kama sisi tukiulizwa tutasema arudishe nyuma hema, we deal with him. You know, people like those ones are just reckless. So in my opinion, in our country, we need also to remember all of us need to be hardworking people. Watu wenye wako chini kama venye tulisema jana, we need to wake up early in the morning and do what we have to do to see what we can do, look for ideas so that we can lift our lives up. Kuna president mmoja in the US aliuliza, it is very important, watu wanauliza, what can I do for the government? A lot of people have heard here, including I think ni Henry ama ni Hiram, one of those. Alikuwa anasema watu wanunuliwe boat, nini. No, man. Sasa tupatie tu duano bwana. Tuende kwa ocean. Nifundishe, show me how to fish and I'll feed my family. What has happened because we have gone through these poverty levels for a long time, we have become people who are always looking for what can this government do for me? If we begin gradually to change our mentality, what can I do for the government? And you will see now, a lot of people now, things will begin to change. People will all of a sudden realize, hiya, even myself, I can be a businessman. Even myself, I can become a doctor. Even myself, I can be a lawyer. Even myself, I can do this and that. We just need to, try to find that thing that is within us. What can we do? I went to the US, and one time I was visiting the smallest tribe, I'm mixing. I went to visit the smallest tribe in Kenya, who are the Dorobos. I don't know if many people know the Ogiek community. And I saw them doing beekeeping, and I fell in love with it. So when I went back to the US, I decided this is what I want to do. Then, believe it or not, you go there and you don't know what you're doing, but after 2 or 3 years, it catches up, and it turns out maybe that is a thing. So what I'm saying is, let us think what we can do for the government. Tukienda huko ushago, let us not always, we know the government can do this and this, but you go try kuleta your idea, trying to get the government to do something. You realize it's not that easy. But if we ourselves, we can begin to come up with ideas, kama ni kushikana, kama sasa tuko na azimio, things should be a little bit easier. We team up people of like-minded people, and then we lobby. When we lobby for these things, then it becomes a little easy. So when you look at this bottom-up thing, I've always thought of a government become a few familiar zetu. And for most of you, or for most of us, we have people that we left behind, ama watu wenye wako ushago, watu wenye wako huko nyuma. Do you know how difficult it is to actually lift those people up? People have pumped money into their families. Nakwambia. I don't know if anybody can concur with me. People have been pumping money. You know, they've been pumping money in and out in their families, trying to lift them up. And I'm telling you, it is not that easy. And that is a true model of bottom-up, whereby you are pumping money right there in the core to your brothers, to your sisters, sometimes to your aunties, to whoever, nani, unajaribu kuamsha. But only a few wanajisimamia. Lakini when you see someone mwenye ako na a talent, and you try now to pump money to that talent, unaona huyu mtu amejisimamia. Ukiona mtu anapenda kuuza viazi, maybe anauza a few debes a day, unaweza kumuongezea uuze maybe one gunia. But what this model ya hao watu wanasema ni turushe pesa huko mashinani. In other words, we are just going to scatter and throw a lot of money in the villages, watu wakunywe walewe, and tena hizo pesa zote bado zitaturudia sisi wanabiashara. Kwa hivyo, it's not that we wouldn't want that money, lakini we would also like to see people being lifted up. Otherwise, siasa zimeendelea vizuri leo. We've seen those two guys, they are my heroes of the night, trying to campaign in the Homa Bay. So we have seen them doing a good job, and I also wish we can also have people from all over the place and we can travel all over and preach this as the new thing, because the alternative, it is not acceptable. I would concur with Patriot. The alternative is not acceptable. Otherwise, it was nice discussion today. And watu wengi wakuwe na usiku mwema. I think that is the mwisho ya my presentation. Back to you, Themba.
Okay, Stone PK.
Thank you, panelists. My parting shot, nina point mbili. One of them is that I still have some reservations regarding our climbing the mountain. I'm happy my brother Patriot has said now Baba doesn't have to use the mountain boots which he had, mountain gear which he had already prepared himself with. But I also still think like we should be a bit cautious, because those of us who went through the process of trying to woo a lady, and then you find a lady who could not even stand kukusimama kukusalimia, then all of a sudden unaambiwa sasa anaonekana anaweza kukubali. I think you still go there with a lot of cautiousness and a lot of unajidoubt, unamudoubt, observing all the moves and being extremely careful. That's how I would want us to be with Mount Kenya region. I would want us to be really careful and not take anything to chance. I would like us to go deeper, and instead of going the massive way, we go this plenary way, have a lot of tentacles spreading. The mountain is very huge. Sometimes we get we get deceived, and you might end up thinking that mountain ni Murang'a peke yake and Nyeri and then Kiambu, but the mountain is all the way to Meru, go to Embu, go karibu na Kalonzo huko, so that we are able to consolidate all those votes. In fact, I would personally advise that Baba divides his team into four, into four major groups. I don't know how he has done it, but for me, I was thinking he should divide his teams into four huge teams. And then out of these four, each of them he allocates, one is allocated Mount Kenya per se. So that out of that, now we can have small cells that will be able to talk to these people who have been very, very, very difficult. Get to understand. I like in the earlier, I think it's Shiko who presented, or she commented that the mountain has been indoctrinated to think that Baba is Mugoroki, it's inhuman, it's something different. So to turn that around, we need to really use all the tactics. Leave no stone unturned. Ensure that even those who are our friends, we put them on board, and they also help us to penetrate this Mulima. And in fact, also, we need to go to Mulima with a lot of goodies, future goodies, like on top of their usual whatever gaps or their usual pledges or what they want done, then we could add more, add more in terms of all what they would want to hear. Ensure that, again, all those people who have never, especially the ones who are saying they're undecided, we need to probe them. Ask them, what is it that you are not decided about? Because if I hear somebody telling me he still wants to think between, I would want him to tell me between who and who. Why are you not decided? Then I would want to really take a lot of time to ensure that this person decides quickly. instead of dragging along, because akikaa muda mrefu then shetani ni mbaya, anaweza kuja akampindua. So in short, what I'm trying to say is that we need to really give a lot of time to Mulima, because we need, as we said, if we get, even if it's 50%, we'll be happy. So we need to work like we want 100%, you know, and we should not even rely on the polls or anything. We should be practical. Tuweke kambi huko, watu wakite kambi huko kabisa, watu wakae Meru, wengine wakae Embu, wengine wakae kule Murang'a, huko kwa Nditi, Nyoro, tuwe na permanent camps there. Not that we wait for Baba to come with his Mugithi. That's when we will be talking like we are we should have resident campaign teams that will be, watu wakiamka asubuhi tunaongea juu ya Azimio, wakila lunch tunaongea juu ya Azimio, jioni tunaongea juu ya Azimio. That we need to do like never before. Thank you.
I have a question for PK.
Okay, Pekesa Lilala. Okay, DKMs. Listen.
So PK, nakuuliza swali. The last time I was in Kiambu area, what I found out was there is a lot of people, watu wako bado they wako kwa Azimio, lakini they are not saying it. Watu wamenyamazia tu hivyo. And I found something pale kwa Gilgil with talking to Boda, and out of 10, I think 6 were in already going with Baba, but they were not saying it. They were waited until niliwasukuma sana ndio wakasema mimi ni wa Baba. Sasa hao ndio wakasema hata mimi watu kama 6. So what is your feel in the region you are in? Are the people now beginning to come out loud and open, ama bado wako tu chini hivi, like the silent majority? What is happening there?
PK Stone, can I take that for you, because you know what we talked about? Can I answer, my brother, on your behalf?
Yeah, then I can chip in later. Yeah.
Thank you. My brother, that's a very good question. The point Stone PK has brought out here, he has brought out so well, you know, and I think, you know, on the same breath, you wanting to know, you know, what he thinks about the analytical experience that you had at Gigiri. Of course, that is a serious sampling opportunity that you had to evaluate what the mountain thinks about Baba. I think that's a very good question. So I have a reason why I've asked him to allow me to answer you. There are things that are happening behind the curtains. Behind the curtain things, we have lobby groups. We have correlations on how we deal with these issues. So I want to think that I could contribute to that. So that's the reason. So the answer to that, I think, is this. PK is saying, in other words, that we should not be overconfident that we have scratched the skin of the mountain in as far as the voters are concerned. There are a lot of undertones. We must be able to scale the mountain deep in the interior, so that it does not look supervisory. I mean, it doesn't look like we are doing what you'll call how do I put it? Yani ni kama tusifanye mambo ambayo kidogo yanaonekana ni mpango wa juu, tufike kwenye mashinani. You know the true meaning of mashinani, because if you get to reach to the mashinani using the antics, the tactics that make the people speak out. And I like the way you put it, my brother. you know, you need to do your homework very well to know the person who is not speaking what he thinks. You know, so the fact that he has not spoken does not give you the okay to think you can think on behalf of him. So what he's saying, and I think I agree with you, is that we need to have an opportunity of doing serious interrogation to understand who are these people who support Baba. What is the ratio, what is the ratio, you know, between those who support Baba and those who have not decided? Because ukianza kudili na mabubu hutajua boss, kwa sababu at the end of the day you'll think, oh, these guys, does it mean when I keep quiet I support you? You know, so you have to go an extra mile, you know, burn the midnight fuel, get people like PK on the ground, get other people there to give you facts, because PK finished by saying we cannot afford to gamble, because this is Baba's opportunity. So you can imagine if we didn't, if we don't do that, and you get to realize that probably 5 or 2 out of out of 10 are the guys who are supporting Baba, it will be too early. So what I think I agree with PK is that we must have a special approach to deal with the mountain, because it's the mountain that will define how the first election will go. I mean, if we don't get it right, it will be us to lose. If we don't get it right, it will be us to lose. So that's what I think I'll say. And then there's something we are discussing with the PK, which I agree, and I want to agree with you, PK. The message that you put here is getting to the right ears. We will actually camp in the mountain. We want to have a special attention to that mountain. We are going to have our eyes focused on the mountain. We want to camp there, you know, from Monday to Friday, have different camps in Mranga. We have them in Kiambu, just the way you put it. I mean, I can't put it in better words. For me, I think that's the direction we'll go. And we will make all serious steps to see that that happens. PK, from me, I think I'll give you as an assurance. So I don't know whether I've answered my brother, but probably you can add to that as you put it, PK. Thank you, Bert.
That is well put, Patriot. And I don't know, the Kims. Do you think we have handled it? Are you okay?
I think Patriot has talked on the outside of how he thinks, but I wanted to hear what you are seeing on the ground, because you know what, wanasema wanasikiza the ground, but the ground is always you can tell the mood, the feel. Like when you are talking to people, these people they are authentic. Wakisema ni Baba, when you are just talking one-on-one, you're not giving them anything, you're asking them, why are you doing this? Si wacha hii ya mikutano ya town halls na nini, watu wakisema ati nionyeshe ni nani wakiwa na nani wanainua mikono juu. So in my opinion, I think it's very important to hear and to see what is happening there. So when we are coming there, tunajua tunajipanga namna gani. Kama tujue ni watu watu ni wa town hall, ni wa kufunga barabara. Kama wasikii tunawafungia barabara. Kama wanasikia, then we go to a town hall. Ama
Hey, can I say a word?
I think can I get what DKM is asking? Because he says that out of his own conversations, 6 out of 10 were saying they support Raila. Sorry about that.
Yes.
And so his concern was that these guys are silent. They are not speaking about it, but they are supporting him. So I in my understanding is you would probably want this many people who seem to be supporting Azimio to start speaking out, right? Which is most likely not happening right now. And probably that was the question is my understanding for you. I think that's a better support than when I make noise to please you. If you listen to what's her name, this Kirinyaga governor Waiguru was doing today with some people, she was there telling them that these are people you have paid and you're telling them, so you guys, whom do you want? Oh, whom are you going to support? You see, that's you cannot tell much from that. So for me, there are two ways. The one that you are speaking loud is good for perception. The one that you can interview people one-on-one and they tell you, okay, fine, for us, really, because the decisions people are making between now and May or June will be almost final decisions. So if someone has started right now to be saying, okay, fine, I'm for Baba, then that tells you there's some sense that they have taken considerations over the other person. Now, what has started happening, that's why I was saying earlier, what has started happening right now is a good thing, where you see Sabina Chege and Kimunya going to Siaya to tell them, you guys, get out, get the votes. We are supporting Baba. So they are pacifying the temperatures, so that it is not a strange thing if you are in Siaya and there's someone, a central politician is here saying, we support Baba. So what does that mean? In coming days, you'll see people coming from even Nyanza and coming into Central and saying, hey, this is what is, and them being welcomed. And in coming days, it will have pacified the mood so that people can now rise and even say yes loudly. You see, like Shiko is in Kiambu, and there are people who are now loudly saying that as we are for Azimio. You know, that should tell you that as time goes by, people are beginning to accept the concept of diversity. We can support different parties and still be cool. You know, that is the thing. It's not necessarily that they should support Azimio, but it should be cool supporting any party and be free to say it loud. That should be the thing. So even if you are in Nyanza and you're supporting UDA, you should not support it silently. It should be like you are still out and you're saying, okay, fine, for me, I'm in Azimio. That sense of environment is what you'd want to create, so that either way, political competitions should not look like if you are supporting this party, like what the concept of Madoadoa that they were bringing in Bomet, where if you support another party, then you have to be silent. Those are the things we need to so much champion. People should not be discriminated against because of the party they support. And for me, when that pacification has happened, where we are okay, I think that we'll have achieved a lot of the democratic space that, in my view, and the constitutional assurance that what the letter of the constitution and the spirit envisages, that even if you support a party that is not popular where you are, you should be free to air it without fear of who is looking at you. Should not be an FBI supporter. Like you're saying that people are quiet until they are safe with you. No, I think we need to kind of create that environment. That is what I'm thinking. I don't know what Stone PK wants to say before we move on to someone else.
Okay, thank you, Themba. Yeah, that is, and indeed, I think what we need to do, what you've just described, we will achieve that maybe after the transition of government. You know, but right now, we need to scale the mountain. Those guys that were pushed, you know, D Kims had to push harder for them to come out, and you know, kind of say it's like they had to look over their shoulders, and you know, they are shy. It's that shyness that we want to, you know, kind of, you know, destroy, so that people are free to talk about Baba just as much as they are free to talk about, oh, mimi niko UDA. You know, if you ask their UDA supporters, ukiwauliza huko Mount Kenya, sisi tuko na Ruto. But those who are with Baba or who are thinking about Baba, they are still shy. Why are they shy? It's because of the trauma that they have. The trauma of, you know, over many years, that this is a bad guy, this is that. So yes, people are there, but we have to go in there. I'll give an example of how Coca-Cola does their marketing. You find Coca-Cola goes up to even the village, that smallest kiosk. You find Coca-Cola is number one. Why? Because it has penetrated. They penetrate using the locals. Okay, ule anauza na baiskeli, the baiskeli is branded, you know. Ule anauza na kikapu ama mtungi, the mtungi has a sticker of Coca-Cola, until, you know, you cannot afford to say you don't know Coca-Cola. That's what I'm trying to say. We should not go to the mountain shying. We should mwagika there kabisa to boost those who are supporting Baba, so that they feel, oh yes, it is nothing wrong to support Baba. Build confidence to come now to what Themba is saying, so that somebody feels okay. Yes, mimi ni wa Baba, when ni wa Ruto, hakuna shida. We talk, if it's in the pub, people talk without shying off. But right now, you find wale wako kwa Baba, they have to look around first. You know, we don't want that. We want to mwagike huko. Hiyo dhuraku inasemwa, tuko huko chini, talking about Baba. And then, within the next 1-2 months, itakuwa normal. And that will increase. Instead of having hao watu 6 kwa 10, I would want us we aim 10, so that we drop at that 6 as a reality. Okay? There is work to be done. The Kims, what does it sound?
It sounds very good, and you know, like I mean, I'm from Rift Valley, even though I'm you know, I consider myself also coming from those sides. What I found, most people, like I said yesterday, watu wa ages hapo kina 45 kwenda juu hawataki kusikia mtu huyu wa nini. Na hawa mama, you can remember, we have been unlike ourselves, we've interacted with people from all over the place. Lakini unakuta watu wa upande wa mountain waliambiwa venye Raila na watu wake venye ni wabaya, and that is why you see, when you see the vice president going to the mountain, anapenda sana kusema hao watu wa kung'oa reli, hao watu wa kurusha mawe. And I think I find that very insulting, almost to the same point of ule jamaa anaitwa Rentuli. Obviously he's a master of them. Kwa hivyo it is very important we have to come out and actually stand up for what we believe in. We have to be able to wear a hat, unavaa kofia, unaenda ukisema mimi ni mtu wa Azimio, kama ni kuvaa nguo, or if you have a car you can put a sticker or something, bora tu usipigwe mawe mahali. You know, these people sometimes in Kenya, people are always 50-50. Lakini I think it's going to be a high time, and that's why I think Uhuru must come out and actually campaign publicly, hata kama ni moja tu in Central for Raila. That way he can wash all the nonsense walikuwa wamesema hapo awali, yenye inafanya watu wasikie ni kama wanasikia kaibu kako, you know, like you find all the men, you know, mzee anakuambia mimi, wananyamaza kwanza, they keep quiet first, alafu baadaye ndio watakwambia hey, sisi ni watu wa Uhuru, sisi ni watu wa Azimio, kwenye atasema tuwe tunafanya nini tunaenda. Lakini when you go out there, na thembo niruhusu niseme hii, there's one thing I've seen noted in Kenya. When you look at leadership, I think leadership is when you take charge and you actually show people where to go. It's like I can go nifanye scaling nifanye scouting, alafu sasa niambie watu nimepata kuna kanjia hapa, hii kanjia tukifuata tutatokea upande ile mwingine na kuna mambo mzuri huko. Lakini what I found with the so-called leaders in our country, wanaenda kwa ground kuuliza losers, sorry to say that, kuuliza watu wenye hawana njia, hapa watu wanasema nini. Obviously, these guys will not show you. You are supposed to lead, and then these people, they will follow you. So that is why ninasema, watu wacha tuamuke, let us show leadership. Tusiende kuuliza manamba watu wenye wanashinda wakiku, ama walevi kwa tao, ama watu hata wa boda boda kuwauliza sasa hapa mnataka tufuate nani. Why can't we go there and tell them it is Azimio and that is the way to go? Now watu sasa watufuate, because just following the majority, watu kuinua mikono na nini, I don't think that is leadership. That is just choir members. I call them choir members. I say something, you repeat. I say something again, you repeat. So once we get out of that position, then our political understanding of the country will greatly improve. Na utaona sasa watu wote wataanza kuamuka na kuanza to make the right decisions. Something else that has also been very annoying, and I think soon enough is going to end, like I said, Baba will lead, na watu wengine watafuata. Hii mambo ya kufanya mkutano, let's say on a Monday morning, na watu wamejaa, unaifanya mchana wakati watu wako wanastahili kuwa kazini na bado watu wamejaa. You do it on Wednesday, they are still full. Thursday, nini. We need to remember that these are just qualities and signs of poor leadership, whereby now we as leaders, because I consider us as leaders, we spend a lot of time in these forums. You guys can be presidential advisors. We need to start thinking big, whereby now tutaanza kuona watu, ukitana mkutano uone kuna watu more than 100, you need to start getting very scared, because our watu wote, they were supposed to be at work, and you are holding a meeting in the morning na watu wamejaa. But if it's in the evening, watu wameshamaliza kazi, then unasema yeah, this is good. But when you see leaders, presidents and everybody else, watu wameenda, everywhere you go, watu wamejazana, that shows you even the rate of unemployment in Kenya is even higher than what we thought before. So watu wacha tuamke, let us put our eyes a little bit ahead, let us be visionary, let us assist wherever I can. If I find an MP, an MCA, mi wanauliza maswali. Nauliza, mbona hii nini yako imekaa hivi? If I find a governor, if I'm lucky enough to find a governor, namuuliza maswali ngumu, because we need to reduce the rhetoric and get to work, so that our people are now going to be getting gradually into middle class, and then we are going to be okay. Otherwise, thank you everybody, and I yield.
One little one ya mwisho kabisa, or to add on that. I think again we have to bite the bullet. We have to face reality and kind of deconstruct the narrative that has been put over years, that hawa watu wanatupa mawe, hawa watu wanafanya hivi. Because what we need to ask ourselves, we got independence and we are told people fought for independence, people died, okay? That's how we got our independence. That's why there was Mau Mau and all that. All what we are enjoying right now, people have been picketing and resisting and going to the streets. These people didn't wake up from their homes, just decided to go kusumbuana na polisi. It was for a worth cause. So that has to be faced squarely, that it is not about people loving to throw stones or people loving to picket or people. We should all, if we, the Constitution allows that, to picket, okay, to go. We used to have our universities, going on strike and doing all this. Of course, it's wrong to destroy property, but there was a cause. So we cannot bury our head and say it never happened. Yes, Nairobi University walienda on strike. They were throwing stones, but it's not the whole university. It's a few people who decide to go to the, to the extreme. So you cannot go saying all the students in Kenya ni wabaya, kazi yao ni kutupa na kustone magari ya watu. Okay, so one, we have to accept, yes, it happens, picketing happens. Yes, people can come to the streets and say no, enough is enough. Hata baba sahi akiwa rais and then akatae kurule vizuri, we will go to the streets and demand if he doesn't listen to us. So I would want, us to demystify that and make, people understand. It's not carelessly. Hao watu wa kutupa mawe, hao watu wa vitendawili. Let's face it and say, why did they ever go to the streets? Kwa nini kulikuanga na riots? Why are elections not done? Because it is true, elections are stolen. I'm agitated. What do I do? You know, I try to do my demonstration peaceful. You come with tear gas, with the bullets, you are shooting all over. What do I do? So I think our people, and especially the mountain, has to waelezee vizuri, you know, and they know the fruits they are enjoying is because of part of these activities. And that is what we want to put behind us and move on to, you know, kind of a democracy cannot be achieved at leo na kesho. In fact, even hata baba atamaliza kabla hatujapata full democracy. Yeah, we are only 60 years old. So I believe we still have got so many wheels to turn before we even come and say our democracy is worth talking about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Stone PK. Let us have the final 2 minutes from, I think, Patriot, and then Pen Nyagaka, and then Ziana. Wekesa ulilala? Okay, so
Wekesa alienda Bungoma nafikiri. I think he took a morning flight or something.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry, there is some preaching happening in my neighborhood. So don't mind about that. I hope it does not distract my submission. So I just want to echo, you know, the sentiments of some people. I want to use that as my ending, ending and parting shots. Some PK, I want to agree with you. You are on point. It cannot be better than the way you did it. And I will not be shy to say this to the panelists, that concern has already been shared with us. For some of us who are on the ground, we will, of course, heed to that call. But PK speaks as a person who comes from the mountain. It is a voice of the voter from the mountain. And I want to take that to be gospel truth. So, PK, I wanted to assure you, as a voter from the mountain, we are taking that into consideration. It is getting into the ears of the inner circle of Baba. We are actually already working on how that is going to happen. And I'm happy that you've gone to the extent of even giving solutions. You know, it's good to identify where we have challenges, and but it doesn't help when you stop there. But in this case, I want to, give a lot of credit to the submission and suggestions that you have given, because I think that is the way, we have to go. We must think beyond just pointing out the misgivings on how we are doing things. And I think that is what democracy, entails. That's what we should pursue. That's what we should propagate in as far as democracy of our country is concerned. And especially coming from a person who is aspiring to see this country move to the right hands, and hands that are going to be safer for this country. So, PK, I take that with a lot of respect and a lot of feelings as a Baba supporter. I want to assure you, as a person, I will do, and I'm sure we are many, I'll do what is possible within our capacities and abilities to see that this very information reaches the right ears who will be able to do something. And I want to agree for sure. The mountain should be our subject. It should be our concern. It should be our nightmare. We must, as much as I said we have scaled down the mountain, yes, I want to do a bit of backpedaling on that for sure, PK. There's a lot to be done, and let's face it. Let's call it. It is true that we still have much to do. And what stands in my view between Baba and the presidency, it is the voters of the mountain. That's in my view. I think that is really key. We must spend time, and I like the way you put it. I want to see a situation where we are going to have probably a rally happening in Muranga at the same time Kiambu, at the same time Nyeri, and we go around.
2 minutes is up.
Yeah, okay, allow me, okay. All right, thank you. Then we will continue from there. Thank you.
Okay. Penyagaka, 2 minutes.
Okay, asante sana Themba. It's always very nice to talk after Patriot. Our young generation ambao nakuja, and it's very hard, and we really like that. Now, what I really wanted to emphasize was what that PK guy said. You know, PK ila alikuwa anasema ndio tunaogopa watu wa UDA, hiyo ndio tunaogopa. He can see something that a lot of you guys have listened to you a lot of the times, and like I've told you, I have friends that are in Asimio. They have never touched that point. And if you go there, you find the answer. This is what this guy has been campaigning for the last 4 years. Amefanya kitu. So as from UDA, when we are very sure that we're going to win, that's where we are coming from. But all of you guys are wonderful. Na msikie kama mtu kama mimi mzee kuja kwenu ni kuja kuwatukana nini. Nataka tu kuzungumza na kushare na nyinyi. And after August, hii kura zikikwisha, nitakuja kwenu au mtakuja kwangu. But we will be learning something. In any democracy, you have to learn. You know, Themba, wewe umenieleza mambo makali sana. Leo nilisikia juu ya makafeli. And that was the best one. Lakini musome hiyo ya Aristotle. Yeye ndiye father of democracy. Democracy is the worst government, but they will never find a better one. So kitu kama hiyo, ukiangalia kitu kama hiyo, nikiwaambia sio kwamba ninawatukana na waambia nyinyi nini, hapana. Na huyu princess theory yangu ya mwisho nilimalizia hapo, ni ya princess alikuwa na poto babu nimeeleza. Ya pili ni one large party. Princess hiyo ndio nakwambia ya kitu ya UDA ndio mzuri. Kwa sababu hii party kidogo or will only benefit the large parties, the large tribes that have money, because they will negotiate for something and they will get there. Bila BK aliwaambia hiyo ndio tunataka kuchunga. Mkienda huko mmekuwa mmetushinda sana. And that's on a higher level, end of the argument. Not hii kitu kidogo ya, you know, you hate somebody. Na ile watu wanasumbuza lugha mbaya, wanawatukana na wauda. I've always told you, Themba, I apologize for them. Because we don't need to have matukano. We have to be happy. I mean, when I'm in Kenya, I'm with you guys. I'm gonna tab. All my friends are in ODM, Asimio. So wacha tufanye hiyo makubaliano ya kwamba sisi wengi hatuogopi, hatukasiriki. Please, when you divine us, you waste your time. Ule vile story BK aliwaambia, angalia hiyo ndio mtashinda. Lakini hiyo kutuambia ati Ruto ni mwizi ni nini, kila mtu Kenya ni mwizi. Okay, asante sana ndugu yangu na dada zangu.
Asante sana Pen. Aristotle was a student of Plato. Plato was a student of Socrates.
You good in this. You good.
And Socrates was killed after he was accused of indoctrinating the youth.
No, let me tell you one, please.
Let me finish so that I tell you where now the tyranny of numbers came from. Because it was the people, the tyranny, the rulers of Athens, they met together and they thought that Socrates had made a mistake by indoctrinating the youths, and that's where they voted that Socrates should be killed. Yeah, and that's where he died by the Hamlet. You can remember.
Can I answer that?
So I'm trying to answer you. It is not Aristotle who talked about democracy as a bird, but it was out of that because it was not democracy. At that point, majority won, but was the majority correct?
I want to correct you on that. Can I please?
Go ahead, Pen.
Yes. The only and the largest theory of why Electoral was stoned just happened in America 4 years ago when Trump was elected. Electoral, with his group, whatever you say, and confused the people that democracy should be for the educated, non-young dummy can vote. And that's when they took him to the market and stoned him because he was ruling against the people that don't understand what democracy is all about. Yeah, like you said, these students, Plato, and all these other people, you're right. Although that's what the major reason why Cetro was killed was because he said you cannot have stupid people voting because if you want to take a train from here to such a place, do you get someone from the street to do it? Worried on that. And they come and tell me that I'm wrong. I will accept.
All right, Ziana, I hold my thoughts. Ziana, toa maoni yako ya mwisho dakika mbili.
Ziana amelala.
Nilale
Naona
wapi?
mute.
Wewe kama uko. Oh, ni Stone anazungumza. Oh.
Yeah, ni Stone.
Asante sana Pemba. Oh, Bwana Peni, ujambo?
Sijambo sana.
Sina mengi leo. Nimeona pale Peni akizungumza, lakini Peni huwezi muondoa. Kwa hiyo uliza Stone, nilikuelezeaje DNA yao
Ulisema
inaitwaje kama unaweza kumbuka? Temba, niambie DNA kwa Kiswahili.
zitu theluji ama
Temba, DNA kwa Kiswahili?
Hii haipo kwa Kiswahili.
Ipo kwa Kiswahili, ipo.
Yaitwaje?
Msujueni.
Eti ya?
Uje uangalie.
Nieleze kukisubu Kiswahili, nieleze.
Hiyo ndio iko kwenye damu yako, kwa hivyo hakuna mtu ambaye anaweza kuiondoa. Kwa hivyo wewe ni mpingamizi, nani atapingana na wewe tena? Hakuna. Kwa hivyo mimi nilifurahia sana kuona vile Raila leo hii alikuwa huko, ni leo jana vile alikuwa huko. Nilifurahia sana kuwaona. Nilisikia mwingine anasema aliona Milo Gesa akiongea Kiswahili ilimshinda. Sasa hiyo ndio tunataka, mtu anazungumza Kiswahili kilimshinda. Alikuwa karibu kusema kitu moja mbaya sana kwa Kiswahili akidhania anazungumza Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo Kiswahili ni kigumu. Kwa hivyo lakini nafurahia kwa vile mkutano zao zile wanafanya. Tunaomba waendelee kufanya mkutano, lakini siku za campaign bado. Ndio Peni atajua siku za campaign zikifika, hata yeye mwenyewe ataingia kule ndani. Sisi tuomba tu tufanye campaign. Ikifika siku za campaign watu wafanye kwa umoja, tusifanye kwa fujo. Na mahali Stone PK amesema wale wanaoweza saidiana wasaidie, sababu kama unataka kuunda nyumba utaunda hata na mali. Kwa hivyo wale wanaweza wakiwa hata na mali. Wakina DK niliwaona hapa, wasio wanazungumza tu. Kama unataka kuunda nyumba, unda hata na mali yako. Kwa hivyo akiwa hata na shilingi yake 5 aunde nayo nyumba. Mi sina mengi leo sana, nashukuru tu tuwe na amani. Hiyo ndio ninahubiri, amani, umoja na undugu na upendo ufunike zote. Tuwe tunaona watu kama kina Sabina Chege wakienda Siaya, hakuna vurugu. Hata wakina Amilo wakija Moranga, hakuna vurugu. Hiyo ndio Kenya tunayotaka. Ben Nyagaka akitoka akienda huko upande wa Kuria huko ndani, hamna shida
hapo nyumbani. Kuria ni nyumbani, wewe unajua.
Hiyo ndio tunataka. Nashukuru, asante sana Themba kwa kunipa nafasi. Ni tuwe tunakuja hapa tunazungumza. Hiyo ndio tuwezi pigana, sababu tukiwa tunazungumza hapa tukiwa watu mbalimbali. Kwa hivyo tuendelee kuzungumza, Wakenya wenzangu. Nashukuru kwa hayo tu.
Haya, Wekesa, okay. Wekesa nafikiri amelala. Haya basi, tunashukuru sana ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the day that you have spent. Na kila mmoja ambaye ameweza kuja hapa, wote hatutaweza kuwataja wote, Steve Mutumbu, Susan Wanjiku na wengine wote waliokuwa kwenye naona bado kuna watu 69 wanatuangalia. Yeah, that's a very good. Thank you so much for coming on. Brother Benson nilikuona hapa, asante. Tukutane tena kesho masaa kama ya leo, Kenyan time 8. Wengine mnaweza join anytime wakati ambapo mmeamka. Like we always say, we need to keep talking. Tuzungumziane, manake faraga kuzungumziana ni vizuri sana kuliko kupigana. Wacha tusemezane kama Wakenya. And because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight. Unapoenda pale Mtembee TV ukisubscribe, tafadhali pia subscribe Themba Ondiege TV. Jaribu kusubscribe pia pale. Naona mnatusukuma vizuri sana, tunashukuru. And subscribe to Mtembee TV, una subscribe to Themba Ondiege pia. That's my channel. And also any other support you can give. I mean, like, comment, share. Press the subscribe button, the notification bell, so that anytime we drop a video, you're able to come on. Thank you so much. See you again in a show like this.
Kubonyeza kengele. Wengine wetu hatuelewi Kimombo jamani.
Bonyeza kengele, alama ya kengele, alama ya kidole, unafinya hiyo subscribe, alama ya kidole, alama ya kengele. And then today there's a hot video there. Go check it out. Share. Go check it out. Share. There's a video we dropped today. Go check it out and share and like and comment. Tafadhali. Thank you so much. See you again tomorrow. Asante sana Penyagaka. Asante sana Ziana. Asante Stone PK. Mungu awalinde, tuonane tena majaliwa. Inshallah. Kwa heri.
Penyagaka, sabato njema.
Asante.